All right. Now we're live.
We're already episode
260. Dude, I saw
Yeah.
260 is significant for a couple of reasons. It's 5 years of shows. That's kind of a big round number. But it's not really 5 years of shows because we missed a couple here or there. We'd probably be at, I don't know, 267 or something if we never missed a show. Higher, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm sure someone has the exact number.
Today,
by the way, this episode is being brought to you by MeUndies.com, who are changing up the underwear game like no one else. Check them out in the description. They are my favorite sponsor of ours, and I'm wearing some right now.
You say that you wear these after you wash them every time, but then inexplicably, every single Thursday, you're wearing one of your two pairs of
We
MeUndies.
do lots of laundry here. Like there's a load every day, always going. So like I make sure these get right back into the system, back in my fucking drawer, and every time I slide it open, they're waiting for me.
How many days a week are you wearing
Still
MeUndies?
only have 2 pair though. Just saying.
Every episode, Kyle tries to get free underwear. And I'm just saying, my girlfriend, she needs a pair of MeUndies. She'd look great, and I'm that's a. You guys should know.
She'd be happy to like do some butt modeling and show off her panties. Like it would behoove you to send my girlfriend some panties.
Send me some. I'll do some butt modeling. I just want
There
some
you go.
free underwear. I mean, you're always spazzing out about how great it is. You're wearing it 5 days a week, I bet. Constantly with your MeUndies.
Well, there's the forwards, backwards, inside out forwards, and inside out
I don't-
backwards. He's good.
No,
to go.
I don't do that. That's a real homeless maneuver. That's a piece of shit thing to do. Anyway, we got Jordie here with us.
Yes.
Hello. Again.
Very carefully
finally.
coordinated your hoodie and your mic.
Yes.
Looking good.
It's I actually only wear my own merch. That's how much I believe in the product,
Nice.
It's great.
Everybody's always like, dude, you always wear the same t-shirt. I'm like, yeah, but I got like 20 pairs of these.
You're like Superman. Every time you reach in the closet, you got the same thing.
Pretty much.
That's
PKA
how
is
Kyle was for a while too.
PKA
Every
is
time I
getting
saw
into
you.
the merch game. Taylor's been working his buns off doing that sort of
Yes.
thing.
Yep. So we're gonna be delving deep into
A
it.
red
coming up
t-shirt?
with- Well, that's just the beginning, Jordie.
We're gonna
You know.
have cars, planes,
Exactly. Yeah. Just phrases from the show, funny jokes, offensive things. Just trying
Sounds
to toe
great.
that line between funny and just grotesque and gross. And yeah, this is a great, shirt with a, picture of Woody saying, I like pussy on it with a pussy on there, but it's not going to actually work because no one will wear that to Thanksgiving or Christmas.
And
Or you shouldn't. You shouldn't wear shirts like that to Christmas. Do you have a cousin who's like going through an angsty phase ever, and they show up to your Christmas things with like horribly offensive shirts on?
420 blaze it.
Yeah.
Grandma's like, what's that, Charlie?
Yeah, I had a cousin who wore, this was a couple of years ago, so he's like 5 years younger than me, and so he was in the middle of his like rebellious stage, and at Thanksgiving, everybody has like decently nice clothes on. Like it's not like we went to church or anything for it, but like you dress up a little bit, you look okay, not shitty. And he just had a like "fuck the establishment" shirt on, or like it said like "anarchy." On it. It was just like, oh Jesus Christ, dude! Like, and you look at it, and in his head, he's like, yeah, they're all looking at me, thinking, man, what's his deal? What's he know that we don't? And everybody's looking at him like, God, oh, you're making my teeth hurt. I'm cringing so hard at what you're doing. But I guess I'm the only person.
We've got a special run of merch coming. I don't know if we're ready to announce what it is yet.
Yeah.
But it's
let's
going to
do
be
it.
too late.
Yeah, I want to know.
All right. We're doing a knife.
Calm down over there.
A knife?
We're doing a knife. I'm pretty excited about it. It'll be engraved. I think we're gonna target PKA, like the font that we have and the pill engraved onto the knife. It's a little late for Christmas. I don't want to promise that. I think we're gonna miss it. But the bigger gift giving holiday is really Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah.
We discussed this, on PKN.
Coming right up. Right around the corner.
MLK
folks.
Black Lives Matter knife, special edition. Cut out racism. We're gonna have that laser
There's a
engraved
Black Panther engraved on the blade.
There's not.
There's a Kill Whitey emblem that you can get. That's extra. But yeah, we're gonna pick out a knife. We're gonna use CRKT. I think we've settled on them. It seems. And we're not exactly sure which knife and exactly what the price of it is going to be, but we're down to like one or two. I like the one that you've got there, Woody. So maybe that one.
I like that one a lot.
The smaller one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
The one with the aluminum handle that we were talking about, that's like 50 or so, or $50, $60, something like that.
Yeah, 60 or 70. I think it might have been 60. I'm not sure, but
That will be 4 weeks though. That's 4 weeks out before we can get those.
yeah. So anyway, I'm super excited about that, and it's something I think I'll keep in my pocket every day, like literally in real life. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we're gonna do like a limited run of them or something like that. So if you're in the market for a nice piece of PKA swag or just a pocket knife, we're gonna do something cool. I think this will be neat. Maybe we'll do more things like this if it's successful.
Yeah, every now and then. Dude, I didn't finish the 260 thing. So, today is the episode where Murka overtakes Lefty with his 86th appearance.
Really?
And it's the 1-year anniversary of Lefty's disappearance. I love that happened. And that's it. I got that from the subreddit. They put that together.
Wow. Time flies, you know? I don't... Man, 86 episodes. Does that include the ones where I was a guest?
I didn't put the numbers together myself, but I'm thinking yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was a guest a lot before I ever became a host.
Yeah.
So I should check then. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking how Jordie's coming on more often now. I like having you on, man.
Thank you. It's my my second appearance, and this time it's actually a bit more on time for me. So
yeah.
What time is it right now?
it's 12:20. Last time it was like 3 when we started. It was ridiculous.
I remember that the
You
sun
were
was coming
such
up.
a trooper. Yeah.
I was like, I'm not gonna say no to this PKA, because it was like 2 months in advance, and then I went to bed and then woke up, and then I went on the show and then went to bed again, and then I can't remember what happened anymore.
Dude, I'm honored by that kind of thing. Like it really, I really appreciate that. And like I remember I used to do their Minecraft live streams. This is before Woodycraft or anything. Like I just do it on the Xbox for like 8 hours. And like Swedish guys would be like, Woody, the sun's coming up here and I'm still watching. It's like, no way, really? I don't know why.
Tell me to go to bed, you know?
Yeah, but like that's, I don't know. It's really cool to me when someone does that. So anyway, thanks so much.
It is really neat. Yeah, but for the PKA merch, if you guys have any ideas of what you would like other than just t-shirts, mugs, hats, shit like that.
Underwear. Oh no, that's kind of
underwear?
competing with this sponsor.
Doing underwear.
Maybe a collaboration with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet that's what they want. They want PKA emblazoned across, the lines of your cockhead in there.
You know what I do like?
That's what I want.
Well,
what
I don't think they do.
What we were talking about with I think I want to give credit where it's due. I think maybe Chiz came up with the initial idea of maybe doing like, because it's the campaign season's coming up, even though we're a year out, like doing sort of election poster style shirts for each of us. And so it'd be like, our faces, Obama-ized, like his posters used to be, and they would say hope or change or something. But it'd be like a one-word slogan for each of us. And I like that shirt idea a lot. I think that would be funny.
They all tried to give me shitty slogans.
I did not interject any. Hey, I thought their slogans were shitty too.
Yeah, they were like rape, pedophile.
No, that was Chiz. No.
Taylor's was vape.
Yeah.
What sums Taylor up? One word. Vape.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
and he said it should be, Chiz was coming up with ones that didn't make any sense. I was either vape, which is really insulting to just narrow me down to that small hobby, or hate, which is also kind of condescending. Like, oh, that guy who's got to be contrarian all the time.
You know
Fuck
what?
That guy.
You might not like it, but what would be funny is if yours said who, right?
Yeah.
And then it worked on kind of 2 levels. Like there's the who and then the owl thing. And
That's good.
I like that.
That's
Mine's
good.
just gonna say guns, of course.
mine's going to say gigabit. That would totally be my platform. I swear to God, if we had a guy running for president that was like, you know what? I'm the gigabit fiber president. There's going to be so much optical cable laid during my years that everyone here is going to just be downloading porn at rates they've never seen before. I'd become a single issue voter.
That's a good stance. A lot of people are going to be in favor, but a lot of those are people who can't vote, so that's not great. I liked the one I thought of for you. It was 2 words where it'd be like, it was like hope, change, like Obama used to do that. Yours was going to be bipartisan, bi-curious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I like that one actually.
It
Yeah,
kind of
that's-
works for me too. Yeah.
Yeah,
You like-
Kyle's has to be something
Part-
better than guns. But yeah,
part
I
of-
was talking to him about
Part of your
getting
campaign
Obama.
should be lowering not only the voting age to 13, but also the age of consent.
Yeah, the age of, and
I
that
want to
would
get kids in the polling booth, kids in my bed, kids everywhere. Make it legal. Yeah, that'd be good.
That would be, yeah. Woody's like first thing he would do in office is be like one of those scumbags who shroud bad legislature in something where it's called like the Anti-Child Rape Act, but really it's got like internet limiting things. Woody's would be like consent to vote, and it would just be about letting young kids into his bed.
You're right. It'd just be like consent to choose. And
Yeah,
we can
consent
talk
to
about the
choose.
voting all the time, but it's really about the sex.
Are you pro-consent or anti-consent?
And I had an idea for one that said Uncle Kyle's tranny service.
I'm getting that one worked on right
Yeah,
now.
domestic, foreign, and exotic trannies serviced here. And like do it in the style of an auto body repair shop. So maybe a picture, like I don't know exactly.
That's a
but-
cool idea. That's
Yeah.
clever.
I liked the shirts like that, like the rugged looking like I like those shirts that says like Stevie's Automotive and Lube, even though Stevie's Automotive and Lube doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's just a shirt. Like I like stuff like that and like outdoorsy looking things. I have one going for Woody where it's like take a walk on my happy trail or down my happy trail or something like that, where it's going to be the woods on there. But yeah, I'm excited for it. It's going to shape up to be pretty good. Hopefully
Yeah.
we can get some
And we're
more
doing
interest-
the high quality stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you go back to 2012, every YouTuber chose like the cheapest materials and stuff, and I don't like that idea. I think
Yeah, the whole gamut is available, but I have it like explicitly listed in there when they get their
Okay.
descriptions fixed of like this is the standard shirt, that's why it's cheaper. It's not going to be fitted. So like those shirts that you see the models wear where it comes in on the sides and it makes you look sleek. The standard one doesn't have that. It's got to be premium or American Apparel to have that. And so it is more expensive, but depends on what you want to look like. I know some people maybe have a boxier frame and the standard will work for them.
yeah, they're in shape. Round's a shape.
for
Yeah.
those rectangular people.
Is that an insulting way to say it? A boxier frame?
I don't know. I just wanted to make it more clear. Yeah, because I remember Taylor and I were talking about it, and he's like, "Fitted shirts make you look so much better." I'm like, "Yeah, fitted shirts show your body, and if you have a good one, they make you look better." But some people just aren't cut out for fitted shirts, so pick the one that works for you.
Yeah. And hey, a little benefit there. If you are a little rotund, you're going to save like $6 because you don't have a fitted shirt.
More money for Wendy's.
Exactly. Oh. So,
I like when-
I like Wendy's too.
as far as fast food goes, Wendy's is up there. Do you have Wendy's, Jordie?
Nope.
What do you have for fast food there?
McDonald's, Burger King, KFC,
That's the stuff we
Pizza
export.
Hut, Subway, if you call that fast food. That's it. And then we just have some regular small things. So
None
no
of
Wendy's, no whatever you guys have there in America.
Arby's. You don't
Nope.
have
Ugh.
Arby's. Yeah.
Arby's
you
is
don't like that
horrible.
roast beef? Oh, it's so good.
We have prostitutes and we got weed though, so try competing with that. They're like, should I get a burger or a joint or like
Why
Or a
not both?
transvestite prostitute? Yeah, transgender. I mean, I'm sorry.
no,
Yeah.
I think a transvestite prostitute. That's just a different thing.
Transvestite
Probably.
is just if they dress up as
Yeah.
a woman.
Yeah.
Transgender is if they think they are a woman.
Okay, then they're transgender.
Yeah,
prostitutes,
transgender is when
yeah.
they dress up as a woman, but they believe.
Well, you
it-
got both, I think. I don't know. I'm not an expert at
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, vestite.
I should do
is-
some more research soon. Yeah.
You should
You know
get.
what? You're in the best place for research. Just walk a block down the road.
Yeah.
You should Periscope that. Like, you're familiar with Periscope, the mobile
Yes,
app? It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
live streaming life. I
They all-
think a lot of people would tune in for you periscoping the red light district.
There's one very, very big flaw in that plan, which is beautiful, by the way. I like it. Is that when you walk around the red light district or like the main red light district with the phone out, the pimps they come at you. They're like everywhere. They're all scattered around the area. The pimps. It's
The
crazy.
pimps
Like
come at you.
yeah, they come at you, grab your phone, and toss it into the canal. like
It's
phone
just
gone.
a prank. It's just a prank.
Yeah, but your phone's gone, you know. Well, the live stream will cut out as soon as it hits the water, or maybe like
Well,
a
you could
second
put it
after.
like maybe if you got a pocket like this,
Mhm.
you know, you put it in the pocket facing outward. You know, the lens is just above your cuff.
Yeah, you could do that.
Can you bring
Yeah.
your own muscle? Like, is that an option?
Oh, bring your own pimp.
You know, like just
You can
Oh, there's
try.
some
And your own
bodyguards.
girls.
Wait,
Yeah, no,
so they
uh,
have pimps that protect the girls there? Like, it's all on the up and up, right? Like, it's all legal.
It's all
So
legal.
why do they need a? So is the pimp just the manager
for
of the
protection,
establishment?
Yeah, it's for people that take pictures if the girls don't feel safe.
Sounds like a
I-
pussy bouncer.
I also think the girls they rent the rooms from the pimps. Because they own the rooms or the windows they're called, and then the hookers go and rent it from the pimps and protection.
Your expertise is intriguing. Is this
I-
your
I like-
post
I'm
YouTube
sure-
career?
I like to go to one on West Street, talk to Carla. She knows how to take care of you.
I always gotta have a plan B, you know, after YouTube,
I
right?
hadn't even thought about that. Like, it seems like if you go to the same whore all the time, she'll eventually get better at servicing you.
But then that defeats the whole purpose of going to a whore, which is
Fair counterpoint.
variety.
There's got to be a wife joke in there somewhere.
There is deep in the weeds. We'll come back
That's
to
when
it.
you marry her. There's something in there, huh? Gotta be.
Yeah, that would be neat, but I don't think I could ever
Why would you
get
marry
over
her?
the fact
That's so
that
much
it was
more money.
that you were like. Do you think you could actually go and fuck a prostitute? Like you could get over the knowledge that you were paying her to do that. Like,
Yeah, you just got to concentrate real hard.
Me? Are you asking hypothetical single Woody if he would use a prostitute?
it doesn't. Yeah, anyone in here? Like I know Kyle would. 'cause
$50,
he's made that very-
$50, and it's around the corner. Legit.
Yeah, but
no
you
joke.
like.
Would you
but
do
isn't
it?
it hard for you to get over the mentally, like knowing that they're only doing it because you're paying them a little bit?
Well, I don't know.
That was definitely like a negative in the situation.
Yeah.
But you know, someone else was buying, and it was like, all right, well, I guess, well, yeah, sure. But yeah, it was definitely a negative in the whole situation. That like she didn't want to be here, like she's just making a couple $100.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, hypothetical single Woody, as I'm processing this, I think would only care about how hot she is. And how sexy she is. That's a better way to say it. You can be hot and not sexual. And you can be medium, yet incredible sexual and sensual and whatever. I just want someone who's good looking and totally DTF. That would be my hypothetical prostitute.
Well, we know
And
what,
50 years old.
Yeah. And at least 12.
A little bit of stomach hair. It's not hurting anyone. I guess it's easier to say that you wouldn't do it if you're already in a relationship or something. But if you're like on a few month dry spell and you're single, that's gonna start sounding real good. Like I bet there's a lot of trolls that find their way into that district.
my
who
cousin
just-
was telling me that because he does these welding jobs, and a lot of the guys are like driving in to do them and stuff from out of state and stuff. And he says those guys are all getting prostitutes. They go on Craigslist or backpage.com, and he said they're all getting prostitutes. And I was like, are those legit? I was like, I always just assumed that they were all undercover cops or something like that. Because there was this one time, let me just tell the story. All right, so we're all out of state. We're staying in a motel. Motel's different from a hotel, in case you don't know. There's no hallways. It's not interior rooming. You know, they're just, you've got an exterior door that you enter and exit through for your room, and they're all attached to one another. So we're all hanging out in this little gazebo area just outside of the motel, and we noticed that these individuals had a room sort of near ours, and they were being really loud and playing lots of loud music and just making lots of noise. And we were all just kind of chilling out there, hanging out on the park benches. So their pizza showed up, and they weren't around to collect it. So I went, hey, over here. So their pizza comes. I pay the guy. So, you know, Domino's has now been paid. I take the pizza. We eat the fucking pizza. But on as far as these people know, you know, their pizza just never showed up. So they're angrily calling Domino's. Where's my fucking pizza? And Domino's is saying, you paid for it, bro. You got it. You know, like they're being snippy about it too, because they don't understand what the deal is. And they're like, fine, we'll send you another one. So they send another pizza out. we take that one too. They are losing their shit now. I've paid for two. We've got so much extra pizza and 2-liter Mountain Dews laying around. It's ridiculous at this point. And so I'm like, we got to step our game up. How can we really fuck with them? And somebody gets the idea of calling a prostitute off of Backpage and giving him their room number, delivering a prostitute to him. So, all right, so we do this thing. Call the number. It's pretty sketchy. Like, this woman who like had a code name, like negotiates price and everything, and says, okay, she's coming and everything.
What was the price?
Like, maybe like $150 or something like that for an hour. So maybe 20, 30 minutes goes by. There's 3 police cars outside, and there's a cop knocking on these people's fucking door, and we're all like, it was an undercover like cop sting thing where like they're waiting on somebody to hire this prostitute and give them their address or room number, and the cops show up instead of a prostitute. So I asked him, I was like, so these prostitutes that these guys get on these welding jobs, or are they actual women who show up? People aren't getting busted? He's like, no. I was like, are they good looking? He's like, yeah, some of them are real good looking. Some of them not so much. He's like, but there's definitely, you get what you pay for. So there you go. You can get prostitution really anywhere, it seems.
Although did they get in trouble?
I don't fucking know. We went to sleep. Like, we didn't want to be seen.
I always thought the gap
We're just eating
between
pizza.
the picture and I always thought the gap between the picture and who shows up could be really wide. Like, that's a 6-year-old picture. That's a flattering Photoshop picture, and the girl looks like an 8 in the picture, and she's just 5 on your doorstep.
Or if the angle is always like they're like craning their neck up, it's like straight down to remove the chins, like yeah, that's risky business getting into that. That's what Tinder is basically. I have so many friends who use Tinder. Like Kyle, you've been in a relationship the whole time it's been out, I think.
Yeah, I've never utilized.
Woody's been married for many years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I've used Tinder. Yeah,
there we go.
When I'm bored, or like when I was bored, I just had it on my phone. I was just taking a shit, and I'm like, swipe right, and then it would just go match, and then it would just stop getting matches. Did you guys know what Tinder is?
A little bit, yeah.
You know, it works.
Yeah, I've never used it.
So it's a dating app, and you just connect it to Facebook, take some pictures of it, puts like a little description of you, and then you can search the radius and the age you want.
Does it tell
starting
you,
at 18, by the way?
How does it match you though? Like, is it just like?
They probably have an algorithm which like checks the things you like on Facebook, and then the age, and then how close you are, and the amount of friends you share on
and
Facebook.
It's by what you're looking for as well, right? So you can put like relationship, or you can put
but
casual sex.
And then people can they'll see like, okay, so he's only looking for casual sex, or he's only looking for a relationship, and then they can choose like, I want to swipe right, which is I like you, and swipe left, which means like, fuck you, you're ugly, get out of here, right? So what you just do is you swipe right when you think someone's hot, swipe left if you think someone's ugly, and if you swipe right and the girl swipes right, then a little chat pops up, or you get a notification on your phone, and you can go and start chatting. So you send them a message, and then wait for them to reply, and then you talk a bit. But
now, do you know if they've already swiped right? Like,
yes. If the chat pops open, then you know they've swiped right. It'll pop up with a message saying you have a match, which means everybody you both liked each other.
But I want to know if she swiped right before you do, because I feel like there's a different commitment.
Oh,
like
yeah.
If
you can see that
if
too.
I just swipe,
Neither of you know until both of you have done it.
Yes, exactly. But the second person to swipe right will get a notification straight away. So let's say I see Woody, right? Really hot, beautiful girl. I press like, I like you, and then Woody he's taking a shit, he grabs his phone, he's like, what should I do today? Opens up Tinder, and it sees me, and he's like, beautiful little girl. Swipes right, and then for Woody,
why do you have to be a little girl
away.
In this scenario?
We know you're like an
old lady, whatever. But
old lady,
then you'll get like a notification straight away, and I'll get one on my phone because I'm like making videos.
As long as they're in diapers, he's happy. He doesn't care.
But when you're swiping, you never
Girls
have any
Gerber
idea if you're, because I feel like there's a different level of commitment. If I'm swiping and you haven't swiped yet, then I might be more inclined. If I'm swiping and I'm like, if I hit this, it's going to be a real thing, then I might think it through at another level.
Well, you can just do unmatch. Like,
oh, okay.
okay, I swiped right, 5 girls, and you're like drunk, and then you get back to your phone, and you're like, these girls are all like not my thing, right? Like they're into chess, I'm like into like whatever.
Checkers.
So I've never used it, but
Yeah.
I never used it, but like the common thing I think would be for guys to just swipe right on every single picture that's out there.
That's what I did.
And so the user experience for guys is that it's a waiting game. The user experience for girls, I would imagine, is sort of picking and choosing and kind of knowing going in that he probably already swiped right on me. If I,
So it's like real life.
I know, right?
Pretty
Just more
much.
efficient.
I did have to uninstall the
sure
app though. I had like a few hundred matches, never met up with any of the girls because I was like, you know, it's no.
Is it like a way different dynamic where
Yeah,
you're from
like-
where prostitution is legal to where if they try and play coy with it, you can be like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna walk 3 minutes that
I know.
way and solve this problem.
Pretty much, but I also noticed that like the girls that are on a dating app like that, they tend to not be able to get guys in real life, so they might be socially awkward, or at least all the girls I had talking to me, and they just like I gave them my number and they just started texting me, and I was like, I gotta work here, so I'm like, well, you're kind of talking a bit too much, could you tone it down a bit?
that's what you said.
Multiple times. Or
Now, did you say this or did you text this? You said, "Hey,
I
Tone it
texted
down.
it.
talking too much.
I'm,
Tone it down."
No, they just send text after text after text, and I just reply with, okay, yep, yes, sure.
Uh-huh. Shut your
I'm
cock
like-
holster.
Like, I was about to say, like, do you get the, what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not interested at all. But I think, I never met up with any of the girls, and then I uninstalled it a few times and then reinstalled it whenever I was like, oh, kind of in the mood, to meet some new girls. And then at one point, I think I got like 5 matches back to back of people saying, OMG, are you Kwebbelkop? OMG, I know you have YouTube. And then that was the point I was like, I should probably stop using this app because
That's when the app starts working for you.
it kind of does, but I just started feeling bad. I'm like, well, they're like fans on here. I don't really want to abuse it too much.
It's a weird thing,
Oh,
the
you
fan
wouldn't want to do
dynamic.
that.
No, I was about to say.
Yeah.
It's like,
Kyle is the
so you're a
master of
fan.
abusing
How
that.
about we go and make some videos together? But I never met up with anybody. I met on Tinder. Only like this one girl. I'd already knew her, and then like she was already a friend, and we both matched on Tinder. And I was like, mate, I already got your number. Let's just hang out. But that was pretty much it.
When
I have a
people
friend
find
who
out
used
you're
it as like a slump buster thing, where he'd had a couple months of dry spell, and he went on Tinder, and of course did the swipe right for everyone, and he came hanging out with them. Match exactly. Everybody, didn't matter who, and he was like, "Ooh, finally, broke that dry spell, man." And I'm like, "Oh, awesome! How? Where'd you meet her?" He's like, "Oh, Tinder." I'm like, "Oh, what's she like?" Like, tell me about it. And he's like, "Well, I mean, first things first, she was 54." And I was like, "Oh my god!"
Wow.
Like, so
That's
so
too
she
old
was
for
older
me.
than we are now when we were born. Like, yeah, but whatever. It's like, I mean, high school, class of 81, or like,
How old are
Oh,
you, Taylor?
wow.
Are you 24?
I'll be 25 in a couple months.
Yeah. So Kyle and Murka added together are not as old as this woman.
No,
No.
that's a lot of experience.
Even in a devil's threesome, we'd be outmatched.
Yeah.
Quibble, when you meet people, do they instantly try to take advantage when they know who you are? Like, oh, here's ways I could use you.
Really, really depends. Like, it depends what person they are, what they do themselves. Like, if there's a guy with 5 million subs who's like twice as many subs as I have, he's not gonna be like, oh, I could use Kwebbelkop in my videos. But you see it every now and then when a guy with, I don't know, he wants to achieve something, and you can see that you can give it to him. So he tries to be really nice. He's like, man, if you ever need help, like, I'm here for you. And then starts texting me.
It happens
You
to
got
me
those guys.
in real life. Like my realtor or something will be like, yeah, we could do this together. Construction guy is like, I've been thinking about making YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Think people would like to watch me build fireplaces or whatever. There was the realtor of the people I bought this from was a singer. He was in Menudo, which you guys are probably all too young for. And You know, he was like, I think I'm gonna go on like American Idol. You could like get everyone to vote for me. And it's like, fuck, man.
My mom does that.
I've known you for 30
She's like,
seconds.
Your mom tries to get you to make
yeah,
vote for her?
sometimes no, not vote for her, but sometimes she comes up with stuff like, "Hey, I have this great T-shirt idea. I'd love to sell this T-shirt." And I'm like, "What is it?" And then she goes, tells me this stupid idea of like a T-shirt, and she goes like, "Yeah, you should totally promote it up on your YouTube channel." I'm like, "Mom, like I'm not gonna do that. You can just go and start a YouTube channel yourself and do it
Yeah,
yourself."
you have your own merch. She's
Yeah.
competing with you.
Yeah, and she even does my merch. Like she goes and ships it and takes all the orders.
Oh, you can't stick her. Oh, you gotta stick
her
her shirt
shitty
in there
design
too,
on there.
right? Yeah, you should call it Mom's Design.
Yeah,
and, yeah.
Quibble Mom. That's her stage name, Quibble Mom.
So,
There you
so
go.
how do you reimburse her for doing your merch? Do you?
Right now I don't pay her at all. But,
Okay,
you know,
wait, right there. This is why Dutch people are on my shit list. Do you remember this shit list?
I remember
for
it,
being
yeah.
greedy.
Mhm.
Dutch
I-
people.
I actually, you know, we discussed this because I really want to hire her. Mainly because I want to.
Well, not that badly.
No. Like I need to like get expenses because then my tax thing will go lower, and you know I'm kind of really high in how much tax I have to pay right now. So I was like, Mom, I want to hire you. I don't want you to find any other job because she's been jobless for I think 2 years now. So I told her like I make enough money. I want to hire you for my merch business. And then she was like, well, you know, I don't do it full time right now, and it's definitely not worth the money you would pay me, the salary she would ask. So right now we're working on like a contract, and then probably in March next year I'll start hiring her and start paying her.
Tough
but now
contract
I just pay trips.
negotiations with Mom,
Right?
right? You
Oh,
know?
you should have seen like because we got the hoodies now and we put it up on the website. So when we have like a meeting for the company, it's like me and my mom. So I went to my mom's place, which is like 5 minutes down the road, and we had a very she had maybe drank a few glasses of wine, and we had to discuss the shipping costs because it was a bit too much, and we just switched to a new shipping provider. And we were just yelling at each other. She's like, do it tomorrow, Jordie. It's too late right now. I don't know. I did too many numbers. And I'm just yelling at her like, shut up. We got to do this now. It's like, well, these are the conversations I can have with my mom. But if
I want to see these videos.
If
Yeah,
it would,
I'd watch these.
if let's say I hire somebody and then we go at him like that, he just start crying and walk off. But like me and my mom, we have a very unorthodox way of discussing things. But we solved it, and we were really happy after the argument. I might have not said shut up though, but you know.
Well, you got to talk it up to the crap, you know.
Yeah,
Fuck
exactly.
you, Mom.
No. I'm very respectful towards my mom because else she hits me, obviously.
Yours
Yeah.
too.
All in there.
Yeah, with the belt. Yeah. But no, I'm definitely hiring my mom. I really want to do it because I've been really invested in my merch store lately because I want to get it into like a legit clothing brand, which is like really hard, but I think it's possible. Like I can promote it enough, and the money's there to invest it in. So my mom's gonna be my I don't know if I can say it, my second employee actually, because I have a first one, which
Is that a secret?
a little bit. It's not really a secret. Like I think next week he's moving in with me. But since the last time I was here, I think a few weeks after, I got somebody to help me with my YouTube channel, and he's been helping me since.
Uh-huh.
Another
He's a
family
good
member,
friend of
or-
mine. No, it's just a good friend of mine. I've known him for 3 years now, and he helps me editing some of my videos.
Can we watch this music video
Oh
Yes!
my God.
that Jordie sent us?
Yes.
So
It's really upsetting.
It's
So
I
it's a-
can't share it. That's
it's too not safe for work, I think, to show it up on the video, right? But it's
Yeah.
on YouTube though. Like it'll probably get content ID claimed and age restricted anyways. So
if you want to watch along with us, the video is called Peaches Rub. And it's two separate
it's a
ones.
great song. It's a song, by the way. It's
And
a
then-
music video, art.
The
This is-
YouTube channel is called Tracks Magazine. Tracks with an X. And this video is 5 minutes and 19 seconds. If you just want to make sure you're watching the right one.
Parenthetically, it says uncensored music video.
Parenthetically.
It's the beard, right? I've got Murka's vocabulary now.
Parenthetically.
Yeah.
I'm queued up at 0.
I'm ready for this. So we're not
at
playing
zero.
the music because it'll get claimed, right? We're just watching this independently.
I think we can play the music. I don't know.
We're reacting to it, so it should be
yeah.
like if you get claimed, you can always counter it, but then again, it'll be a pain in the ass.
Got to keep the music
transformative.
quiet so they
It's hard to
won't hear
claim
it.
me. I'm managed. All right, are you ready?
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Ready, set, play. All right, we've got some purple clouds.
Well, they're white clouds with a purple background.
I stand corrected. We have a chick on here. She's like a 6.
A
Waking
vagina
up by a
rock.
A
vaginal rock.
6?
That was not a 6. Come on.
No.
What's your number?
Now
4?
she's
This
playing
one?
with
4, okay.
the. There's a big rock like in the middle of the Arizona desert, kind of shaped like a vagina. She's
It is
rubbing.
shaped-
Now
Oh my
she's
God,
just
she's
squatting.
full on
girl.
naked.
And now she's
On
completely
YouTube.
naked squatting. And we've got, armpit hair too. Is this a
And now
dude?
the beat starts.
Oh, that's a
The
man.
song
There's
Oh,
so
there's
many like vaginal references. There's an almond. There's the rock. There's the naked woman.
There was that vagina hanging from her rearview mirror.
That's what I think I was calling the almond.
Oh.
You think
Uh,
I could be
guy
wrong?
pulled up in
That's-
a van by a little girl in a tutu.
With the vagina on the van,
Kidnapped
perhaps.
the little girl.
I can't
Yep.
tell.
There's a
Is
vagina
that
on
a
the van.
girl?
Now she's licking a vagina lollipop.
A vagina now.
Goodness
Okay.
gracious!
Now
This-
there's some
Big tits.
Now there's giant titties. And the
flash
titties
cut.
are being used to like mix a cauldron.
You know
Now
when
it's just
fat people
FBLTs
orgy.
is trying to appease Xerxes in 300, and it's all weird, and people are roaming around in that sex den. That's what
Yeah.
it's like. Everybody's
It's
all these
like-
fat chicks are rubbing each other. It looks
It's
really
like
sweaty and
that.
sticky in there.
This video is labia-rific.
It's like if Xerxes' sex palace was inside of a Curves.
Now some fucking garbage bag full of cottage cheese is eating out this other nasty chick, pulling a blue boa
Whoa,
out of her
what is-
vagina
A blue boa.
with her teeth.
That was in there, I think.
Well, we've got a pretty.
Oh.
I
with the-
don't. You think that's a special effect or?
This is not art.
I don't
This is
know.
art. This is beautiful.
Can't tell.
This is horrific.
Now there's just women kind of writhing around. Most of them are very fat.
There's about
Like-
900 pounds of gross touching this chick.
We're making a titty sandwich out of this woman, and she doesn't look happy about it.
This is where progressiveness leads.
Now we're in a fucking desert with a bunch of naked chicks playing like drumming and playing electric guitar, and one of them has a Barbie doll face, and she is stripped completely naked too now.
And she just
Pull
pulled
the
the
mic out of her
microphone out of.
vagina.
Yeah.
What? Sing.
Yeah. Is that a real? That's
Oh,
that
that's
bottom is fake, right? She has a bikini bottom that is made of fur, and at first I couldn't tell that.
It's called a Murka.
Now there's another naked lady dressed up
Red.
as Satan,
Red.
I guess, with a
Yeah,
golf
pretty,
club.
pretty much.
There's an. Oh,
Yeah,
There's a tattooed femme fatale.
Jesus, she's pretty much a 6.
Uh,
The right one.
now it's the girls from the Jenny Craig softball team.
This one
It's
might be a 7. I can't tell her face is covered.
That one was 7. Okay.
This one, or better,
Yeah.
maybe 8.
You'll see.
I don't know.
You really? I don't know.
What do you give her? What do you say she is?
I say she's a dude.
Is she a dude?
Is this empowering?
What do you, I say
happening?
she's 7. What about you? I was like, well, I think he's about a 6.
You'll see. You'll see. He's a dude. He's a dude.
Wait,
Oh
You'll
my
see
god,
it
there's just a
second.
butthole.
is this the one that's a dude?
No, totally not Woody. This is
Okay,
I
so
don't trust
basically-
you bastards.
For the last 3 minutes,
Now we know
they've
it
been
definitely
naked
is a woman.
chicks have been
It
rolling
definitely
around in sand. Imagine the UTI.
Oh,
Just-
that's a dude.
There we go.
That's a dude.
I told you it's a
That's-
dude. Let me tell you what just happened.
She's still a 7.
The person who Woody's 7 suddenly revealed a flaccid penis, which she like shook like this in another individual's face as she laughed.
Still a 7. Still.
Clearly a man when you look at the face.
But she had big bolt-ons. She definitely vibed girl from the waist up.
This is,
I'm
oh
just
my
saying, I immediately said it's a man.
This one's a
I
2.
don't care for this.
That's
Is that
is
that
also
doesn't look like a woman.
I don't know if that's a woman or a man. It could be an unattractive.
She
woman.
might be a
Okay,
three.
there we go. The climax, boys. Two people
Oh.
walking backwards, and
Oh,
Now they're
peeing.
and
pissing.
we get a beautiful shot of their hairy pussies peeing in the desert.
Now she's
And they
riding
did
horse bareback.
reverse pissing. So they peed on the ground, and then for
Oh,
the video
yeah,
they
yeah.
reversed it, so it shows a bunch of
That's
peas
art.
going back up in there.
That's
Because that's
art.
what makes it artistic.
Yeah.
That's what they
Quibble.
call this art.
Holy shit!
If
That was good,
like,
wasn't it? Yeah.
if like fucking Fox
I
News
want
released
that.
this would be called the most sexist thing in the history of forever. But because it's a bunch of progressive, like women's studies people who did it, everybody has to pretend that it's art. Even YouTube had to say it was art, when it's clearly just a bunch of women rolling around getting urinary tract infections in the sand next to a bunch of fat
know.
bitches rubbing their tits on a transgendered person.
It's age restricted.
It should be.
Art should be
Obviously.
great.
Yeah.
So come on, guys.
There's still a naked woman on horseback just trotting around.
The comments are like,
Alright.
"Yo, like what the fuck?"
I'm so
Feminism is getting really confusing.
yeah, this
This porn has awful music.
too many fat chicks.
White
Which
people
that's-
must be stopped.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of people calling this progressive.
What
This
does
is
that
not
mean?
even a bit cool.
Oh,
Just
I
a-
like this.
wanna-
Hashtag free Mr. Technical Difficult. Right? He lost his channel like years ago for misleading tags or something.
Yeah, I don't. So what is?
What was that?
What was that?
Yeah.
I'm baffled as to what that was supposed to represent.
I can't tell you how funny it is that what he said. He's like, "I'd say she's a 7." And then there's a, well, I'm like, maybe it was a girl. Okay, yeah, maybe from that angle. And then dick.
That was the most
I have a
artsy
type.
thing about it, is that Shyamalan twist of how the dick was still concealed, hanging behind the forward-facing thigh, and then the climax, the flop
It
out.
seemed
and
like
then
he had a-
eating the lady's
I did
face.
like a,
Yeah, while she flopped.
It seemed like there was a labia there too. I mean, you totally saw the perineum. Am I pronouncing that right? Anyone know? Like, and it looked like a
Perineum.
Is that what it is? I've
That's
only
a-
read
I know
the
it's not a
word.
premium.
I've heard before.
Yeah.
I'd never heard what you said before, though.
Perineum. I learned the word by reading, so I pronounce it horribly. But anyway, yeah, her perineum looked like a labia to me.
Let me ask you a question, Woody. Are you glad that you've got this whole relationship thing sewn up and just done? Do you think that you would excel at dating in modern times? I guess is what I'm really getting at. Like the Tinder stuff, the fact that you might struggle at
Yeah.
times to determine the sex of the other individual.
I
If we
feel
were
like
born in
my
2002, he'd be gender fluid.
I feel like my whole scene would be like, I don't know, Tinder profile shots of me next to my 401k account. Like the only way I could pick up girls. Like, I'd have to drive a Tesla or something. Otherwise,
yeah, you
I'd
should have
never
seen
get a date.
mine. Mine was even worse.
Oh,
I got flown out once to Switzerland, like 2 months ago.
mm-hmm.
And it was for a concert with Afrojack, a DJ, Dutch DJ.
Oh, sure, I know Afrojack.
And so he went with us there, but because it was a paid sponsorship by like paid promotion by Activision, they just flew me out. Like they were like, if we can use you in the video, then we'll do this for you. But they flew us out in like this private jet, in like a really big private jet, and I went in there as one of the first people. So I was like, I'm just taking pictures the whole trip there. And I took one picture of me chilling in the private jet, like on the couch, like that. And I just put it up on my Tinder.
So you
So,
went full douche right there.
I was like, fuck it, like, you know,
Yeah, there's no rules
why not?
there.
Yeah, there are no rules. We
I'm
got
with you.
guys
Yeah.
posing like that, showing their abs. I'm like, I can pose like that, but you know,
Right.
don't really
Show
attract
your-
as many girls.
You gotta
like,
show what
I
you're
can't
at.
show my intelligence in a picture,
should
right?
make
I
some
can write
sort of
some
money
formulas
suit.
down.
You should
A
make
money
some sort
suit?
of money
Yeah.
suit. Yeah. Just wear like $40,000.
Yeah,
I think
I'll
that'll-
just show them like Social Blade, you know, with like my YouTuber.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stats,
Yeah, that'll do it.
like that.
You can show your intelligence too. That's what I would do. I do like an over the back picture while I'm completing a Sudoku, and I look a little bit coy.
And a Rubik's cube in the other hand,
Yeah.
you know, you're like that.
Who knows what I'll tackle?
Blindfolded. Right?
Make a face that's child's play.
That's what it'll say under your profile, right? Like your little short description. Who knows what I'll tackle next?
Yeah, Rubik's Cube.
Sudoku or
then like a
Sudoku.
children's
Into a pile
puzzle.
of solved ones.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, in all seriousness, I think I'd crush it right now. Because I'm going by my friend Dan, PKA Dan. He crushed it, and he's a good-looking guy. But I swear, I think that just it's what he called the retread market. All the divorcees, and apparently the divorcee market was just ripe for the pickings. And if you're a nice guy with a good job and reasonable looking, then you just slay it.
Yeah, they're not looking for as much at that age. Their standards are much lower. They're just looking for someone to get them through the next 30 years.
I don't think that's what I want to say is what they're looking for is what I got. I'm
money.
I'm good to kids. I'm good to kids. I'm financially okay. Like I'm all right to look at. Like this is the package at 42. Whereas,
so how is Jackie allowing this to go on right now?
She hates it constantly. Every day I told her I wanted to make it till Friday. I was like, I just want it, dude, there's a show on Thursday night. We'll get one show with the decent beard, on display, and then that'll be that. So
yeah,
tomorrow morning
I was
it
seeing
goes.
that, and I was like, he's been growing there for like over a week.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what's going on? Is this trouble between he and Jackie? In my head, I was literally
no.
thinking that. I was like, maybe Woody's on the couch. That's why he's growing the beard.
I think you should keep it. Say no to Jackie.
Several times a day, she's telling me to get rid of it. And then she says things that hurt my feelings, like, it makes you look old. You're scraggly. Are you going for a Kris Kringle thing? And I'm like, wow. Or the worst yet is this scene. She's like, how long does that last? And I'm just like, wow. Yeah, she's.
I would keep going. That would make me mad. I'd be like,
yeah, that's like a level 3 nag, and that's
New
unacceptable.
Year's.
Well, thank you for the relationship advice, but I think I've.
Trust us.
Yeah.
I think I'm good here. I think it's been a couple shows, and this is as far as it gets. Well,
Yeah, all right then.
You know what? I think she's leaving Tuesday.
See? Let's all have a beard. Everybody not shave.
It seems like
I,
if she's leaving Tuesday, why would I shave on Friday just for her to go visit family on Tuesday?
Bullshit.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it.
And then I think she's literally gone for 2 weeks. You know how, I could be Taylor in 2.5 weeks, maybe. I don't know if that's a stretch, but 2.5 weeks from now, it'll be a thing.
I think you should keep going. Like, when are you going to have another opportunity like this? It's some sort of perfect storm of permission to grow your own facial hair.
Well, if Woody does it, then Kyle, you need to do it as well. Even if it's a little
Sure.
Juvenile.
I'll stop.
flattering.
Yeah, I just shaved or
You
trimmed.
look like you just
I used like a
He trims.
Yeah, I used
I
I used like a beard trimmer thing and put it on the lowest setting.
last show, I came to the show ready to be like, look at my beard. And I'm like, in all reality, Kyle's is longer than mine right now. I guess it was probably towards the end of when you would shave, and it looked bigger than mine.
I go through phases where sometimes I just get really lazy, and then it'll just start getting itchy, like at the corners of my mouth and stuff, and then I'll knock it off. Whenever my mustache starts getting on my lips and curling into
That's
them,
happening to me.
That's
I
I
handled
can't
that like 4 days ago. Melissa was like, she likes the beard, because once it gets past like the sticky, pokey section,
hokey,
it gets
right.
soft like it is now. It's okay, but it was just like a Django Unchained kind of beard where it just came right into my mouth when I was eating. Every time I took a drink of something, I had to be like going like that, like I was a prospector in 1849. But yeah, it's just you got to trim that. There's no way around it. It looks awful if you don't.
It feels gross. That's usually my cue to trim up.
I don't know,
Yeah.
mine looks okay to me I'm just trying to see myself.
Yeah, I think it looks good. Yeah,
But
Yeah.
it feels long. Maybe I'm just not used to it, but I feel like it's...
Yeah,
I like the gray. I feel like the gray is distinctive. You've got like the gray
agree.
here, and you've got like this well framed mustache. I like it.
Jackie disagrees vehemently. She's been
What I
advocating
would
for
really
its
like to see
eradication.
is-
Holy fuck, I'm Murka now. It gives you a bigger everyday vocabulary. But yeah, no, Jackie wants it gone. She hates the gray in particular. I think if it wasn't gray, she'd have a different opinion.
Color it.
You know what I think the reason she wants this gone is because she sees you and she sees, fuck, he's starting to get that George Clooney looking swag with that little bit of gray speckling. He's leaving my league quickly. And so she's got to cut you back down. She's got to nip that in the bud and keep you the stay-at-home guy. You know, she can't have you going out with all that Minecraft money, you know, throwing hundreds through the club. Like, so she doesn't want you to have that. Because it does look good. Looks very good. It makes you look more distinguished.
I wonder if she'd be willing to come on the show and debate this. I could.
Not so much a debate as, you know, I'll go, I like this, and she'll go, well, I'm the lady that he's fucking, so he's gonna listen.
Not Tuesday through whatever the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Then get some Tinder.
No, that wasn't where I was headed with that. Just long beard.
Yeah.
I don't guess she would support any. No, that wouldn't go over. No, I was thinking it might be a fun experiment for if you got on Tinder and saw what came of it. But that just seems like a recipe for disaster.
There's some victims in there too. You know.
There's no
victims. You don't have to communicate with them necessarily.
Oh, well, they would get their hopes up so high.
The tribulations of a girl on Tinder.
Like that.
Yeah, that's.
And you could make up a new persona for yourself. That would be fun too. Like you'd be Daddy Warbucks or Jimmy the Sleeves, McCallum.
No, just make it slightly different, like so it doesn't actually like Gary's gamer tag. So
I have a thing.
Similar.
Worst ever.
I know, it's awful.
That is terrible Tinder name. But so my wife's doing a party on the 12th. And the whole house is going to be clean at the same time and everything. So I think we're going to do the house tour that morning or something.
And you got your mic boom going. That thing looks sexy. It looks very professional. It looks like something Rush Limbaugh would have in there.
It's actually really nice. I don't know if I can get this more in frame, but
does it have like 3 parts?
Yes.
2 joints or like
Yes.
2 joints in arms?
3
it's
joints.
anti-gravity. It's hovering right now.
It's what Joe Rogan has.
It has 3 joints. There's a joint at the bottom. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
A joint in the back, and then a joint above the mic.
So it's like, does it have like 2 arms or 2 parts, 2 of these things?
No.
Like, I can show you.
I can.
Is it like this?
No, that's the
Or does it have like one more?
I don't mean to knock you. That's the one I
This one's
upgraded
shit.
from.
Yeah,
it's
I was
not
about to
bad.
say.
That's the Rode one. That's the
No!
one Kyle has.
I
feel
gotta
like
top it.
a lot of people have it, and it's nice. The one I have, they told me they sent me $1,500 worth of equipment. There's 2 booms. You can't see the other one, but it's here.
Mm-hmm.
And but then
Get that back in the shot. That looks fancy.
this is the mic I use a
Look
lot.
at that stabilizer thingy.
You Woody, I
That's
don't
neat.
offend you or anything, but you do have to upgrade that second mic, because like,
Really, I like
So
this one.
2014.
This is the same mic that
no.
Rush Limbaugh uses.
I
I'm
made
joking,
that up.
I'm joking.
I have no idea. Woody takes it seriously. Really? Rush Limbaugh's off on his? Like,
No, it's I know my mics,
it looks
baby.
good. It's good.
I
But
think
yeah,
this is the one Robin Quivers uses.
it is.
This one's the one
is.
Kwebbelkop uses.
And
Don't know if you guys know
Michael
that.
Jackson. Kyle and I are using the same mic. Michael Jackson uses this for all his Motown records.
Yeah, can't you tell?
So anyway, I priced it out, and I think it was like 8 something per boom and everything, because I got the largest one, and I also got 2 mounts because I wasn't sure how I was going to mount it. But so this little connector here, we had to solder them, and we didn't know how. We did it wrong the first time and stuff, and there was a big delay on it on our part. Like, we had to buy parts, didn't know what we were doing. And the guy's like, once you get this going, you'll find it's the Cadillac of booms. And it was like, all right, we'll see. Dude, it totally is. It totally is. This is the boom mic you want. I got it because I saw it on Joe Rogan's podcast, and it looked good to me. And the one that you have, I have these like 27-inch monitors, and once I upgraded to a bigger monitor, it didn't reach over it in the same way. Like, it did, but it like had to go up, so it was like one of these deals and stuff. This one is a long arm, and it easily reaches over a big monitor. And
So you have it over your monitors?
Mm-hmm.
because I have a 28-inch, so it doesn't go over my monitor, so I just have it like here,
It
like on,
would.
on
Well,
my desk.
I have a
over.
42-inch, so I'm having to establish mine in a whole nother way. It's way over there, coming from the left.
I
Mine
actually,
sits
But a,
right in front
yeah.
of my monitors, and my laptop is sitting on a turned upside down blanket basket that I
Oh,
picked
that's
up from the
good.
corner of my living room. Yeah.
Yes, blanket
Yep.
basket.
Real good setup here.
I actually have a
high tech.
34-inch monitor, if I'm honest, but it's the same height as a 28-inch monitor. I'll show it.
Child's play.
I'll show it. That's what it looks like. And can you guys see that? No, just barely.
Yeah,
So,
now we can.
so that's what
Is it
my.
like a
that.
ultra wide?
Yeah, it's an ultra wide.
that's
But
nice.
I called it a 27 because it's the same height as a 27, but it's actually 34. And so you can see the boom mics reaching over.
Yeah.
And I had to get those set up because they're like I told them I'd feature it in the house tour video, and lots of people would see it and stuff. So anyway, this is in place. That's why Kyle brought it up, because he knew it was delaying the house tour video. And the house will be clean. We're having some party that day, and everything should be cool. So I know there's a couple people looking forward to seeing it. There's rooms you guys haven't seen yet, like the Game of Thrones
Ooh.
room and such.
There's got to be a lot of rooms in that compound we haven't seen yet.
Some of them are big. Like that's one of the things. A lot of the rooms are big. I don't think we're going to show the master closet. One, it's one of the rooms she's not cleaning. But like when I got to when we were there, I was like, this closet is big enough that I could ride a bicycle in circles. Like that was my unit
that's
of
really
measurement.
big.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So not easily, but I could totally ride a bicycle in circles inside my master closet.
Unicycle for sure.
Yeah, like for sure. Like a BMX bike. Like I could do circles in my closet. I'm sure of it. But I don't think we're going to show the master closet because it's messy in there. There are rooms we don't use, like rooms we just walk through.
And that's where they keep Jonathan, the other child who isn't spoken of.
We have a changing room. I never had a changing room before. You guys will see the whole thing in the video.
A changing room, isn't
Yeah,
that
I was about
it's
to
your
say, like-
fucking house? Why do you need a changing room?
It's the
Your
it's
bedroom,
it's
right?
between the bedroom and the closet, and there's like a big mirror there, and we put a couch in there, and yeah, I don't know.
Casting couch.
Changing room.
Yeah, right. It's
All
ridiculous.
the things you make up when you have money, you know. I need a changing room. How big do you want your closet? Can I ride a bike in it? I guess and maybe that's like something that like Paris Hilton or Nicole Richie would ask for because they're so spoiled they don't know the difference. How big a closet do you need, Nicole? I don't know. Like I just want to be able to like ride a bike in it. Or like if I can't ride a bike, I don't have not enough space. Like, it's ludicrous that you can ride a bike in your closet. I want that included now in the video because I need to know how big this closet is.
Yeah, totally. Make that happen.
I need to ride the bike in circles. It's
That
not
should be the
clean.
standard of measurement for every room. Anytime, every time, just circles with a bike.
Take a BMX bike around.
Yeah.
I should be on tour. Like Jackie will hold the camera like a steady cam chasing me, and I'll be riding a bike.
That's exactly
Follow
right.
me.
Be your new tagline. Woody's Realty. Every room. You could ride a bike in it.
but I think some people are looking toward that. And, anyway, the house tour video will be shot.
I
soon.
am.
Oh,
Definitely.
I am too.
Yeah.
I got to see that closet. Do you have a closet big enough to ride a bike in, Jordie?
Currently I don't know, but I actually also I recently bought my first house.
Did you?
which is,
Tell
which
me
is
about
a
it.
Pretty big thing.
It's awesome, man.
So I I wanted to stay in Amsterdam. Amsterdam's like my favorite city for now, and it's about 10 minutes away from my house right now. It's in the almost city center. It's as close as you can get to the city center, but not be in the city center. And it's in an apartment building. It'll be done by the end of 2016, so it's a year away.
It's like a condo apartment type deal.
It's an apartment. It's not the penthouse. The penthouse wasn't available. But it's as big as the biggest. It's the biggest apartment in the whole building. And it's
how big
on
is
the,
it? I don't know how big a big apartment.
Let me here now. It's an Amsterdamian big apartment. It's 140 square meters. I don't know. Do you have to translate it to feet?
Totally, I have no idea what that
Square
is.
meters to feet.
How many bikes did you ride around in there?
It's 1,500 square foot,
Okay.
which is extremely big for an apartment in Amsterdam. And I do have I don't have a changing room, but I do have it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 ensuite, So one like master bedroom with a bathroom next to it. With we're now working on like getting the bathrooms designed and stuff. But the idea is to have like 2 showers. So let's say we're talking about that I bought an apartment, and now I'm explaining what the bathroom's gonna look like. So it's like the master bedroom has a bathroom, and you go into the bathroom, and then it has 2 showers. So you and your partner can take a shower together, but still be under your own shower head. I think it's you can put a bike in there, but you can't ride the bike. So.
A stationary bike.
Yeah, pretty much. Want to have a shower and sit on a bike? You can do it in the place. But
I put a rowing machine in mine. It makes it more extreme.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The 2 shower heads is always the biggest limiting factor to showering with another person, because it goes from being any kind of sensualness is lost to I'm getting fucking cold. If you don't get out of the hot water, I'm gonna kill you. Like, and it's just about vying for that place.
So my next shower, I'm gonna do what I've wanted for a long time. Like I like the shower I've got now. It's really big, which was the whole thing. It was about getting wings in there. But when I've had this experience maybe 4 times, like staying at either a nice hotel or at a spa once. I want multiple heads. 2 isn't enough. Like I want a dozen. I want a dozen shower heads. Yes, and not just like, don't imagine a bunch of the ones that just, like a standard shower. Like there's jets coming from the side going horizontal. There's jets going up at you. They're everywhere. And
to clean the undercarriage. I like that.
Exactly, just like the car wash. You want that spinning one that gets your wheels and stuff. Yeah. So I'm going to have that because I don't think it's that expensive. Like, what's it cost to plumb it up a little more and put more shower heads in, right?
My big question was like, so we I don't know, mull around the idea of redoing our bathroom sometimes. Ours is really big, but I don't think it's like the best it can be. But I think if I would, because I like that idea too. That's actually what I want. I want like a
You get digital, and they do like steam as well.
From the top, they have a shower head that's like a shower, like a rain, like a heavy rain, and really I think that's kind of cool. Big. Yeah, they're like this big, and but if you have that going, and you've got like a car wash, like a hot tub from the side, like a hot tub shower thing with all the jets going at you. I don't think my plumbing would do that. I mean, I think it's delivered from like a 3/4 inch copper pipe.
Sometimes less is more with that. At my house growing up, at one of the houses we had that in my bathroom, and people would see it like after they got out of the pool or something, like, "Oh, can I use your shower? That's so fucking dope!" Because it was the big shower head, and then on like 3 walls, and then the glass door that opened on 3 walls, there were like 5 on each of them. And people's first mistake every time was they turn them all up all the way before they turn the shower on, and then it's just uncomfortable. You feel like it's some kind of torture.
Pressure wash.
It's like a pressure wash, and you're trying to rinse off. You try and breathe, and you get something in your mouth. But if you set it all for like
gum.
Dick Cheney puts Iraqis in there.
You should.
I imagine him like the penguin always.
Because it's so relaxing.
Really.
Just a big mist, like a rainforest of warm water.
We have a I don't even know. I don't know the difference between a hot tub, a jacuzzi, a spa, and a whirlpool. Like, but whatever, we've got something in that class in our bathroom.
How many people fit in it? Children.
I don't even know. I think 2 adults would fit in it properly.
Could you ride a bike in it?
A stationary bike.
Okay.
That's pretty big. I was about to say I'm getting one on my balcony. So I'll be on the 7th floor, and then it'll be where the sun is setting, like in the east side of the building, because I have a balcony going from east to like the west. I mean, sorry, west to south. And I'll have like they kept calling it whirlpool, but I was like, I want a jacuzzi. Like, what's the difference at the same thing? And I think it's going to be 2 by 3 meters. So
2 by 3 meters.
That's a big
9 feet by 6 feet.
How many people?
That sounds bigger than
2 by 2.5. So it'll be pretty big. It'll be I think I'm going with 4 people, but then they'll have like a lot of room in it. But it's on the balcony. So if you get into the hot tub and you're too drunk, it's like as high as the railing. So there's a chance you can fall off. So we have to build like an extra glass thing in there.
Sign a waiver. Fuck them.
No.
You could
It's,
Are you gonna
splash
get
over
the,
the
the kind that
side.
has a TV? One of my buddies who was just like his parents were
Oh,
obscenely rich.
it'll be
like,
next to the living room, by the way, so
Oh.
I can just turn around and then there will be my
Yeah.
like TV in the living room.
Have you ever
He
seen
has-
those where you hit a button and the TV comes out of the side of the hot tub?
That would be really
Yeah,
cool.
but it's always
So-
a little TV.
No,
And
this one was like a 42-inch TV.
Oh, that's sick.
Plus, it'll be outdated in a few years. Like
We-
your hot tub can go for 10 years, maybe. I don't know. Your TV can go for like 4 years. And
yeah,
then
but
you'll
who's
have to
gonna
buy a
give
new
you
one.
shit as you're sitting in your hot tub and you bring the big flat screen up and they're gonna be like, is that even 4K?
What's that?
Is that 42-inch TV that you brought out of your hot tub on your balcony overlooking Amsterdam? Even
Are you watching
4K?
DVDs over there?
Well, I don't have Blu-ray. You know?
Oh, that's
And that
funny.
sounds like an awesome setup, Jordy.
Yes, that sounds
Sweet.
really pimp. That sounds
Kitty's
cool.
got that 5-person. I don't know the difference in the ones either. I think some of those things you listed are maybe brands of hot tub. I've always called them a hot tub. But hers sits 5 people and it's sort of a square, like a cube. Yeah. And so like there's the middle area that's deeper and everything. And of course it does that psychedelic flashing light thing that will give you some sort of seizure while you're in the 104-degree water if you want. But I've been wanting. It's not working right now. We need to get it fixed. It's the digital display has an issue where I can't turn the heat up right now. It's on. It's working, but I can't go above like 70 degrees, which is not a hot tub.
Useless.
Yeah, nobody wants that tepid
Tepid
water. Yeah, out there. So instead
We're all
we've got
growing
like
beards.
500 gallons of tepid water out back right now. But what I was trying to think of a way to get a television out there because inevitably what I'd do is sit in that thing for like 5 hours with my phone and my phone battery would die and then I'd bring out a charging block to keep it charged and that's bullshit. And Kitty always takes her iPad, but like I want a TV. I think I'm going to put a projector out there, like not an expensive one or anything, but like a $400 or $500 projector system in the backyard would be great.
When you buy a projector system. Oh, by the way, about the bathtub, mine is. I think you guys are both a class above what I have. Mine's like a bathtub on steroids with jets.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. Me and Scott, my cousin, had to get the last hotel room once in a hotel had a heart-shaped jacuzzi tub, like what you're talking about. Obviously, yours isn't probably. I don't know.
It's not
Maybe yours
heart-shaped,
is
no,
heart-shaped.
it's old.
But I just remember like the lady was like, we got like the honeymoon suite up there. It's got a hot tub shaped like a heart, and she's like going through these amenities. When me and my cousin are standing there, I'm like, great. I was like, do you have bubble bath or anything like that? She's like, no, do not put bubble bath in the jacuzzi. We've had that before. It ruins the filter. You will be charged. And I was like, well, no bubbles tonight. And just walked away. And he was scarlet red, so embarrassed.
That's great. What were we talking about? I interrupted that talk. It's like the bathtub thing, and then
You were describing yours, saying it was a class behind.
yeah. But I just wanted to like clear that up, and we were onto some other topic. I've forgotten.
We're talking
Woody
about
went
houses.
to the eye doctor today.
I did.
Oh yeah. Oh, we still have to talk.
Yeah,
about
we were gonna do glass talk. So I actually went to the eye doctor. I don't know the difference. I think you go to the
The
ophthalmologist.
optometrist helps you.
The ophthalmologist helped me get a prescription, and the optometrist makes the glasses. I think.
And the ornithologist studies birds and can give you nice tips about birds.
True.
So today I went to the person who makes glasses, and mine apparently are hard to make. My eyes are all kinds of fucked up. They always have been. It's why I was a swimmer.
Bifocals? Like, what's going on?
So
Trifocal.
I have double vision and always have. And with some straining, I can pull the images together, and that's what I have to do when I read and stuff. But most of my life, I just kind of pay more attention to one of the images than the other, and it's cool. But if it's a moving object, it's a little tougher. Perhaps why I suck at baseball as hard as I do. So they're having prisms built into my glasses to like realign the vision, and that way, instead of working so hard to make everything better, it's just a little less work and stress to deal with. On top of that, I have like prescriptions to deal with. So I have like they're bifocals, right? But they're going to be like the progressive kind that there's no line. So I have bifocals with prisms that are like different for distance and far, and prescriptions that are different for distance and far, and magnification. Like it's everything you can bundle into a glasses I've got messed up with me.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to whenever you get them, because I'm pretty sure it's going to look like that visor that Jordie wore in Star Trek. So you'll be able to see the full light spectrum now and infrared. So that'll be great. That'll be wonderful.
So I haven't worn glasses in like 6 years. Like I've only done contacts, and like I've worn contacts since I think I was 8, glasses since I was like 6, and my eyes are just I was in the legally blind. Like I had taken a step into that the last time I went to the eye doctor like a year and a half ago. Shit. And when I went today, I hadn't assumed that it had gotten much worse, but I went in and the doctor was like blown away by how bad my left eye was. Like he did the right eye and he was like, all right, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. What are you in this? -6.5. Jesus. Ooh, wow. That's not good, huh? And I'm like, no, it's not. And like did the left eye, and we spent half an hour, the longest eye visit I've ever done. And I was like stumping him, where he'd be like, how's that? Can you see anything there? Read the big letter. I got nothing, doc. I got nothing. And then he flipped the next one. All right, that should be a little better. I'm like, I can't tell you. I don't know. He went through so many things. He took the machine off my face. You know that thing?
Yeah.
And then he started he's like, let me just look at this. Like,
Let me look at your eye.
what is going on in there? And I'm like, I don't know, but I don't like this. A little unsettling. And then he made me take this like perforated piece of plastic, and he's like, just hold that up in front of your eyes and try and read it. And so I'm like holding 2 things in front of my eyes, still not able to read anything. And the dude's like, okay, well, you know, your left eye is really horrible. You're going to want to make sure that you remember to take your contacts out every night, because in the case that your right eye is jeopardized or gets an infection, it's very likely that you could lose some sight in that eye, and then you would be frankly out of luck. And I'm like, well, well, shit. So like apparently my right eye is doing all the work. Piece of shit isn't doing anything. And he said I have like a corneal curvature, that like my eye is messed up. The dude asked me, which I never even thought of this. He's like, so were you a C-section or natural birth, or like I came out of the vag, just like a normal little boy. And he's like, that makes sense. Sometimes you firstborn, I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, see, yeah, especially with firstborns, we see there can be a lot of pressure applied to the head when it's leaving the vaginal canal, and sometimes that can push to the point of this coming in. I can see this sometimes. You see the line right there? No, I can't. No, I can't see anything. So he had to give me like my left contact has to be specially made now. Like it's a little thicker, so I have to have 2 different prescriptions. And then when I went out to get my glasses made, the lady was like, all right, that's going to be $128 with what we got. We got to ship this left lens out special, and then we'll get that back. And for only $10 extra, we can give you a glossing on the underside of the glass here. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Why would I do that? And she's like, well, you know, for people who have exceptionally thick glasses and lenses, sometimes this makes it look a little thinner to people who see it. And I was like, fine, just do the $10 thinning effect. And so
dude, that's
I'm just gonna
nothing.
have big Coke bottle glasses now.
How much were your glasses?
You're like Bubbles.
How much did they cost?
Oh, that's great.
$140 or something?
Just Ricky.
How much did yours cost?
$138.
$138?
Like
plus 10?
138, between like 130 and 150 ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bifocals with prisms built into them, 4 different things, $900.
Well,
I was surprised.
Because you've got like the Ben Franklin special over there, where there's like 5 different things for you to look through.
Yeah, it was all kinds of like the lenses themselves were $600, and I couldn't go to any optometrist. Like I had to go to a particularly experienced and skillful optometrist.
Oh, and the new contact they gave me, like I put in my right one, which is normal. They gave me the left one, and as I was picking it out, I'm like, this one's a little like thicker. Like this is a thick contact. And like, yeah, that is thick. That's the Toric brand or whatever. And I put it in, and I've worn contacts for most of my life, so I know what they feel like. I pop it in real quick, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, like, what's going on here? And the lady's like, well, see, the thing about that is to deal with your astigmatism and your conic cornea is that every time you blink, it will slightly rotate to stay in place. And I was like, how long will this take to get used to? And she was like, you know, some people 15 minutes, some people a week. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck. I'm going to be walking around. Like, I'm used to it now. I have it in. But that feeling
How
of, like,
different is it? Is it better? Like, are you like, wow, suddenly my left eye is effective? Or
it was weird leaving there. I was like looking at brands of things at Costco, where I went and like looked around for lenses, and I was like, look at that sale over there. That's 20% off. I would have never known about that 10 minutes ago. I just would have
This
had to
sign's
go.
this fucking big.
It's gigantic. Like,
Oh,
I'm
man,
starting
that's
to get
crazy.
worried. I even talked to him. I was like, so, you know, they tell you around like 25 or so you can get LASIK, because that's when your eyes are supposed to drop off from getting significantly worse. And I was asking him, I'm like, so LASIK for me, what do you think, doc? Like, when's that going to be in the mix? Because I have people in my family who have gotten it and they love it, and I really want to get LASIK to fix my eyes. And he was like, yeah, no, you're not going to be eligible for that. Your cornea is too thin already. I would never recommend you for that. I'm like, all right, well, just fuck me then. You know, like.
My optometrist, he's looking at the glasses and this. And I was like, yeah, you know, they said that I had to come here, that, you know, I couldn't do it at Lens Crafters or whatever. And he's like, yeah. I mean, those guys are good for vanilla, but you're a little bit rocky road.
Yeah, it's. I hate the eye
Outrageous.
doctor. I've never felt so guilty going in there. He gave me a spiel where he was like, how long have you had these in? I'm like, well, 45 days. It's only rated for 30, and I lied to him about the 45. I had my other ones in for like a full 2 months, and he's like, yeah, well, I can see that. And it's like, oh, can you, Mr. Eye Specialist? You debunked my little fib right there. You figured it out.
It's like your dentist. Like, you've been flossing. Like, fuck no, I haven't been flossing. I don't floss. That's your job.
Yeah, you
Absolutely
floss, Mike.
not. I know Woody's a super flosser.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude,
fuck all that.
I floss
Please.
all
I
the time.
have toothpicks. I can't floss, but I use toothpicks.
Like, you can't floss because
I
you're,
have
like,
I have a bar, like right there.
Oh.
I got that here.
Because I used to have braces,
I want a bar.
and I used to have glasses too. Because I have a lazy eye, and you know, like people think lazy eyes are like people that have eyes like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually it's something like inside of your head basically. But I think it's the connection from my eye to my brain is not very well. How do you say that? It's not very well.
It's not effective. It's not developed.
Exactly. It's not very well developed, and that might have been like because of my birth. You know, do you see the scar like right there?
Are you a firstborn?
No,
Vaginal?
second. Yeah, and I was pulled out with like
Forceps. Yeah.
Oh.
You guys come from parents with tight
Weird like
pootangs.
that.
Go on.
pretty much. But I'm like half blind with this eye. But the interesting thing is like I can see the difference, and it's insane. Like you can't imagine how it is to be like half blind until you're like half blind in one eye and then not blind at all in the other eye. So if I like close my eye, I cannot barely read the chat from here. But with my other eye, it's perfect. So sometimes when I'm bored or whatever, I close my good eye for like half an hour, and I just go in and look at the world, and everything looks like
How
very
high are you
dark.
when you're doing this?
I can't disclose that on the podcast. Well, but I go around for like half an hour, just walking like this, or I put something on my eye, and everything's like really dark. It looks like there's a really dark filter on everything, and it's all really not sharp, and it's like a bit of tunnel vision. And then I open my other eye, and it's like I was reborn. The whole world is like shining, and
Suddenly it's
everything
bright
looks
and you can
beautiful.
see.
Yeah, and it's like it's finally daytime.
Mhm.
But
It's like honestly, that eye for you and for me, I think it's like a piece of shit on a really good sports team. That you don't realize
much.
how much
Yep.
they don't belong on the Stanley Cup winning team until you take out the good guy, and you're like, well, this guy's not doing anything on his own.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's that's when I knew I had to go to the doctor like a week and a half ago. It's like to read things that were far away. I caught myself just going like this, just closing one eye and using the good one, and it was like I can't be going into this at 24.
So I went to the eye doctor because my wife pressured me, right? Both my son and my daughter got glasses, and they're both happy with them and this and that. And she's like, you've got the worst eyes out of all of them. You should go. So I went and I got a prescription. But then recently I've been coding a bunch for Woodycraft, and it's killing me, right? Like I can't read very well. Only my right eye really works. The left eye is too blurry, and it's not nice. At the end of the day, I'll be exhausted like that half an hour that I just like chill or something, maybe watch a Netflix show. My right eye is so tired, I watch through my left. I'm like, well, this is just fucking not working for me at all. And today I ran out and got the glasses made.
Did they
I'm so
dilate you?
glad.
They did for the. I went. It took 2 eye doctor's appointments to get the whole thing figured out. When you have double vision, one of the things they want to do is like exhaust the eyes.
Yeah.
So the first trip they did the dilation and like inspection, and then the second trip I did pretty much like eye exercises for quite some time. Like look at far, look at near, look at left, look at right, cover this eye, try to do this, try to look through this prism, this and that, until you're like, I don't know, like tensioned, and then they start the real exam.
I hate that eye dilation where they put that yellow goop in your eyes and suddenly your pupils pop up like a heroin
That
addict.
sounds awful. All of this.
Like I did that like 4 years ago when I was getting new contact prescriptions, and I went in. I had driven myself there, and they put it in. It was huge, and the guy's like, "I'm still not getting enough," so he put a little more in, and I must have had like saucers for pupils because I couldn't see anything. Every little bit of light was like, ah! Like couldn't handle it. And as I'm leaving, he's like, "You had someone drive you here, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." Because I'm not about to hang out at the eye doctor for an extra 4 hours until this wears off. And so I just get in my car and like I'm hyping myself up, like, "You got it, you can do it." You look really close, you can see. Yep, it's 3:15 in the afternoon, so it's a little bright, but I got it. And so I drove around all the way back home, just eyes squinted, trying to use my eyelashes to filter some light out. It was so dangerous. I can't believe
No sunglasses?
I didn't have sunglasses,
That's
so just had to white knuckle my way home.
You needed some blue blockers. You needed those thick, crazy dark ones.
When
I'm
they
so
did
glad I don't
mine-
have to deal with any of this stuff. I've got good eyes, I guess.
They dilated my eyes, right? And then they had me wait in the waiting room for like 20 minutes while it fully took effect. So I'm in the waiting room reading my phone, this Reddit or something, like occupying my time. And like minute by minute, I'm losing my vision. You know, like I could still see this. And, you know, like my addiction for just constant information input is fighting against my vision. And yeah.
Have you ever had to have a helper? I walked out like a helper to get back to the waiting room. Like I had to walk outside of the it was at a new doctor's office when I was not in St. Louis anymore, and I only went to that place once, and I didn't remember because it was through a couple halls. And I walked in, they dilated me, took my contacts out and everything. Like, all right, just go walk to that other area. It's right across from the waiting room. And I walked out, and there was like a crossroads of 2 places I could go, and obviously I'm staring down one, couldn't see the area, staring down the other, couldn't see the area. A nurse had to like walk by like I was a senile idiot in an old folks home, be like, "Are you lost? Are you okay?" So I'm just trying to get to the station the doctor told me to go to. And then he's like, "Just put your hand on my shoulder." And I had to walk with my hand on her shoulder all the way there. Like I'm like an asshole.
I'm so glad I'm not alone, because this whole thing would have been laughing at how old I am had you not also had bad eyes. That's the direction it would have
now
taken.
we're just all concerned that 25-year-old Taylor is falling apart like this. Now it's just sad.
Yeah.
I feel like if the end times come, like if there's a zombie apocalypse, like you're a real liability because we're not going to be able to get that prescription filled. You have glasses, I suppose.
That's why I'm getting glasses.
That's right, of course. Yeah, you talked about that. Yeah.
For the zombie apocalypse?
Glasses. It just in case if shit goes down, like
that's
if
literally
I didn't
part
have
of the
glasses,
motivation.
I have 3 months of survival time, and then it's like, well, my eyes are too dry. Everybody, now just let you know, take these out, throw them away. You have to completely take care of me now. I'm an adult man child.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that would be
up to zombies.
You know,
Kyle.
I think you're right.
Smell weird.
My knee jerk reaction. My knee jerk reaction was that was a crazy idea. Like, oh yeah, end times. That's not. But now it's like, you know what? Like you do need to ensure that you have vision regardless of what goes down. That's a pretty basic need.
Yeah, it's not my stockpile of ammunition we're talking about here. I just want to make sure I can see my hands.
Yeah.
Did I wipe well or not? I just don't know anymore.
Yep. I don't know.
Do you guys want a new topic?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you still have your sense of smell.
Yeah, of course. So, missed it again.
I saw this and thought of Taylor. The chemical flavoring in an e-cigarette has been linked to lung disease. And when I first saw it, I was like, well, like, what's the science on this thing? Like, what do we really know? And it turns out that it's tied into popcorn lung. Have you guys heard of this?
Nope.
Bronchitis obliterans.
Yeah. Yeah, like Kyle said,
Bronchiolitis obliterans.
yeah, bronchiolitis obliterans, I guess. I think he did a good job. Anyway, popcorn lung is something that's happened for a long time. It's literally the people who make popcorn, but it's not the popcorn itself, it's the butter. So that butter, like, dusting stuff that they put in there is a hazard to your lungs. And a lot of people got sick, and a lot of people died before they traced it to airborne, like, microparticulates that people breathe in. And it turns out that the flavoring that goes in popcorn is either the same or very similar to the flavoring they put in an e-cigarette. And I don't know, it's diacetyl. Have you ever heard of this? Do you think it's in your e-cig? Not e-cig. They are calling them e-cigarettes, but vaping is not all e-cig, I don't think. Do you see it? It's the first word in the article I linked.
Yeah, I'm looking at this too.
Comparing it. No, it's vegetable glycerin, propylene glycol, which I think that's what they use in asthma inhalers.
It is.
Then natural flavoring and artificial flavoring and nicotine. So it's got none of those.
It could be the artificial or national or flavoring though. Like what's that? What's the flavoring chemical?
Right.
I think that's what they're talking about here.
Yeah.
They said it was in 75% of flavored e-cigarettes. Now I guess some of them aren't flavored, but I don't know. I
don't know. I'm gonna keep doing it.
Go ahead. I mean, you're an adult. You know, you can do anything you wanted. But it came to my head. I was like, because my position on this stuff from whatever 12 months ago was, I don't know how it's dangerous. I just suspect they're going to tell us that it was dangerous all along, right? Like remember the 40s when they told like GIs to smoke cigarettes and it'll calm you down. It'll be something to do like in between periods of dangerousness.
It does.
Have it lucky.
You know, I'm starting to go the other way on this whole the anti-smoking thing. I'm starting to think that was a lot of propaganda. They really got us all thinking smoking was just the worst thing ever. But how many people really do die from it? Like how dangerous is smoking compared to some other vices? I just don't know anymore. I feel like if you can smoke 20 of these things a day for 10 years without I've read you can smoke for 10 years a pack a day without any permanent effect. Like that seems like a lot of use
than like
for something that's
McDonald's or salty foods for that same amount of time in a high amount.
I feel like the things that are really bad for us are the ones that like if you had a little of it you would get sick. Like poison, what I consider poison.
Arsenic.
Like, oh, did you get some poison in your food? Don't eat that or you'll die. Don't eat that, you'll get really sick. Eat that 5 times a week and you'll get so sick. But like with the cigarettes, like, so could I smoke 100 of these in a row and not get sick? Oh yeah, totally. Huh. Well, how bad could it really be?
I think it depends on the person too. Like I think for me, cigarettes would be awful, and I base it on this. When I did woodworking, at first anyway, before I got good equipment, I breathed in too much sawdust. And some people breathe in this sawdust for like a decade and it's no big deal. Other people like me do it for 6 months, and I legit had asthma that impacted my cardio in ice hockey. Like it sucked a lot. And then when I inhaled, it'd be I can't even do it, but it was like this asthmatic,
raspy,
like constricted. Yeah, Taylor did it better than me. And it was terrible. I was one of those lucky guys that was semi immediately, 6 months in, and I had like, asthma and awful lungs and stuff.
Yeah, I wish that. So I believe everything in that article, but I wish that the amount of danger was put into perspective and compared to something that is substantive, something that I know what it means. They're saying, "Oh, that's dangerous," and I'm like, "Well, how dangerous? Like as dangerous as not wearing my seatbelt one day a week? As dangerous as what? As dangerous as using artificial sweetener in my coffee every morning?" And they probably go, "Oh no, that's much more dangerous, that artificial sweetener." And in which case I'm like, "Well, fuck it," because I'm not putting. I like the Splenda. It's I'm not getting rid of it.
And at some point, like, what's more dangerous, that artificial sweetener, or if you're pouring a bunch of actual sugar and just consuming that much sugar every day? Like all the studies they've done on aspartame have come back that it's not harmful. Like, yeah. I looked into it pretty in depth a couple times.
MSG too. I thought MSG was bad for you. I went as soon as I read about it. I went and got myself a big fucking can of it. It's delicious. I put it in everything.
Yeah.
All my food is full of MSG now. It's wonderful. I started reading about how it's
progressives out.
I started reading the chemistry behind why it makes it taste so good to our brain. Something about the it's a different kind of salt on a chemical level, and I was like, wow, there's some science backing up why this shit tastes good.
I read about MSG, and I was like, what the freak is MSG? I could take a shot at what it stands for, but like, what is
monosodium glutamate or something like that?
Yeah, and I was like, apparently it does something I don't understand called flavor blending. Like it takes disparate, am I using that right? Disparate flavors and makes them just work better together.
Yeah,
I don't know.
In a basic way, it just
Perfect
makes
for
stuff
Chinese
taste
food.
good. So like when I'm making hamburgers, I'm like, yeah, a little bit of this on there. Making French fries, yeah, let's put some of that in there. Everything gets MSG now. It's delicious.
Everything in Kyle's kitchen full of gluten and MSG.
Oh yeah,
It's very Georgia home.
I love the gluten T-shirt you put there.
Oh yeah.
I think it's my favorite one in the store so far.
Yeah, I like the gluten shirt as well. I'm
Did,
liking the tranny expert one for Kyle. It's perfect. And he just demonstrated that he is the expert by what he's like, oh, what do you think of that? And Kyle's like, oh, that's man. Yeah. That's Jodie Q. I think I recognize her from a few films, but
it's like those boobs were so big and like fake looking that you could tell that she didn't start with much fat there. So either it was an incredibly flat-chested woman to begin with, or it was a dude. And plus, she had a man face.
The jawline did it.
Jaw.
And the dick also. She had a dick. I don't know if you guys saw that.
That was the final.
That's when I knew. That's when I knew.
It wasn't even like a little dick either. She like she had a pretty big dick, so it was just.
And we were still like, yeah, that's an 8, you know.
Yeah.
That's big to you?
Like,
well,
I know, yeah.
now that I know she has a dick.
I mean, yeah, right. I thought she was a 7, and then I saw her.
That's gonna take a point off.
Then I saw that she had a big dick, and maybe an 8 now.
Yeah, Kyle, you really are good at that. I'd like to make. That should be something they do on the subreddit. Is they organize like 10 slides, and it shows like the face and the upper body, and then the lower body's like click to reveal, and you see either a dick or a twat, and see how good you actually are at that. I bet you could get 7 out of 10.
I guarantee it. I think definitely so. There's some though that like have we ever went on Backpage? Here, I'll give you some examples. So
I feel like I don't know if I'd do better than Kyle getting 7 out of 10, but I think I'd like them all.
Yeah, what do you feel like? Well, what's the problem here?
Yeah.
They're all 8s.
I can't tell who's a guy and who's a girl, but they're all really pretty.
Oh, she's got a really cute Adam's apple.
did you see the new South Park, Taylor? Did you watch it yet?
Not yet. I need to do that.
Oh yeah.
Today or
Get
tomorrow.
right on. Season finale. Very good.
Really? So now
They do the Mizzou thing.
See, once the season finale comes out, you can download the whole season at once.
It's true.
It's also on Hulu.
I have it on Hulu.
I don't have Hulu.
It's all right.
I love it. I love Hulu. It's got because like all of Seinfeld is there. If you're into that sort of thing, I made sure I rewatched all of Seinfeld about a month or two ago. I've rewatched every bit of South Park. Literally every episode through season 1. I did that recently.
Have you watched Nathan for You?
Mm-mm.
I want HBO GO.
It's a great one.
I don't have HBO GO. It would be the neatest thing if someone were to like, I don't know, message me on Reddit with a login and password, because that would be awesome.
That's risky. They changed it for about 4 years. I had my friends or my ex-teammate from hockey in high school's login information for that and NBC Sports Network, and I gave it to like probably 30. I gave it to Kyle. And probably
I used
30
it for
other
years.
people. Yep, he used it for years. And all of those people, like I would reconnect with them eventually. They weren't even like good friends. It would just be like, have you guys seen Game of Thrones? What's your name? Steve? Take this. Take this login information. Use it whenever you need. It's on me. Well, it's actually on Bill, but whatever. And all of those people, when I'd reconnect, I'd be like, have you been watching that show? And they're like, yeah, man, I got a couple of my friends into it. And so by the end, I fucking guarantee that 1,200, 1,300 people had this login just through the
wow
branching out effect. And
I gave it to 2 people. But I was like, look, I thing isn't even mine. The guy who gave it to me, it's not his either. I was like, use this sparingly. Like I don't know, because only like 1 or 2 people can watch simultaneously. So I remember like Game of Thrones would come on, and I would be like clicking the refresh button on the whole season's page, so that you could get the next episode as fast as possible and get in there. And I would never be as fast as everybody else.
You could never get it at first person. That's what we did too in college. You'd all be sitting around and just, come on. Fuck, Bill. It's your account, but you have to get it first every week. And just waiting. It was awful. It got to the point eventually where they clearly couldn't watch anything either, so they just canceled their whole subscription, because every time they went on, at least like 5 other people or whatever the limit was were watching something.
If that's the one I don't want to say who gave me mine, because they weren't supposed to. It wasn't theirs. So I wonder if it's the same one. But
was it Kitty?
I would never say such a thing.
Yeah.
You think it was that one? Because it mirrors my experience. It also got shut off.
So everybody on the call, someone I haven't talked to in 7 years, HBO GO login.
Do you think Kitty had a different one?
Kitty was using Taylor's at one point, but we went through others through the years, I'm sure. If you look at that thing, I linked you to a list of transsexual prostitutes, and there aren't many of them that would fool me. And you have to skip the ones that are clearly photoshopped or whatever, because that's not fair.
What? This is a website for prostitution?
The
yes.
second one looks like a girl to me.
Let me back.
They all look like guys.
They are all guys.
Yeah.
So the second one, I'm clicking her. She has a YouTube video you can watch here that's friendly. Oh wow.
That's crazy.
She has a YouTube video?
Yeah, you can play her video here, so that way she's real, because she's like, hey, and she's like...
Where's the video? Are we looking at a different one? Her name is Exotic TS Playmate Eva?
I'm going to link you directly. I don't see any of that stuff you're saying. It says ho, 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 ho on her profile, though. Or just 3 hoes.
Yeah, this is something I should have went incognito for.
Wow, this girl's...
I was about to say.
This girl has a big booty.
It's a guy.
It is a guy. Yeah.
I think they have they have the sizes on there too. Some of them it says like 8 inches.
Like they injected, that when those people inject that synthol or whatever into their muscles, and it looks all fake and gooey.
Yeah.
That's what that person looks like. Like that. Looks like you'd slap them and they'd jiggle around for 30-40 seconds.
Oh, here, Woody, it says celebrity confidentiality agreements welcomed. So,
nice.
Yeah.
God, what a world we live in.
How you guys are so confident these are all I feel like you're saying you can tell from the whatever waist up that they're girls.
What I'm
not that
suggesting
confident.
is fine. Get a slideshow together. Get like 6 ladies that you find on Backpage and compare them with just 6 porn stars or whatever, models, exotic, random chicks from the internet, what have you.
Because some of these girls look, I don't know what do they want to be called? Transsexuals. Some of these transsexuals look like straight up girls to me.
I'm scrolling through and I haven't seen one that I felt like would fool me yet.
But is this confirmation bias? Are you knowing that they're transsexuals
the
saying
fact that we're
you can
on
see
this
it,
forum means that you're going to be on guard.
Right?
Some of them I can see where but because of the setting we're in and the fact that this was holding his dick, that clues me in. I see the penis. That's always a.
I know that I don't
Good to
always
know, yeah.
barometer.
I feel like here, check out this girl.
Yeah, please share, because I'm looking through and trying to find one that I'd be like, no way.
And do they want to be called girls?
Yes.
I only want to call them what they want. All right.
Yeah, they want the female pronoun. Yeah.
Okay. So if you check her out, if you didn't know she was transsexual, I think you wouldn't know she was transsexual.
I would know.
So first of all, it's not fair if they're Asian, because because a lot of them have those flat faces that are just indistinguishable one way or another. I can't tell with Asians that as well. Asian is cheating.
Did you hear that? For those of you already working on making that slideshow for Kyle, the Kyle Tranny Challenge. No
the Asians are the
no Asians.
Yep,
I feel like you have to slip in some Asians.
I'm not good at I couldn't tell. Like there are a lot of Asian transsexuals that I would just not be able to tell, because one thing, they're smaller in stature, right? They're more, they're thinner arms, like they have the average structure of maybe an average Asian man is not as dissimilar to the females.
I'm pretty sure I've been told that it's transgender, and that transsexual is something different, or maybe it's
transsexuals in the URL, so I feel like they wouldn't get that wrong.
Yeah, no, they do. They would be the ones to know.
I really don't care. There's a bunch of dudes here who look like hot women, and we're trying to find the one that looks the most like a hot woman. That's what's happening.
Okay, well,
I'm
trying to find a good one here, but when you turn on the videos, the illusion is shattered sometimes.
Right?
Like it's.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm using all the evidence at hand to try to find one that I really think would deceive me. All right, so the picture you just linked, okay, she has multiple images.
She does. I was trying to sort of. I feel like if you saw every image, there'd be
I'm scrolling
a
through
couple there that gave it away more than
definitely.
others. But
so she has some pictures that I'm just like, couldn't tell from that.
Mm-hmm.
But
on that page, the second one where she's wearing a white dress, to me is not her most flattering if you're going for the girl-like thing.
Actually, the tits are so enormous that's a bit of a thing. Like they're huge. Yeah, she's close. Yeah.
That one in the black bikini that I linked, the last one, it is to me the best picture.
The first picture. Oh,
Yep.
that one. Oh, the brown bikini. I'm looking at that. Like I would like.
That's not fair because
like,
it doesn't show her face.
Yeah.
Like I feel like there's a lot of people that could pass if you just showed their chest.
Pass, definitely.
So is there a section of Amsterdam you can go to and shop around for things like this?
Yep.
Like,
there's the blue light district. The blue light district. It's
there's other lights.
Yeah,
How many are there?
There are just red light and blue light, but you have in the districts you have certain areas. So you have the I call it the cheap one. I don't know if I can call it that, but it's big black ladies, and it's like one street, and you can go there. So if you're into that, you can go there. Then you have the trends.
And that's cheaper.
Sometimes it's cheaper. And then you have the transsexual part, or transgender or anything. But it used to be, or it's still a guy that's there. It's called the blue light district. So if you're into that, you can go there. And then you have the just everything mixed up, which are most of the time the very, very hot ladies. €50.
So that's like a career for them.
Oh.
Just like are there like little girls there who are like, when I grow up, I'm going to work at the red light district. And they, get all excited for it, and then they go try out and just get fucked for 20 years and retire.
The girls in the red light district are very, very hot, you say?
They're like if you go there for like a night, you just walk around to look around, you definitely see probably 5, maybe 9.5 out of 10s, sometimes even like you're like 9.9 out of 10.
When I see documentaries on TV about the red light district, they are 5s. Like regular women, like that probably when they're not being prostitutes, you're just soccer moms and stuff. And
they look a lot better than like those PBS specials when it's like whores of Atlanta, and they're just walking around and it's like missing teeth and like shaking because of severe alcoholism in a gutter.
Hey, I produced that documentary.
That's why I mentioned it.
I won't have you slander it.
No, Woody, definitely some of them are like on Pornstar
I
level.
told him, honey, I won't let him talk about you like that. That's mean.
It is.
Pornstar level can mean anything now, though.
But
like,
I mean,
Pornstar just applies to anyone who has sex on camera for money, I think. Right? Like that seems to be the
top-notch pornstar level.
Yeah, an 80s porn star was probably a really pretty person. A 2015 porn star can be anyone. It all sorts of varieties and stuff, and You know, I
I
forget
disagree.
I'm a porn star right now, boys.
You disagree, Kyle?
Yeah. I think that the talent has gotten much better. I don't think that women were. I don't think that the women who were in porn were as good looking back in the 70s and the 80s as they are today. I feel like now you've got there are some gorgeous women in porn. They're just some top 10 top tier ladies out there because there's so much money in it, and you've seen people like Jenna Jameson make a whole like empire out of it. I feel like there's much hotter women in porn today than there ever have been.
Jenna Jameson and Amber Lynn and all those old stars.
Well, I wouldn't lump Jenna Jameson into the 70s and 80s because I think she was more in the 90s.
Yeah, you're right. She's 90s and aughties. I don't know. I like.
Have you ever
aughties.
found those weird 1920s or 30s porn online where it's so old the guy's got like a curly Q mustache and a hat on? There's you can see a whites only water fountain in the background and they're just banging, and it's like it's not even arousing. It's just like you're trying to put yourself in the headspace of someone from that era who got a hold of that and then found a way to play it. First of all, and they were just like, "Oh my god, this is so fucking hot! This is so hot! Oh, look at that! Hey, everybody, Erwin, Edgar, get over here! We got to take a look at this!
Dude,
look at that guy in
the
top
headspace
hat.
I'm in when I see that is that the distribution didn't go very far,
Look at that bush.
right? So it's like, honey, come here, look, that's Susie and Larry. Like they're neighbors. Like they're from 6 doors down. We found their sex tape. Look what they do.
Can you just
should
imagine
do that.
Like the rich guy who's like jerking off to that old school porn and how awkward it is between him and his projectionist. He's like, yeah. Roll it back, God damn it. Yeah, you fucker.
Do you think this is the same thing that people do now, where it started off slow? And I'm here to give you your typhoid shot, and then they just bring them in, and they're like, skip past all this, skip this. No foreplay for me.
Let me get to where her tits are out at least. Jesus Christ, only plot.
Here's 700.
Oh, is that a Mick? I lost it.
Here's 730 pounds of film. Splice this together into a compilation for me. Put together.
Light that on fire. No one can know of this.
Yeah, that would be the dirty porn of the day. It'd be like Mick fuckers, like all ladies with Irish dudes, like big red beards and red bushes and shit.
I heard someone else say this first, but one of the things that happens as you get older is like you look at MILF porn and you're like, that just looks like regular porn to me.
That's a nice young lady.
That just. Yeah, what is she, 32, 30, 29, MILF porn? I guess technically her kid's 2, but...
I feel like 35... I feel like MILF should have a 35 or older requirement built right on in there. That's what
That's true.
I feel like it should. Because I see 25-year-old MILFs on there, and that just doesn't make sense to me. I believe that she's a mother. That I just don't think that the title applies.
Genre. Like, why does that person being a mom make it better?
I see it along the line of the amateur porn, right? Like there's something more approachable about it. Like, this person's putting on a show and this is her 1200th film. This person, is only with this boyfriend and, they just aren't shy. And I don't know. Somehow it seems more approachable.
That might be it. Yeah. Or maybe reliving some fantasy of Mrs. Johnston after soccer practice, thinking about whatever you were thinking.
I'm always reminded that my mom watches this show.
Oh, I was thinking about that. Your mom watches this earlier.
She'd be gilf porn.
Like you make comments like, it sounds like you guys came out of tight vaginas. I didn't have that problem. I'm just like, his mom heard that.
Yeah. I just cartwheeled out of that thing.
and I don't know what goes through her head when she hears that. Like maybe she's like, it is too, but like, how do you say that? Right? It's just the most awkward, awful thing ever. I'm glad I didn't talk about the tightness of my mother's vagina and then have her watch the show.
I didn't talk about mine. I talked about yours.
I felt you were alluding to.
I specifically left it out. If you went there, if you went to my mom's vagina, then that's on you.
Oh, did I pull a Wings Redemption and go down the rabbit hole?
It's all good.
Most of the show has been in the rabbit hole at some point so far. Just talking about nonsense.
I tried to take us to e-cigs. It didn't stick. We're right back to tight vaginas.
Jordie, have you played any Fallout? Are you into Fallout?
Yes. I
What-
was I got pretty mad when Woody cut off Fallout talk, or was trying to.
Right.
But I've played it. It was my first
Like
legit
2 months
Fallout.
ago, or a month ago. Okay, anyway,
Don't know when, but I was like, oh, fuck you, Woody. But I also have to say, I kind of liked the jokes last week. They were so bad that they were pretty funny. Or was it last week? I think it
I
was.
think
last
it was
week.
last week. Yeah.
Don't encourage
So what
it.
level is your Fallout character?
I think I got to 50.
Okay, yeah.
And
Legit.
I did do 2 playthroughs. One was the Institute, which I thought was my favorite by far. I don't know, like I can't spoil anything, but
So my first character is level 60 or 63, somewhere in there. I did 2 playthroughs with him. I just reloaded and went back 20 hours.
that's what I did too.
I did Brotherhood of Steel once, and I did not Railroad, but Minutemen once. Both of them are kind of lame, I thought. And now I'm doing a whole new character that I made to look like Steven Seagal. And he's just dumb as a brick, like 1 intelligence, 10 luck.
Get the luck perk, because then you can just level up
all my
all the
points
time.
are going into luck. I got like the mysterious stranger popping up. I got the VATS critical bonuses everywhere. The dumb luck thing is so great though. Like it literally has like a stereotyped retarded guy come on the screen and go like randomly, and you get like 5 times normal XP, and every now and then it hits on a big like mission win. And I've gotten 1600 XP twice out of it just from beating little little quests here and there. It's awesome. I'm really
the best one. Melissa and she puts it in our Let's Play. She did like all luck, and it seems like half of the way that we win battles, or like long fought battles, is like 10 shots in, the mysterious stranger just comes up and caps him in the back of the head, and then that is like like guy pops up, and you get quadruple XP, and that pays dividends.
yeah.
It's so good.
You're not getting as much XP normally because you have the low intelligence, but the idiot savant perk like kicks in and gives you that huge multiplier at random. And sometimes, I guess like the higher levels of it, you'll have a limited period of time where every kill is giving you a multiple of XP. But yeah, I'm putting like lots and lots of points into sneak, ninja, melee.
That's the best.
And luck. So
Are you
Right,
doing
like,
melee only now for the most part?
yeah, I
Times 10
still-
bonus, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's
if
awesome.
you sneak up. So who are you going with though? Like what?
This time I'm going to do the railroad because I didn't do any. I just killed the whole railroad the first time through.
That's what I did too.
But
Yeah.
reading about the cool bonuses you get. There's a little suppressed 10mm pistol that's badass that has VATS multipliers, and they have their own like special armor, some sort of like I think it's like
the full outfit. I think.
yeah, I want that. So I'm doing the railroad this time and really enjoying my low level like level 16 level Steven Seagal character that doesn't look very much like Steven Seagal, but it was as good as I could do.
You did your best.
Yeah.
Did you sit there for like an hour, like really working hard on it, and
Hours.
eventually you just became disillusioned? Like, you know what? It's good enough.
Well, see, you can change your character at any time in the game by going to the Diamond City Market and talking to the doctor, and you get facial reconstructive surgery, which is like 10 caps or 100 caps, and you basically go back into the face manipulator. So you can always go back and tinker a little more. Right now, Steven's got a smush nose.
You
for
weren't
some...
going for Christopher Walken with that? I could have sworn I saw you send a picture and it was him.
I was sending you an example of someone else's. That's incredibly good. I wish I could do that. If there was a way I could like load his file and have that, I would. But like, I'm doing Steven Seagal because it seemed like a dumb melee character. Like he seemed like the guy to.
That's a
use.
good pick. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just a big dumb lucky guy.
Oh, never mind.
Why don't you do what you did with Geometry Wars a few years ago and just give the account briefly to someone to design the face, then give it back?
I would love that. I wish there were a way I could. I guess I could do that, right?
If you trust him.
Your save file, you can transfer your save file.
I need a Fallout face designer. That would be great. I really just need to play on the PC because I bet then there's.
Oh, you don't do it on PC?
No, I'm on my Xbox right now. Eventually I'm gonna move over to the PC because I'm already seeing cool mods. Like I saw.
Yeah.
It changes the sound of the laser to the pew pew pew.
You also have the I forgot.
I love this mods. I want.
The unlimited settlement build space, because I was like building. I was like, what is this bar? What is this bar? Because I played it before release and there were no guides on anything. So the bar was like yellow or orange or whatever. I'm like, what does it do now? And then it goes, you can't place anything down anymore. But now there are mods that you can build whatever you want, and
wherever you want as well.
Yeah, wherever, and you can build in red too, and you have like extra items for your settlement. So you can have one of those ships, the flying ones, the birds, whatever they're called. Yes, and then you can have one just in your settlement.
That's badass.
And then you can just have a bed in there, and it's really cool.
I really enjoy it. I sit in bed and play, and my girlfriend watches me, and I kind of talk through it with her. I'm like, all right, so we're going to go in here now. So I'm going to take this Med-X and this Psycho, and I'm going to immediately crouch and go into VATS and hit and B and VATS and hit and B and and
do you have the teleportation perk already?
Yeah.
That was just great. And the chainsaw is amazing too.
The Ripper, the upgraded Ripper is the best melee weapon in the game. The speed is so fast it instantly disarms anybody you're fighting against. But I got a thing called, I think it was called the Instigating Switchblade. So it does double damage if your target's at full health, which is perfect for melee because they always are. So 10 times multiplier. It's already doing like, I think 40 damage, something like that. So it's like double and then times 10. So it's like 700 or 800 damage when it. And so like super mutant behemoths, you're just stabbing them with a switchblade. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
That was Fallout talk.
And that was Fallout talk.
Right.
That's how you end Fallout talk.
Any way you end Fallout talk is fine, so long as I don't do it. And I'm good.
I was looking at him I was like, he's not gonna do it.
I was using my time to find new topics.
I have a topic if we're stalling.
Well, there was a guy. Let me do mine. There was a kid.
Is anybody playing Call of Duty at all? Like multiplayer? Does anybody want to play after the show? Multiplayer.
After the show.
I'm going to bed after the show.
Today, and it's like 8 p.m. and the last time I ate was like 4 a.m. this morning.
Oh, so you can eat while we play. It's not like we're gonna win many. It's not like, oh my god, we're neck and neck with the opponents.
All right. Yeah, I'll play. Yeah, sure.
All right, cool.
A kid in North Carolina got sucked into a fucking wood chipper. I texted the link to you guys. I don't blame you if you didn't click it because it's a news link on your phone. But basically, I think he was like 17.
I read it.
Into a wood chipper. How does that happen?
The way it happened was like the wood chipper got jammed, and he went to kick the limb that was jammed in it, and it grabbed his foot and sucked him in feet first.
His whole body.
It was his first day on the job too.
First day. They said his friends and like coworkers were like throwing their hats and gloves in the air and running around holding their heads screaming in the sky like they were just like lost their shit. Like Johnny got sucked into the chipper, right?
Did he die?
Yes. He died on the scene. They're saying of a heart attack, but you chip the heart, it can't be.
It was probably the wood chipper.
Not sure.
I can just see cause of death.
Can I read this? It's about a 60-second read.
Yeah, hit it. I found it.
All right. A teen has died in North Carolina after he was pulled into a wood chipper on his first day on the job. Mason Cox, 19, was putting tree limbs in the wood chipper outside a job site in Kings Mountain when the business owner John Crawford and other workers heard the machine get bogged down. WRAL-TV reports Cox was attempting to kick a tree branch that got jammed in the machine when he was pulled in. Crawford hit the kill switch and put the machine in reverse, but it was already too late. Cox was pulled into the machine, sending his coworkers and boss into a tailspin of emotion. The colleagues started running around in shock, ripping off their gloves and their hats. Crawford, meanwhile, suffered a heart attack at the scene and had to be rushed to the hospital. Oh, Crawford is not the guy that Cox went in. Crawford's the boss who had a heart attack at the scene and was rushed to the hospital. Cox had just started working for Crawford's tree and stump grinding service on Saturday. The victim's grandmother told WSCO whatever that she had been haunted by thoughts of her grandson's final moments. How could this happen to such a vibrant young gentleman? OSHA is investigating the accident. Police ruled the accident as accidental and no foul play is suspected.
How terrible. That's got to be, like, you could always say, like, worst ways to die. And someone could be like, oh, maybe I just, like, cut you slowly apart for 6 months. Oh, well, maybe 7 months. Like you get weird with it like that. But this getting sucked into a wood chipper feet first has to be up there, right?
But
Like,
you'll probably pass out anyways. Like
and
if it hits your knee, you're
I think you hit shock by the time it's at your calf, and you're dead soon.
Can you imagine a longer 4 seconds than watching?
imagine sued by a wood chipper.
How much of him was left, right? Like,
There's no way it sucked the
Well,
whole body.
Based on my watching of Rumble in the Bronx, a couple of garbage bags full.
but, like, so he hit the stop thing, and the machine was bogging down. So did it bog down on like his tailbone?
No, what I was thinking is that like, if 1 foot, here's the grinder, 1 foot kicks in there, this gets stuck and gets sucked in. Like, it's not gonna. Is it gonna like pull the whole body in, or just? I would think that this leg goes in and it kind of like tears it off. You know.
Well, the way those chippers work, they're like opposing claws turning against each other. So they're just shredding you and tearing you into little bits and then extruding those bits and throwing them into the thing. Like, it's ripping you apart a little at a time. It's not like it's pulling you in like some sort of Play-Doh machine or something. Like, he's being destroyed as he's being eaten and like chipped. He's being chipped.
I thought this was going to be like a whole lawn service operation where I was going to be like, okay, maybe they shouldn't have had him on that the first day. But it's, Larry's Stump and Chipping Emporium, and the first thing they tell him should be, hey, this is the wood chipper. Don't kick into it at any point for any reason. Like,
have you ever worked on a wood chipper?
No, but I think I need to fix the images.
Like, that's pretty awful. How can you not tell someone that?
But
I've seen videos of them, and I've never worked with one before, but I would have so much respect for a wood chipper. Like I would be so like just a PTO on a tractor. We've talked about it multiple times. I would have a lot of respect for that piece of machinery and be fearful of it. And if anything, if a tree limb's jammed, then it's time to turn the wood chipper off first. Like, not gonna see if I can. I don't want to flip the switch.
Yeah.
Let's just fucking
kind of just poke at it. Yeah, my great grandpa, he was a farmer in southern Missouri his whole life, and he was messing with a thresher when he was younger, and it just the whole time I knew him, he's been dead for like 15 years, but he just had like a finger and then 2/3 of a finger and then like no fingers, just like little nubby, little nubs, yeah, just on his hand, and he would just like warn you about farming equipment. And it's like, yeah, that's all right, I'm not gonna do that, like not gonna fuck with it. But that would be awesome.
Right, it's something about industrial machines. Like some machines do tasks that the human body would have no impact on, and I think a wood chipper is one of them. Like, there's what'd you say?
Wood lathes and metal lathes in general. I have, especially a metal lathe. Like, I've worked with wood lathes, but I didn't have a very good one, I guess. I was turning table legs, but if it could get bogged down. I could feel it every now and then. Like, but a metal lathe,
sometimes it has momentum. The piece can be quite heavy.
That's true too.
But
with a metal lathe, there's no. You'll be cutting metal with this thing. It's carbide on steel, and you don't feel any resistance. You can't tell the mechanism is working any harder than what it would be if it were spinning freely. It's geared so low, and it's got, I think mine's got like a 200 and it's a massive motor on it. I don't know, we got 3-phase power. It's fucking huge. It's got so much power that I see people, they'll put their hand on the workpiece and let it spin in their hand, and all it takes is for it to grab you once with some sweat on your hand or something, and your whole body is getting sucked in there. If you're lucky, it'll deglove you. Like,
you said it could grab you. If you wear gloves, sometimes it's more apt to grab you.
Why would you even touch that? Like, you just
Oh,
get cocky and think that like you're the master of the farm.
You're spreading oil on it, or you're just
There's no
being
reason.
There's no good reason. It's not how you do it.
I mean, there's an oiler sitting right there next to the lathe. Like, there's no good reason to. Just being a jackass, being bored.
You can imagine someone stupid though. Like picture a cylinder that's spinning. There's too much oil here. There's none there. You could just make a mistake and make a bad decision. And
I suppose so. But
that's a really awful story, though.
I hate to get chipped.
His family must be really torn up about it.
Oh,
Oh,
They're in pieces.
Wow.
that'd be great if that was the quote from the grandma. Like, how are you all dealing with this? Oh, we're all torn to pieces over it. Just trying to put ourselves back together, one piece at a time.
We're just putting one foot in front of the other. Just
Oh no. If there's a heaven, we're not going.
I'd already resigned.
I blame Kwebbelkop. We're normally so nice.
I'm fine. Okay.
Probably
sure.
not a lot of
Do
farm
it.
equipment
Yep.
to get fucked. Are there a lot of farmers there, or not at all?
Oh yeah, there are, but not in the city, obviously, because I live in the city. But like, if you go for a 10-minute ride, it's just farmers there, like with cows and chickens and just basic farming stuff. So I never go there. I'm like a city boy, so I like it in the city.
Is
I
it
like to
mostly
ride my
like
bike
beef
in the city.
farming there, or is it like corn and stuff? And
Milk, cheese, corn, yeah, or whatever that is.
whatever.
Like I'm really not a farming guy, so I wouldn't know. But it's just
Green.
It's coming out of the ground, and
Coming right out of the ground.
yeah,
It's like
pretty
free
much.
money.
And we have
Yep.
tulips, and loads of flowers. We have
The
loads
Dutch
of
and their
flowers.
tulips.
All the colors. We also grow weed in the fields. No, we don't actually.
Well, there's got to be a couple of big weed fields out there somewhere.
I don't know how it works, but I think some places they're allowed to grow weed or something like that. They also have like these labs where they grow like specific plants.
I really
But
need to look into
I really
investing
wouldn't
in weed.
know.
Like there
Can you
must
grow
be
your-
some.
It's in America definitely because it's being legalized pretty much everywhere.
Well,
like every now and then it's
it-
popping up.
It's
and,
dropping. Like Canada, I think just legalized it. I know they're like
Federal level.
Yeah.
It happens next year.
okay. So that's a big market, but not giant. You know, as big as they are in land mass.
It's really big though, because like the more accessible it is, the more people that'll start using it.
It could create
If
new markets.
the-
Yeah.
and the more educated the people are about the drug, the less risky it'll become, and then it'll be more acceptable in society.
Just compared to America, their population is not as large. But in America, like it's like, oh, you know what's legal in Colorado? Colorado. There's like 5 other states I can't even name. Maybe that's a stretch.
Washington, Oregon, Colorado, California, everything but officially legalized. Who else has got it now?
It's
One of those
been
Northeast states,
decriminalized in a
Vermont.
lot of places. In Houston, it's decriminalized. I'm 95% sure.
Houston.
Yeah, Houston.
Wouldn't have
Texas.
expected that. Maybe Austin, I might have thought, but Houston.
Right?
That's wouldn't have anticipated that.
I just I don't want to invest in like some lighting company or some watering facility. Like I want a mutual fund that puts together people who will benefit from a boom of weed. People who look into it for me.
Well, maybe you should put the mutual fund together and should make your money that way.
I think you need a license for
The
that.
green
You know what?
fund.
You guys handle the business end. I'll do product testing, product field.
I'll be one of the investors too. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I
You guys
just-
do all the work, and I'll be the Steve Jobs of pot, going out there with my tucked-in shirt and sneakers and jeans.
I can't
pulling
think
nuts.
of another.
Remember how he had the story about how he throws the iPhone in the aquarium, the bubbles come out, and he's like, you can do better. Taylor's over there. What is this pussy ass shit?
This is frankly unacceptable, guys.
Back out in the field, Woody. Back out in the field.
Back out in the field.
Which would make me happy. Like it's back on the tractor.
When I'm finally okay with it, perfect. You're like, well, no, I think we could do better. Like, go back out of the tractor, just to be sure. Yeah, I would like to find a way to get into that business somehow. Like maybe throwing some capital at a startup here or wherever it's going, because there's going to be a lot of money to be made, and I can't imagine something more fun than just fucking around with pot all day and working on business to do with that. Like, it's going to be laid back. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
right?
your customers aren't going to yell at you. Like,
It's not a high
that.
stress.
yeah, Woody, you'd have to start smoking to know what was good for your customer. You
yeah,
know,
you
Or
gotta-
eating, you can eat it too.
Like you know, I was just headed there. I feel like the hypothetical pothead Woody would prefer edibles, but it's my understanding that is not a beginner's ingestion method.
I
say don't
have
do
a
that.
fun story about this. So I do not like to inhale anything, like no cigarettes. I've never smoked. I've never smoked any weed. But like
Injections?
no injections. But I hang around with a lot of friends like that do drugs, which is fine in my opinion, as long as they do it like safely. They like you can get your ecstasy test, for example, over here too. You can just go to a place, give them one pill, and they'll test it for you, or half a pill. They'll be like, "You won't die if you take this, right?" So
Who's got half a pill of ecstasy to spare when you?
it's really cheap over here. It's really cheap over here. So like, you can get a pill for like $5. So you can get it tested and stuff like that, and then we go and party, and these guys are taking their pills. I'm just drinking a beer every now and then, just taking it slow because I know the next day I have to record videos, I have to work all day, so I don't want to be too hungover. And this one day we were just partying. There was loads of food, and we were just eating all the food, and then they ended up with like brownies or like cupcakes. So I ate a cupcake. It was like nice and stuff. And then a guy came up to me and he's like, "So, did you enjoy the cupcakes?" I'm like, "Yeah, they were really good. Like, what was inside of it? Was like chocolate or anything?" He's like, "No, man, there was like loads of weed in it." I'm like, "You're joking, right?" He's like, "No, I put like 12 grams in like 4 cupcakes." I'm like, I do not do drugs, right? Like I'm like, so what's gonna happen? And he's like, "Yeah, like it's gonna take like 15 minutes, and then you're just gonna be gone." And me as a non-weed guy, non-smoker, I'd never done weed before. I'm like I'm.
Were you
I'm gonna
mad
die.
or scared
No,
or?
It's like I know like there are a few risks to using weed, but I was a bit scared, and then I realized that the worst thing you can do is freak out in a situation like that. So I just sat down, and they were playing Guitar Hero, and I just let it sink in. And I remember the exact moment when it kicked in, and that was because
Where
it
will
was
you
at
be?
it was at New Year's Eve, yeah. And because we were in a safe area, you know, I was with friends around, and you know, it was a good party. And then all of a sudden, the neighbors like across the street, because there's like apartment blocks and stuff. We heard like really loud fireworks, and like a door got like blown open by some fireworks. So everybody went to the window, and we stood in front of the window. And after like half an hour of sitting in front of the window, I realized the weed kicked in, and we saw like the police lights flickering, and I was standing there like, "Oh wow, this is beautiful." And that was the first time I was ever stoned, and it was by edibles, and it was
Now the thing about
Did you get
edibles,
way too high?
I got way too high, yeah, and then I walked back home.
does it
like
last way longer?
Yes, lasts a lot longer than smoking.
I think I couldn't move for the first 2 hours pretty much.
Did you feel like your whole body was vibrating, or was your vision coming in like frames?
I can't remember. I remember it.
Did you also get yours from a guy named Mikey B?
I actually got the guy there was a drugs dealer, so it was his stuff. But they get like the really hot, the really strong stuff. But it felt like I wasn't inside of my body anymore, so my it felt like my skin was a second layer or something like that. And I remember I had to pee, but the pee didn't feel like it was coming out of my dick. So it's like you're sleeping and dreaming that you're peeing, but then
Worst dream.
You were watching the action happen, but you weren't there to participate.
I don't feel it. I don't feel it coming out. So I got drugged basically, and it was all good. Like I told the guys, like next time, just don't do it again. I'm like,
Please don't drug me again.
Yeah. And then fun story. It happened again. I got drugged again.
Even though you asked them so nicely.
It was not by those guys. It was actually in America, and this was pretty recently. So I was there. I was at a party, and this is like I can say what event it was. It was in Seattle. It was PAX Prime.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty recently, and it's legal there to consume marijuana. So I was there and we were at the party and I was really drunk. I'm not even allowed to drink in America. It's like 21 is the age, right? I'm 20. I'm like, come on, like I've been drinking. It's been legal in the Netherlands since I was 16. So I was drinking there. I'm breaking the law. And I got pretty drunk and we were there with like big YouTubers. We're talking like maybe 20, 30 guys above 1 million subscribers, really big names. And obviously I can't say who drugged me, but he's a really nice guy.
God damn it.
A really nice guy.
I can't say who drugged me, but he's a really nice guy. With
excellent
really
at
good
zombies.
We were really hungry and I was like, mate, should we grab some food? He's like, don't worry, I still have some candy, right? And I'm like, he's gonna drug me, right? And I go and ask him, I look him into the eyes, I'm like, mate, like are you about to drug me? Is there like drugs inside of this? He's like, oh no, it's like caffeine candy. I'm like, how'd you get it? He's like, yeah, so like a friend gave it to me and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't want to eat it, like I bet. And he goes like, nah, mate, like how much weed can there be in it? It was like as big as like that big, pretty much.
A lot of weed.
Like there's no way, like there's no drugs in there. He's like, no, like legit. And
who says mate and legit? Did KSI drug you?
Well, like I hang out with loads of the UK guys too, so you know I kind of I'm not allowed to say trash can anymore. For example, I have to say bin because that's what all the UK guys say, and chips and fries and crisps.
So KSI.
Well, and he didn't drug me.
Don't worry about that. I want to hear where this goes. So you know there are drugs in it.
So I was like, there's drugs in there, right? And I go like, who gave it to you? Because I asked him a few times, and then he points at a different guy. He gave it to him, and I look at him. I'm like, they're like, what's up with it? He's like, no, it's good, right? So I eat it, right? Because I'm hungry.
Why?
And get some food. I was really
he wasn't really drugged because he decided to do drugs.
No, like I did it.
You were really drunk.
I was really drunk, and I thought, like, I legit asked the guy, like, I'm not joking. I looked him into the eyes. I'm like, are there drugs in here? He's like, no, it's just candy. So I'm like, well, you know, what the fuck? Why not take a bit of candy, right? And then there was drugs in it, obviously. And he actually got it from a different guy. The guy I looked at, I was like, is it good to take? But he didn't know that I didn't know that there was drugs in it. So
so he thought you were like, hey, are these drugs good? And he was like, yeah, good drugs, man. Yeah.
Careful, that's some really good candy.
Yeah, but the guy felt really bad for not telling me there was drugs in it, and you know, we're still really good friends. But
so you ate like a really powerful.
What kind of drug was it? Marijuana?
Chew. Yeah, it was weed. But it started kicking in, and I went up to my roommate, or like my housemate, because he was there too, and I looked at him. I'm like, bro, I think I just got drugged, and I just started laughing, and then he's like, oh, don't worry about it, and then we went back to the hotel, and I think I spent like 2 hours just chilling in bed, and everything was spinning, because you know that's when it kicked in, and I was like, I don't want to be at a party with like this many people. I have a reputation to keep up with, and like the most responsible thing I could do was probably just try to sober up as soon as possible. So I just went back to the hotel room and had a terrible night, and then woke up the next morning with a terrible hangover, and then continued my trip.
What an awful way to do weed.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody I know who, like, in the presence of weed is like, someone will offer like, hey, you want to smoke? And they'll be like, oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those people are always the ones who only smoke or do weed when they are blackout drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'll be blackout drunk, and then you can try it this time. And then they do it, and they just get cross-faded and get the spins, and they just hate their life. And they convince themselves that it's that and not the prerequisite alcohol for that little concoction.
But I don't do any drugs at all. Like, I don't mind anybody doing any drugs.
Not on purpose, anyway.
No.
Yeah.
You
and
do
then-
lots of drugs just accidentally.
Twice. Yeah, it happened twice.
And then this one guy, this guy shot me with a fucking dart gun. Heroin. Fucking heroin.
I asked him,
Like,
are these
every
are these
Saturday
good
night
pop
for
rocks
3
that I'm
weeks.
smoking? Like, and he said, yes, they're really great. And I was like,
But those are my only 2 drug stories, by the way.
Well, let me take this brief moment to tell you
So-
guys about MeUndies.com. You wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from a material called modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. That's twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that's scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even offer free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. And that's right, they don't want your used underwear back, so you have nothing to lose. The best part about all of this is that they're offering 20% off of your first order when you use our URL, which is MeUndies.com/PKA, link in the description. So click the link down there or go to MeUndies.com/PKA and get 20% off your first order.
20% off
And-
is pretty legit.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's not cheap underwear. It's high quality. It really is my favorite sponsor. I'm wearing them right now. We were talking about this earlier. Like, I make sure that my underwear gets washed so I can, make the 2 pair that I have last all week if I can.
yeah, they should really send you another pair.
Really should.
Or maybe me 1 pair, It's-
Yeah.
They should
All
send
up
my
in the air.
whole family some underwear
yeah.
because I prefer that to buying it.
Yeah, hell, send Jordie some. You can parade around in the red light district.
There you
You'll
go.
be the one making money. Yeah. Yeah, it really does a good job of framing your genitals if Kyle's expressed it correctly. And that's half the battle right there. Is the framing, making sure that it looks attractive.
Takes
You don't
your
want that
junk, puts it
loose-
on a shelf, holds it up, and says, "Here I am."
Exactly. You don't want that loose kind of baggy, like if you've ever seen like your grandpa's boxers or something that you have to borrow if like you're going hunting and you didn't bring enough or something. We've all been there, and they're just loose and big.
Never
and awful.
worn my
You can't get over the
grandfather's
thought of
underwear.
thinking my grandpa's dick was in these too, and it's just like it's not great. Doesn't lift in frame. This modal, it lifts in frames.
I've
And
never
it'll
had a
even has
grandfather.
outline. You never had a grandfather.
Mm-mm.
They were all dead.
Before I was born.
No.
Well, one actually I think was alive, but he ran away. He was a dick.
Yeah.
He ran away. I'm never coming back.
Mine ran away too.
Did he really?
Really?
Yeah.
What's the story?
Abusive guy who ran off at some point to Texas. He died in Dallas in 1994. I never met him. When we found out he was dead, everybody was like, good. All right then.
We had the opposite. They found out he was alive, and they're like, "Damn it! I can't collect Social Security."
Are you
Apparently,
sure? Yeah.
I don't think he and my grandmother like legally divorced. I mean, for all practical, she had a boyfriend when I was a little kid, but they've been separated for like 20 years or something.
Yeah.
And he was a drunk, and he beat them and stuff, and they were all happy he was gone.
He slapped my grandmother in the ear so she was permanently deaf in that ear.
That's a good slap.
Yeah.
That's a really sound, like perfectly percussive, suctiony
Penetrates it.
It's not an uncommon thing for getting slapped in the ear. Apparently, I think.
No, I have a
Don't
friend
slap
my
people in the
age
ear.
now who's deathly afraid of getting his ears touched. Like if you even like go up to touch his ear, he'll fucking freak out and turn around at you because another one of my friends who was just a rabble-rousing asshole like in middle school. We were all eating lunch and we saw him sneaking up behind this other guy because I was sitting on this end of the table, he was sitting at the other, and he gave us like a shush thing and we're like, what the fuck is he gonna do to him? Like what's gonna happen? And he walked up and we expected him to kind of like pull his hoodie and like yank it over his eyes or something, and instead he just goes whop, and he just boxed his ears incredibly hard to like it was like a loud, like those big-handed old guys who clap in church so loud. It was like one of those noises, just whop, 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 and it just hit him, and he just dropped to the floor, freaking out. I can't hear, man, I'm fucking deaf. Just spazzing out about it now. He doesn't even like graze his ears. And fuck with them.
He is like
Can't handle
So he's like the
earboxing
retarded-
PTSD.
He's like the retarded brother from There's Something About Mary. And like wouldn't let you touch his ears. He wore the earmuffs all the time. That's great.
My friend's mom, if people who knew me as a teenager, Matt's mom, she had a Q-tip in her ear, and then for whatever reason, while she was doing this, she found cause to raise her arm up like that, and her deltoid pushed the Q-tip into her ear and broke. I don't know what's in there, like some sort of I picture it like a drum, like a membrane or something.
Eardrum.
Well,
Your eardrum.
right, poked right through it, and so it hurt, and she pulled it out, and then she just kind of went with it for a while, and this ear wasn't very effective, like it wasn't doing its job, and 3 days later, she's just like,
Every time I take a shower.
Kind of deaf in this ear. And she went to the ear doctor, and they were able to fix it. And they somehow repaired it, and she regained the use of her ear.
Fuck.
It'll, regrow on its own.
Yeah.
Albeit less effective. I've had my eardrum, I think it was my left ear, it burst because of an infection that I just put off for so long from swimmer's ear. For the longest time, I just kind of let it happen.
How old were you?
18 or 19.
I did a similar thing. I sorry to interrupt your story, but I had so in my case, it was strep throat. And I knew I had strep throat. I was one of those kids that got strep throat way too much, and so I am an expert in strep throat detection, and but I always had a mom to tell, and she'd take me to the doctor and get whatever antibiotic fixes it, something Cillin all the time, and this is I was a freshman in college, off on my own, having to the first time I ever made my own health decisions. So I made a terrible one, which is strep throat probably goes away. I don't know if it ever goes away, but it didn't for me. And it just got worse and worse and worse. And I entered this sickly cycle where I was dehydrated, but I couldn't drink. My uvula was I don't know.
Like a testicle.
Yes, perfect. Maybe a little smaller. It was a little over an inch in diameter, like a sphere holding there, and it obstructed my breathing. But it certainly had it. Every time I swallowed, I'd swallow the uvula, which was really painful, and then it would come back because, of course, it's attached to the top of my airway.
God damn.
Yeah, it was so bad. And I was just deteriorating into nothing. I couldn't drink. I couldn't eat. I'm sick. And
You need $5 worth of penicillin. What the fuck?
Exactly. So
You just don't do it. When you're that age, I did the same thing. My ear got so bad that I would wake myself up in the middle of the night. I'd have to fall asleep on this side of the pillow and just stay perfectly still. Couldn't move my head. And at 3 a.m. every night when I rolled over, I'd wake up just I just rolled over under my ear. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
It seems to cure it when I lay this
Lay
way.
back down. As long as I don't move, I'm fine.
I was dating Jackie at the time, and she's like, I think we need to take you to urgent care. And while I couldn't seem to come up with that idea on my own, I was able to agree to it. And she took me to urgent care, and the doctor said that this is the most classic case of strep throat I've ever seen. And the most classic. So he gave me like you said, $5 worth of pills, and I told this story before. That's when I learned how effective medicine was. I always thought did this ibuprofen really make my headache go away? Am I less sore because now I'm moving around, or because of this pill? The effects were always subtle, but when you have awful strep throat and you take penicillin, in 2 hours you're a new man.
My lady was the lady doctor I talked to for that ear thing was yeah, if you'd come in 2.5 weeks ago, we could probably stop this. But at this point, it's just about, dealing with the burst as best we can. And it's so when's it going to happen? She's
really?
Could
That's
be today.
Bullshit.
Could be tomorrow. But you're going to want to take these pills, and it'll heal up.
Oh,
and,
that's
You may not
bullshit.
be able to heal hear okay for a month or maybe 2 months. But then it's all better now. I went home that day and just took. My mom had some old Percocet from one of her surgeries, and that's a painkiller that people who get addicted to those take them, and then they just are buzzing or whatever you feel when you do those. And I took a few of those because the pain was so intense. I couldn't handle it, and I was I don't even care if someone else needs these in the future. I just took however many I took. Just went downstairs and just felt so weird, just I was floating. My whole body was vibrating. There was no pain. And it was kind of nice, but I can see how people get sucked.
They can drain that. My sister used to. We both used to get swimmer's ear all the time from diving down to the bottom of the pool, and hers was so bad that they eventually like put tubes in her ears. So there's like a hole in the there's a tube that links that is positioned there in your eardrum, so
you
that
can't see it really. It's in there.
Yeah, it's inserted way in the ear, and it's like it makes a little canal through your eardrum so that it can, I guess, drain. But I would every time I got to the pool, if I would always put alcohol. I guess it was like diluted alcohol in my ear, and that dries out all the water. What do you do? You're the one who should know. How do you avoid swimmer's ear?
There's a technique to shaking the water out. Like it's fun. I watch non-swimmers, and they're like jumping around, doing shit or whatever.
Yeah.
And, but a swimmer, it's the pull back up. You just sort of shake it and then jerk your head back up, and it'll drain on the spot.
Yeah. Have you ever done the thing I'm talking about with alcohol?
I've never needed to do that.
It feels so good.
Really? I have swam with people who I guess they either didn't know the technique or didn't have the same ears, and they would get those tubes inserted every season. Like it would just their infections were bad enough that they consistently had to get the tubes.
Yeah, I didn't want any part of that. We lost Taylor there.
I saw that.
I'm so hungry. I wish there were food delivery to my house. I'd be so fat though. Like if I didn't at least get the exercise it takes to go get the food, I'd be such a lard ass. Like I love it though, and whenever I'm in a situation where I can have food delivered, I take advantage of it. I see it as like a little treat. Like I'm sure there are millions of people who have just always been able to be like, oh yeah, Chinese, and it comes to their home, but I've never had that.
You don't even have pizza?
No, nothing.
We have everything, like sushi, pizza, Subway. No Subway, but pretty much anything.
That's the upside of being in a city. I like Papa John's. It's my personal pizza place. It's my personal favorite pizza place. And I went online to order it, and they said that this address was associated with someone else's phone number. Dr. Chiz owns the online access to ordering Papa John's. Like I can't set up an account on my own address with
you should tell him to delete Dr. Chiz. You're like, all right, well, delete that other motherfucker because he don't live here no more. Like,
I don't know how that works.
Phone bill with
what if a house is sold or something? I don't know what the scoop is with it.
They need a phone bill with your name on it or something like that to get your pizza delivered.
Yeah, you have to call them if you want it to happen. So.
Or just give them Dr. Chiz's phone number. They'll send it right over.
He probably has his credit card on the account and everything.
There you go, free pizza.
Yeah, you're talking.
Yeah, I wish there were pizza for me. There's nothing. I gotta go. There's a Wendy's. I don't know, within driving distance. It's not too bad or anything.
There's a Mexican place near driving distance for you.
Yeah, but I don't like that place. I don't think it's very good.
I feel like that place is probably great your first couple of times because I liked it. But if my suspicion is you eat there after your fifth time and you're done with it.
I don't know. There's a similar Mexican restaurant in the town over, and I've eaten there maybe 100 times, literally, and it never gets old. But this one's, I don't know. I don't like the fried rice. I don't like a lot of things they do. I don't think it's good food, and I don't like dealing with those dirty people.
Dude, I want to watch Kwebbelkop's video.
I was about to say let's switch the subject, but I should introduce it first a bit. In between the period of me being on PKA and the last time I was here, I saw my dad finally after 7 years of me not seeing him. I think last time I saw him was when I was 13 years old, and he just disappeared. He took all my university saved up money from me and my sister, and he just left within a week. Like he was just gone. He was living at my mom's place. But first I was living at my dad's and my mom's place. So he kind of just disappeared, and I didn't hear from him for about 6 years. And then he contacted me and my sister, and he said he was living in Cambodia, which is in Asia, very far away. And we talked a bit on the emails, and he explained what actually happened. And I think about half a year ago, he contacted us again. Or no, he didn't, but somebody else did. And it turned out he had 2 tias in his head, which are like blood. Blood gets stuck in like a certain area in the brain. And then it doesn't get any oxygen anymore. So he had to go from Cambodia back to the Netherlands because there was just terrible health care over there, and in the Netherlands they pay for everything. So he went into revalidation, or I don't know how you say that. So he because he couldn't walk anymore, he couldn't talk anymore, couldn't write anymore, and my sister went to see him, and she said it was really good, and I kind of still had some daddy issues, and I decided to go and see him too, and I vlogged everything, and it was really good for me, and very emotional, but very
I'm
good.
curious.
So why did
I
he end up leaving?
that.
He had money issues mainly. That's everything summed up, and it was nearing the 6 digits, so it was pretty serious.
Have you forgiven him for that? Is that something that you think back and you're like, I can let that slide?
Yeah, I did.
Did that take a while? Were you mad at him for a long time, or?
I think because you don't know where he went, you don't know what reason it was. You're like, why? Like, my dad's leaving me. He can't be. You can't do that. Like, he has to be a mean guy, and that's why I decided to see him. And I saw him in the state he was. He's like, like if you don't see somebody for 7 years, like, they totally change. Because I still had the image of my my old dad in my head, and he could barely walk, could barely talk, and that's when I told him, like, I forgive you.
Let's watch this.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
From the start,
this sounds like it's
I
gonna
need
be
to
sad.
get some tissues. I need to get some tissues. Like, I'm not even joking.
All right.
I think it's good though. Like, because every now and then I still cry a bit, but I think it's good to let go of the emotions, and even a grown-up man can cry, but I might shed it here. Give me 1 second. This is YouTube views, man, right here. Kwebbelkop title.
Well, not when you preface it with that. Now nobody's gonna feel the magic.
Got the tissues ready, boys.
All right. I hope that my audio is cracking up a bit. I closed every app I could. All right, we'll do this. You ready? Set. Play.
Cops, welcome back to my channel. Today I have a very special video because I haven't seen my dad in about 7 years, since I was 13, maybe 14 years old. That's the last time when I saw him. He had a lot of issues going on in his life, especially money issues, and that's why he left the country, went to Cambodia, which is on the other side of the world. But a few months back he suffered from 2 TIAs, which is basically a stroke in his brain. He wasn't able to talk, he wasn't able to walk, and because of the healthcare in Cambodia, he had to come back to the Netherlands. And here in the Netherlands he's been in a revalidation center for the past few months. Now, my sister already went to see him, however I didn't really feel like doing it until I heard that this Wednesday he's gonna go back to Cambodia, and I'll probably never see him, and I'll never get a chance to see him for the rest of my life. So I decided to go there today with my sister. We're leaving in 15 minutes, and because you cops are such a big part of my life, I thought it would be good to vlog all of this. And as you can see, I'm getting really emotional, and it's because I haven't seen my dad in 7 years. But because you cops are amazing, and you cops make my life so much better, I thought it would be a nice experience to vlog this. And I just want to say thank you for all the amazing support. And it's really hard for me. It's been really hard for me the past few years, and that's why I want to show you cops my dad, because I have no secrets for you cops. You cops are my friends. So let's go and do this. As you can see, my man tears cannot be stopped. And just a little message for everybody out there who's having a tough time. No matter what, just keep going, follow your dreams, and whatever you do, life goes on. Always stay happy, and I'm extremely happy right now. So cops, even though I'm crying, I'm gonna vlog all of this, and I'll see what I can make out of it. So let's do this. This is my sister.
Hello.
We're gonna go see our dad.
Yeah.
Right, sis?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes.
You're taller than him, right?
I am, yeah. Just a little bit.
Not 7 years ago.
The way you described it, he looks a lot better than I thought he would.
Ja.
Dan kan je jezelf zien.
Okay. Hi guys.
Klopt.
Hi cops. How are you doing? Yeah. Yes, you are right. This is the father of Kwebbelkop. Yeah.
I like this music.
Kwebbelkop
thank
is my
you.
son.
This is what Wings
Yeah.
videos need.
So now you see
Latin
you see
people.
me, yeah, I'm his dad. Yeah? Yeah, of course I'm proud. I'm proud. I'm very proud. Yeah.
Do you have any
He's the,
advice?
he's the best YouTuber. Yes, he's the best YouTuber. Sure. Yeah. Well, I don't live here. I live in Cambodia. You know where Cambodia is? Next to Thailand. And the capital city is Phnom Penh. I live in Phnom Penh.
Are you happy to see me?
Yeah, I'm very happy to see Kwebbelkop, you know. He's doing great. Yeah.
Are you a big fan?
I'm a big fan, yeah.
Okay,
Okay, see you cops.
give
Bye.
me a hug. So cops, we just said goodbye to my dad,
Yeah.
and he's flying back on.
Wednesday.
He's flying back on Wednesday, and it was really nice seeing him again for the first time in 6-7 years. And he was really happy to see me. He said he had a lot of stress and he really missed us, me and my sister. And I'm happy to show you this because me and my sister we did miss him
Yeah.
for a really long time. And he said he likes my YouTube channel and he follows it, and he saw me on television and he's really proud of me. So I'm happy that he's happy now. And he also said that he was really sad at one point that he didn't see his kids for such a long time. So we're glad that in this state he is right now, he managed to
That's pretty much
Yeah,
it.
and that he managed to see us too.
Yeah.
That's great.
And now we're gonna.
Well, you
we're
and
gonna
Dad
go
have
with
the
your
same
sister.
hair.
Cops, I just
Sorry,
got
what?
back home.
So I like the part with your
and I had
sister.
a great time.
Thank you.
I was happy I could
She's
see my
she's
dad.
a year older than me.
Yeah.
I didn't cry.
No. You can
I
if you
got a
want.
bit. I got
You want
no.
to
I
break
got
down?
no. I got a bit teary-eyed, but I was struggling with it at first though, like, cause it's so many emotions you get all of a sudden. It's very hard to describe. So sometimes I just got really pissed off at some friends of mine for no reason. So I told them like just emotionally unstable right now. Like they would do something in a video recording and I just freak out and just walk out, and I cried every now and then in between recordings. But it really like it I think it happened once a week at first, and then it happened like once a month, and now it's a lot better.
Why was going to Cambodia helpful for his financial situation?
I think a good friend of him, a few friends of him, they lived there and they had a place over there, and because he had to pay a lot of money to Dutch companies, he went there so they couldn't charge him for that. But now that he had to go back, he gets a monthly he gets money from the Dutch state. But because he went back, he now has to pay a few hundred to like pay off his debt. But it's also like pretty much everything's really cheap there in Cambodia too. So that's why he went there.
It just seems like such an interesting place to go. You know, you never hear about anybody just like packing up and going to Cambodia.
Yeah.
You know,
Right?
I know I have a few T-shirts that were made there.
Rambo
That's about
did.
all I know about it. Well, okay, Rambo did, but that was a movie, Kyle. This is real life.
Damn good movie.
Seems like the Caribbean should have been in the on the,
My uncle lives in the Caribbean.
yeah, that's how
So
you do
it's
it.
like somewhere everywhere on the world.
I
but,
like YouTube videos that show genuine emotion like that. I like them a lot. I hate to mention my video in the same breath as yours, but my dog died, and like I don't know, maybe 90 minutes later, I made a video about it, just because I had seen videos. I was sad. I was really sad, and I had seen videos where people captured that before, and I was like, I really enjoy these, so I guess I'll do one now.
Next time I see you in person, Kyle, that'll be the first time in how many years that I've seen you. I'm gonna go up to you vlogging and crying.
You have to do it no contact though. I went 7 years without, or like pretty much 7 years without contact.
Oh, I know. I'm just
4
gonna
or
act
5
like it's such a
years.
big deal to be in person with him. Just it's never been the same. You know?
Seeing Kyle after 7 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After
4 or
6
5
days.
years now.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah,
It's
I guess
4 or
that's
5
4
years. Yeah.
Another reason I made the video was because it's like a therapy for me, you know, like I do this as a daily job. I make videos and stuff, and I felt like if I'd be able to share my story as how I experienced it, it would be a lot easier for me to process and for my friends to understand. And I got obviously I got loads of people supporting me. They were like, beautiful video and things like that. It's just a bit easier to process. But I'm very, very happy. It was very hard, and I struggled with it for a very long time, even after the video, because you're just gonna miss somebody, because I might not ever see him anymore. But
It seemed like you and your sister have a really good relationship.
yeah, because mainly because we had parental issues, because my dad got replaced by like a not so nice stepdad too, so my sister still, it's lots of family drama. And then all of a sudden I started working really hard and it got really big on YouTube. So it kind of went from a very shitty childhood to what it is right
Very good
now.
young adulthood. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
pretty much. And now I'm going to spend all my money on hookers and drugs, and I'm going to die at 24.
I give advice not to do that.
You know what?
You do? What?
I
Why?
do,
Come on,
yeah.
Woody. That's so stupid, man.
Wouldn't you rather flame out than
No.
slowly fade away? You know, have fun.
Because my mom, she's a really, really nice mom, and if I do something stupid with my money, she'll just go crazy. And she checks my she doesn't check my account, but my accounts, but my accountant, she has a good connection with. So if I'd be to buy like a car for whatever, how much money, then she'd
would
know
know.
straight away, and she'd not let it go. She'd just send it back.
Are you buying your apartment with cash? Or are you taking a loan?
So my accountant is like a good Dutch accountant, and he told me to he was like, well, I could pay it off straight away. The money's there, but he said if I get a mortgage, then it'd be more tax efficient, or whatever you call it. So I'd save a lot of money on taxes, and then I could just save a lot of money. So I think I'm doing half paying by cash, and the other half will be
because that's
yeah.
like your workspace.
yeah, it'll be my workspace, and I'd have to pay off the money, and then I don't have to pay money over. I don't have to pay taxes over the money I pay off for my house, for my mortgage or something like that. It works really weird and complicated in the Netherlands, but it ended up being. I can also get a mortgage of my own company, so now I own 2 companies right now, and I get a mortgage from my own company, and then I have to pay my company my money, but over the money I pay back, all the like taxes. I don't have to pay taxes
Are you
over
like
it.
leasing the space to yourself, basically?
No. I get a mortgage from my
He's loaning
company
the
with
money to
myself.
himself.
I'm loaning the money to myself, and then it cuts off 30%. Like 30%, you don't have to pay on taxes or something
Okay.
like that. So you can save a lot of money through it, and that's how I'm doing it.
Did you get a good Jewish bookkeeper? Because that's what you want.
He's a Dutch one, which is very greedy, as Woody knows. So, yep.
I always
And,
look for a
he does a good
Gold
job.
or a Steen in the
Yeah.
last name of whoever I'm asking for help.
Goodness.
His last name is I'm gonna translate it now. It's not even a joke.
You want a
Wait,
Hebrew
just
gentleman.
wait for it. Wait for it. It's wait for it. It's gonna be good.
Jack Evasions.
Wage is his last name.
Wage.
Wage.
That's pretty.
So
Yeah,
that's pretty.
I
good.
just remember in Boardwalk Empire, Chalky White, the black guy, he's in jail, and his wife asks him, you have a good lawyer? Is he a good lawyer? He's like, he a Hebrew gentleman.
It's like, so yes.
Yeah.
I can't
that
speak
goes
to
without saying.
the taxes stuff. It sounds like you've got that under control.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad that you're not in debt, right? Like, you know.
I
don't know.
play it really safe, and I still have like 2 months of my YouTube money still has to come in, so I already know what that 2 months is going to be because it takes 2 months to arrive. So I know like if I go all ape shit, I still have that spare 2 months of salary that still has to come in.
Like,
But I try to do
because you never know when this is gonna like.
Yep.
It has the potential to fall off a cliff in a way that other jobs don't. You know, like Bashiverse, right? There were these like false rumors that he was a pedo or something. They always got the ages wrong. It was like they kept saying he was like 21 and 13 when really they were like 18 and 15 or something.
and
he
it was like legal still, like when she was 18, right? Stuff like that.
yeah, and like any other state, it would have been fine, but it was like a misdemeanor, and they make him out to be some like felony pedo or something. I'm close on these facts. I don't know that I nailed them, and suddenly like it's a whole different scene for that guy, you know, and in a very different way than you. Like he was I guess a World of Warcraft sort of shut in, and he wasn't happy. And then the YouTube thing happened, and his life blossomed, and then that was taken from him based on facts that were wrong.
Yep.
And like I feel like there are these bombs that could happen to anyone, and but
That's why I try to invest in a house first, and then maybe I plan on buying 3 houses in Amsterdam. So I'll probably buy the second and third in 2016. But that's just in
as a
case
form of
everything
passive
fails.
income.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll have a house for myself, which will probably be the best one, right? And then I'd have the 2 other houses to rent out. And I can live off that for the rest of my life. So whatever happens, I never have to work anymore because I still have those 2 houses I can rent out as long as they're being rented out. I have a stable income. On top of that, if it's like the house still has to be built and you invest money in it, chances of the price going up is also really big. So let's say I invest $500,000 in an apartment that's being built in 2 years. When it's built, it's already $700,000. On top of that, like the house prices in Amsterdam are going up pretty fast. So that it's looking very promising. So I can make on top of that a lot of money out of it too.
That's
That's
cool.
great.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
my,
just-
that's my plan.
Yeah,
You're
if
not
it,
going. I've seen a lot of people just go buy a Bentley route.
Yes.
watch.
I know enough for a Lambo or a Ferrari.
the watch is the one I keep. Now, of course,
the
everyone
watch
buys
is
the
the-
Euro car, right? But
There's one thing.
you bought the watch.
Really quick.
Go on.
There's one thing I like to spend my money on besides a camera, microphone, things like that.
Yeah.
But just me as a personal thing. Let me show you. Shoes, yay! So these are my second pair of pretty expensive shoes. But then again,
How much are those?
These are $500.
$500 shoes.
Well, wait, what's special? Is that Velcro on the top?
Okay, so it's design shoes. So you're like, why the fuck would you do this?
I don't know anything about design
Right?
shoes.
Designer shoes.
Me
I
neither,
bet your
but I-
dad met some kids in Cambodia who had a personal hand. in making
Yeah,
those.
but it's like you get like Velcros and zippers. But that's my Like
Here, I'll be
I
right
buy
back.
these.
I want to compare. Just 1 second.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any nice shoes other than like dress shoes, like some Cole Haan organized dress shoes. Like my tennis shoes, I buy. It takes me a minute to go into a shoe store and pick out my tennis shoes because I walk in. You have these in the 13? Send them out. I know they fit. Backs it up, get it going. Kyle, you're like the other side of the country, and that's still irritating. Like shining that right in there.
We comparing shoes.
Yes, I don't mean to brag. I get a new pair every year.
Nice, very
And they were upwards of $19.95, and I rock them hard. Wear these every day.
They look good. They look very nice.
They do not.
But that's my only expense, and like I bought them, and I'm like, why did I buy this? Like,
Yeah.
why
Well,
would
the
I?
amount of money you save on haircuts adds up.
I bought a watch. I bought a
Thanks.
watch. It was I don't know if it was $20 or $30.
It's a fossil.
I don't have any watch. I do not want to start on the watches yet.
It was
But,
$20.
No, I don't get watches either. I can't wear them. It's just I get itchy and I don't like it.
I
Never wear
sometimes do. I feel like I just started wearing it recently.
But okay, let's be honest. Do you ever feel like you're having a really good month? Okay, for me it's December right now. This is YouTube earnings. We're
right?
talking
Yeah.
about-
CPMs are higher.
I know, right? And which basically translates into YouTubers make a lot of money in December because CPMs, they just make a lot of more money. And I was like, I can give myself a little gift. And that's why I bought the shoes. But you guys ever feel that, or is that just me?
Usually
come
come
up with
December, I know I just wrote a check for 2 checks for $60,000 for my estimated taxes, and what are you guys writing?
only 60 grand? Come on.
It was this quarter, and that helps my perceived wealth drop. Even though it just went from a paid bill from debt, but. No, I'm not tempted to spend money at all. I'm tempted, my bank account will hit a certain amount, and then I drop $60,000. Like I'm not happy again until I broke a new high.
Yeah,
If someone offered to buy me $500 shoes, I don't even think I would accept. Like it would aggravate me in the moment of like, you fucking asshole, spending this much money on shoes for me. I'm not even gonna appreciate it. Like, I'm sure like you like shoes. That's your thing.
No.
So it makes sense.
It's good what you guys are doing right now because now I'm like, I'm never gonna buy $500 shoes. and I'm
Look at all that
listen to
money.
that.
I'm
live
saving
for,
you money.
right? Like, yeah. no,
Every
it's-
now, hang on a minute. Look,
Sorry,
look.
no.
Here's my advice to you. Every now and then, it's okay to treat yourself, because I hear your work ethic. You've mentioned it a few times. You talk about being at these parties and saying to yourself, "Hey, I need to be careful about what I do. I've got work tomorrow." You've got a good work ethic. You sound like you've got a pretty good income stream coming in. It's nothing to sneeze at. Certainly not. You could treat yourself with a $500 bullshit poof in the air kind of thing, because I don't feel like you're the kind of person who's going to get into the habit of being like, yeah, another $500 pair of shoes for every day of the week now. Now I want the blue ones. Like, I don't think you do that.
I already have the blue ones.
See, you're turning
Gotta
me
have the
around
blue
on it,
ones.
Kyle,
I bought the
because
blue ones first.
in like
for
the
my
next
birthday.
breath, I will rationalize to myself where it's like, well, you've already got a handgun or two, but this new revolver, like, it's so different. It's so I need this one. I need to spend $1,100 on this one. Like,
I see that.
so I guess it just depends on what you're into. Like, that's a dummy
Fake
gun, right?
gun.
Just a plastic.
Yeah, it's to demo a laser. So it's like
Ah.
one that would be normally attached to a gun store.
I think that's what cops in the UK carry. Just try and deter them with the laser.
No.
pointer.
That laser could blind someone, and you wouldn't want that. They do not allow them to have lasers. They do have a whistle, though. Not too loud, though. They tone
Yeah,
it down.
please, yeah, not a loud whistle.
It-
Jesus,
it-
that's dangerous.
There,
They fire those T-shirt guns at them, and inside is like a pamphlet for like how to handle PTSD.
It's confetti.
Yeah. Don't be too shocked. You're in trouble. Not too much trouble. Like just
No, I mean, I feel like every now and then, especially if when you're working as hard as it sounds like you're working, and when you're doing, when you're sticking to your guns, you've got a work ethic and all that, and you're actually profiting from it. you could blow $500 to celebrate on something, to give yourself a thing, give back.
Well,
to
it's a business expense because I make a video on it, and then it's a business expense.
Absolutely.
So
Well, there's
I
Well, then you're not
save
even-
money on it too.
Yeah.
you could pick a thing, and we'll find a way for you to write it off because you're in the entertainment business, right? Like if you wanted to spend that $500 on, name a thing, hair implants, covered, hair removal, covered. Like, it doesn't matter. Anything that you can imagine, we will find a way to cover that $500 expenditure.
That's
All you gotta do
not
is record it.
actually true.
Yeah, we'll find a way to make it work. He's in the Netherlands, Woody. They're much more lax
Okay,
on this.
so for the Netherlands, I'm really outside my scope.
I bet he can write off hookers. Can't you write off hookers?
If I make a video on it.
See, a
I
lot of
think
America.
as
I can only
actors,
speak for
probably.
America. In America, there are a lot of things you can't write
false.
off. Illegal activities being one of them. You can't write off speeding tickets and various fines, even if they're like done in the name of duty, right? Like if you get a ticket for filming someplace you're not supposed to, then that's not a legit business expense. But when it comes to things like let's say for example, like, oh, I installed a pool, but I featured it in a video. No, there's like a % use thing that happens.
Yeah,
there.
same here. Same
Oh,
here.
okay, yeah. So I mean, if you want to cheat on your taxes, then knock yourself out. But I always like, oh, don't worry. I dove in that pool in a video once. I threw a piece of sodium in it and it went boom. It's a write-off. No, dude, that's not how that works. Like you can't just feature a thing.
That's definitely an extreme example, but
Right, well, on purpose. Yeah.
Or maybe if if you were making swimming videos, if you had a whole series of videos about
You need it, right? Yeah.
if you're a pool repairman video channel or something, like, and today I'm going to show you how to get the alkaline content just right.
Well, in
Like, if
words
that was
of
your
my-
channel?
In the words of my friend who stole all of the lizards and frogs from the science class my sophomore year, it is better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
What did he do with them?
He didn't do anything with them. This guy just had a bunch of lizards and frogs that he would like explain things about. Like, we're learning about amphibians. This guy right here, this is a green toad, southern Missouri, whatever the fuck. And he'd be like, oh, cool. And for no reason, he just stole them and let them go. He just right outside the school, there's a little like patch of trees, and he's just like, what are you gonna do with those? I just thought I'd let him go put the thing back, see what he says tomorrow. So it's like, just released all of his animals.
Well, were they his private animals or like school animals?
They were just there every day, so I don't know. Like,
okay, but it wasn't like he brought them in from home one day.
Probably a little bit of both. You know,
it
like,
could have been a mismatch. There was a couple frogs, and then like they didn't look like rare lizards,
Just
just like
saying,
under
like,
a
maybe
heat
the-
lamp sitting there.
maybe the school probably paid for the animals, but your teacher is the one who feeds them, takes care of them, technically
Yeah.
owns
Well,
them.
not
no
anymore.
idea.
Yeah.
No. Born free, as free as I imagine him like letting them go and like singing that to himself, like, run, little guys, run off, and then just go out in the road, get hit by a car or something.
Yeah.
There's no
release-
telling what he released into the wild. Like, what if it was some sort of Norwegian gecko and it comes up in there and fucks all the Missouri geckos until they're extinct or something like
Yeah.
that?
Or there's a
So they're
super gecko
progressives.
race that kills all the chameleons and now they're fucked or something.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just like with those Asian carp that you see in the American waterways now, taking over. There's things that'll jump out of the water and fucking hit people in
Yeah.
the
the
head.
arowana thingies is like long blade-looking things.
I'm talking about Asian carp.
Let me look it up. And
Oh,
see
I've
if
seen
it's what I'm
videos of the
thinking
Asian
of.
carp.
Here's what we need to do, Taylor. Like, this would be epic. Get on one of those fucking speedboats, and they put it like an agitator in the water to really make the fish angry. Shotguns. You
I
fucking
would
shoot them out of the air.
Absolutely do that.
It would be so fun. It would be so fun to do that. Just angles of fire. You shoot anything on the right side of the boat. I'll shoot anything on the left side of the boat, and just standing on the front of the boat with helmets on, with like a face guard, and just blasting fish out of the air. I want to do that so badly.
Just do that, drinking heavily, go half mile down, turn around, and then just kind of with a net, just scoop up all the dismembered fish.
Yeah,
Have a big
that's-
fish fry.
I would love to do that. That's
Asian carp look like regular carp, mostly.
Well,
Apparently
carp is not
they're-
good to eat, so we wouldn't want to do it with that. Like, that would... We could
Something
leave it
about-
for bears.
something about those Asian carp, because they're non-indigenous invasive species. It's affecting the ecosystems of our waters in some negative way. I don't remember exactly. They're horning out. They're eating the other fish's eggs, or they're horning out their prey, or something or another that wasn't good. I know they were making a big deal of it.
New topic?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I haven't done an AskReddit in like a year. So, Jordie.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I was trying to think of the last time you did it. Most of them are AMA questions.
Yeah, we did Am I an Asshole? And
those are the best. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, purses are now fashionable for men to carry. What's in your purse?
Oh, man.
Purse?
Like a pocketbook? Like a
Yeah.
handbag?
Okay, I wasn't sure. What's in my purse?
What would you keep in your purse now that...
I'd have 4 things in my purse. My phone, obviously.
Okay.
Or I put it in my pocket, but I think I'll put it in my purse every now and then. My wallet, obviously. My keys, just a bunch of keys. And my vlogging camera. I just have a camera.
What's your vlogging camera? It's different than your phone, huh?
Yes. I don't like the phone vlogging. I like where you can just flip it out and stuff.
Yeah.
But this is my favorite. I have
the
2
Canon.
of them. Yes.
So the Canon has an external mic on it, right? You can plug in a mic.
It doesn't. No, none of them. None of these, which are pretty high-end cameras. But I have. I can show you all my cameras. I love cameras.
We could talk forever.
But this is my my G7X, which is my daily vlogging camera. Because on my second channel I do vlogs, and it's pretty nice. 1080p 60 FPS. File size is decent. Battery life is good. Audio quality is good. There's one downside though. The colors aren't really good. And it doesn't really focus most of the time. But I'd have this one in my purse for sure. But this is my other camera, which is a Sony Mark IV something, which shoots 4K vlogging, but the stabilization is terrible, so I stopped using it. Plus, it corrupted my files all the time, so I'd be vlogging for a day and then everything was gone. But I just have to show this. It's new. I'm very proud of it.
I bet it's the same as mine. That's my prediction.
I'm waiting on pins and needles.
Titillated.
Yeah, I love
it's not
cameras.
the same as mine.
This is my new face cam camera.
Man, that's really fancy
That's your
looking.
face cam camera?
Well, yeah, like I use face cam in my videos, every video basically.
And that's the one you pick.
Yeah, pretty much. And I have it on a tripod, like pointing at my face. But I also do like skits and stuff, and then I'll use this camera too. Plus, I'm gonna do some interviews. So I have like this light on it now, and I can just turn it on, and then I can go and interview people on the street. But this is my most recent upgrade in the whole setup, which I'm very, very happy about.
Well, that will not fit in a purse. Unless
It
it's one of those like,
definitely
soccer
doesn't,
mom
but
purses.
I kind of just wanted to start camera talk.
Cool camera. So all right, so I'm gonna want a handgun in my purse.
Which-
It's gonna be well, I feel like since it's a purse, I'm not limited. Why not put my 1911 in there? I mean, really, like I could put a full size handgun in there. No reason not to. I guess I'd definitely put my keys in there, and I would have an actual keychain. I think instead of like right now, I've got like 3 separate things because I don't want a big ball of keys. But I think I'd have like an actual keychain with everything on it if I had it in a purse. My phone I'd still keep in my pocket. I don't want that, I want that on me. I don't want that getting separated from me. I need that. That's the most essential thing I think I have. Sunglasses in a case might be nice, although I feel like I just put them on my head all the time, so it doesn't matter. What else? A knife would be nice. I definitely like a knife, and a pen and a pad. I really like if I'm if I'm actually trying to get organized. I can't use an iPad or a digital or an electronic device. If I can put ink on paper and then cross those things out, like I can get
Makes you
shit
feel
done that
good.
way. Yeah. And when I do it, I'm just like, motherfucker, fuck you. You fucking hard ass word to cross out.
I like it. And so
Pretty much hit everything I would want.
Yeah. So I think I'd have a small purse. It's my preference. I still am weight sensitive, even though I have a purse now. I think I'd put my phone in it, although Kyle makes a good point about keeping it next to you. Keys would go in it, of course. I think I'd pick a smaller gun than Kyle. Maybe an LCR. I don't have it.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's
I would
Walter
not
White's-
want a big, heavy gun in there.
That's Walter White's weapon of choice, the LCR.
Is it? So it stands for lightweight carry revolver. I have the LCP. That's what I carry now. But there are aspects of it that are imperfect, and maybe I'd choose an LCR if I had a little more space.
How about a 9mm 1911? Much more lightweight.
That's a lot to me to carry, I think.
Still pretty big for a purse.
Yeah.
Unless you want one of those big.
I'm thinking messenger bag. Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I'm definitely carrying a multi-tool. I just feel like every single day I tighten a screw or a Phillips head or need the pliers or a small knife or something like that. There's a multi-tool going in there and a knife because I have a purse and there's a little extra space. What else goes in the purse?
You could have
Snacks
it
for the
sort of,
movies.
mounted in the purse, so it's like that'd be great.
No.
It's going to be carried a lot and fired a little, or never.
Yeah, hopefully never. But I don't know. I just don't want a full-size knife.
You're gonna want to now if you got that thing in your messenger bag, you're gonna want to brandish it every now and then, right?
Yeah, it's a
Maybe,
good point. Someone
you know,
cuts in
just
front of you in line, steals your parking
impress
spot.
everybody. And,
People are
Just in
so
line at Chipotle.
impressed.
just to impress.
People think
That
you're
look
the
like-
neatest.
All right, you're at Papa John's, right? You're at Papa John's. Maybe somebody cuts in front of you at line. You want it's time to brandish, right? You know, you just want to wave it around a little bit, start talking, raised voices, that sort of thing. No direct threats. We don't want to get you in trouble, but send the message. You want a 1911. You want a
Hypothetical.
large framed handgun.
Hypothetically, you go into AutoZone, right? And you're going to have your battery tested. So you really want one of those spots by the front door. Someone's already there. That's a good situation to bring out like an AR-15, right? And ask them to move.
Won't fit in your bag.
Now that you mention it, the size bag, the size bag that I'm talking about, like the messenger size bag, which is what like the Jim Halpert
Folding
style,
stock,
like big bag. Yeah, I could totally throw an SBR in there, like you could have a short-barreled rifle in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, have AR-15 with like 7-inch barrel, little short suppressor stuck on it in there. That would be nice.
So are
Then
you
you're
actually
really
like?
armed.
Are you actually allowed to like dry your weapon and stuff?
No.
Because like I don't know anything about
Every
weapons, and
time
you
I
guys
go
are
to-
joking about like just waving it around. I'm like,
No, asking
cheap. No,
someone for their parking spot
It's literally-
is a bad idea.
I wasn't sure. I was like,
No,
That's a crime.
these guys and guns. I don't know anything about it. It might just be normal. Let's just ask.
No, you can't do anything silly like that. You keep that fucking thing hid. Smart.
I forget that.
Because there's enough people with guns that if you whip it out and go, seems to me I'm first in line, and then you slap it on the table, some other bumpkin behind you is gonna be like, I'm first. Well, I got a gun too. Like, and then suddenly everybody's got a gun out. Like, that's not what you want.
There's
I mean,
the term is
there's-
brandish the gun, right? Like
Yeah, brandishing is a crime.
brandishing is a crime, but where brandishing stops and starts, like I remember when I took the concealed carry course where they taught us what brandishing is. The guy was like, so what happened? Here was the story. He left the grocery store, and there was someone following him that made him feel really uncomfortable. And this guy was a retired policeman, like retired sheriff or something like that. And so what I'm trying to say is his spidey senses might be a little better than a normal person's. And the guy was following him. He was wearing a hoodie, and he had the hoodie pulled forward more so than, like, a lot of people wear hoodies, but they don't cover their heads with them. Like, they don't
back
tip.
here.
Yeah, it's back here, or it's just hanging off their shoulders. This guy had his hoodie full forward in like criminal position, and it was too warm for a hoodie, right? Like it wasn't hoodie weather. So this guy's alarm bells are going off, and he's with his wife, and they like pick up the pace. Well, the guy behind him also picks up the pace. So he's like, well, we have a problem here. And he tells the guy to stay away, and he doesn't. He pulls out his weapon, and this is what he said. He goes, low ready position is not brandishing. He held it out, and he put it in low ready position, which I guess is aiming a couple feet in front of his own feet. And
Yeah, like if you're shooting a mole rat.
okay. So I don't know anything about mole rats, but
That's how you shoot them.
Follow joke.
They're vicious.
all right, so he just he aimed like a couple feet in front of his own, and the guy with the hoodie saw that, did a 180, and walked in the other direction. That was his gun story, and it sounded to me like he prevented a crime. I think, but
Good at Trayvon Martindom right there.
but the
Like
thing
that-
Yeah, the thing that burned in my head is low ready's not brandishing. Brandishing is some next step, like pointing him at him or waving it around. Brandish isn't a word I
That's
use
brandishing
every day.
to me when you're. Yeah, right. It's an old timey word. I feel like.
Yeah,
That's like something
What's
they would
it-
say with swords, like brandish. You know, like you
Yeah.
can't just. You probably can't brandish a sword in public either.
Let's look up the definition of the word brandish. I'm gonna guess that it means to wave around aggressively.
To wield threateningly.
I know the answer. I looked it up too fast.
What is it?
You guys are doing really good. To wave or flourish something, especially a weapon, parenthetically, as a
Flourish was
threat,
in my head.
as a threat or in anger or excitement. So to wave or flourish as a threat or in anger or excitement.
Yeah, see if you.
So no yeehaw and shooting up in the air.
Yeah, so
That stuff.
he did what they call low ready position, which is this thing here, and that's not brand. I thought brandishing meant show, like to show
That's
your
what
gun.
I thought too.
But
I thought you just couldn't bring it out.
Yeah, and well, that's not what they taught us in our class. They just,
Yeah.
So
You can take it out. It's just like, why are you taking it out? What are you doing over there? You know, like it's just not smart. Just like I don't feel like the open carry thing is very
I
smart.
hate
I've always
seeing
said it
people
like
open
like
carry.
because the whole point, right? If you're open carrying is you want to prevent a crime, maybe. I'm guessing you want to be Walker, Texas Ranger, something like that. But all right, so here's the scenario, right? You're in the liquor store. You're packing heat. You got your full size pistol on your hip, like you're a cop or something. Bad guy's there. He sees your gun. He's going to do one of two things. He's either going to leave and go rob a different store, or he's going to kill you right now and then rob this liquor store. The other scenario would be, why don't you just have the thing in your jacket and a shoulder rig, or inside the waistband, which is really comfortable. There's lots of ways to do it. Or just in your pocket, in a jacket pocket or something, like with one of these tiny pistols like an LCP or something. Then, in that scenario, at least you've got the element of surprise. The bad guy doesn't wear his on his hip for a reason. He doesn't want people to know he's got a gun. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah.
And all you're going to do is make people uncomfortable anyway, unless you have a law enforcement look about you, which is in its own way kind of
Unsettling, like a little bit.
disingenuous, you know? Yeah, right? Like if now you're playing cop if I see you've got the cop haircut and
See,
you're,
I-
Got a
concealed carrying.
mustache.
Kyle always
Yeah.
goes with the law enforcement
the-
look about him.
on.
To me, it's like a farmer look that I see wearing a gun. Sort of a or redneck thing. That's not a flattering term.
Yeah, but the
But-
guns you would be wielding aren't like farmer guns. Like farmers
Right,
aren't
it'd be
walking
a
around with a
1911.
semi-automatic pistol. Like they're not walking around with that. Like if they, like what kind of gun would they need? Like a shotgun with some buckshots or some
I feel
coyotes
like I
running
can
around?
look at a guy and be like, that's a gun enthusiast. He's got this 1911 on his hip. You know, he's not a criminal and he's not a cop. I know what he is. He's a gun enthusiast, and that's his deal.
Yeah, but it turns people off to the whole. I think it sets people back with the whole gun thing. Like open carry. Like when you see someone walking around open carry, it's just like, even as someone, like I'm super pro gun, but when I see someone with like a
Yeah.
rifle slung over their shoulder and they're doing one of those like open
See,
carry walks or something, it's like, what the fuck
That's
are
a
you
different
on about?
thing. So I'm with you on that. I also don't like people walking around with AR-15s on their shoulders just to prove they can. But sometimes a guy who has a 1911 on his hip, he's so comfortable with it. He does it so often. To him, he's got he's got keys, he's got a flashlight, he's got a wallet and a 1911, and you can tell the thing's worn, and that's just his outfit. I don't know. It sets me at ease too. Like, yeah, I know his scoop.
I don't think
That Josh guy who's the friend of Jeremy's, who's working for me right now,
Right,
helping me do stuff. He just bought a $400 1911, and he's like, I got my concealed carry permit, got my 1911. He's like, now I just need some bullets. You got any bullets? And I was like, well, how many do you need? He's like, well, it holds 7. I was like, all right, well, here's fucking 7 bullets. So he's out there right now, armed to the teeth. He's ready to
He's ready
to defend the Constitution and his personal
Concealed
rights
carrying
and whatever
a
the hell else he
1911.
needs to.
every time.
Well, and he doesn't have a way to conceal it.
The-
He doesn't have a holster. You know, he just got it in his car.
Whenever I hear someone say that their concealed carry is a 1911, I think to myself, you don't actually conceal carry. You know, everyone concealed carries their full size gun for about 2 days, and then they're like, you know what? I'm sure you do.
I
you
know
know a
people
lot
that-
more gun owners than me. But
The 1911's hard to do, but like the Glocks, like especially the Glock 19, like you can do that fairly well. I've got some inside
Not
the
a Glock
waistband
17.
holsters from. It's a lot harder. With an inside the waistband holster, like if you've got it on the front on your, if you don't want to, if you're right-handed, it'd be on your right side, like it'd be, and it's pointing pretty much right at your dick the whole time, which has always been a bit unsettling to me. If I carry in a holster, I usually put it on the small of my back, so it's back there. So the worst case scenario, I shoot a little ass cheek off, I can deal with that. But I blow my dick and balls off, like the next one's going in my head. Like I'm not.
Round
It's
two,
like,
right?
Let's get in the hospital. Like nah, don't worry about that. I'm just gonna think. I'm just gonna think and make sure I got my orders and my affairs in order real quick before I put this next one in me. But yeah, like the gun is literally like, I'll stand up a little bit, so it's like there. It's like, so you'll have like the gun will be like right at your dick. It's just not a good look. I don't like that. It's not comfortable to me, but I know people that do it.
Kind of like
all
stuffing
the
your
time.
pants, right? I think I'd carry a 17 long.
Shotgun.
Yeah.
34L, right? A little extra. Are you happy to see me? No. That's how.
No, I kill you. Like, I just don't see the point in carrying a full-size gun concealed when there are things like the LCR, LCP. You can even get a little Smith & Wesson J-frame, I think it is, that it's gonna fit just fine. It's gonna have just as much power.
There's lots of little guns. There's lots of small guns. Eric, a Iraq veteran, he's carrying around. Last time I saw him, he had a little 22, tiny little baby 22 pistol, and he's carrying that thing around. It's Chad always has like a Glock 19 on his hip though. Like
That's
always
the
has a Glock
compact
19.
9mm, right?
No, 19's full size.
It's smaller. It's a full size, but it's a smaller frame than the 17. I don't have one, but this is a 17. It's a size smaller than this. It's a 9mm. It looks exactly like
compact, but not subcompact, right?
I don't fucking know.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
I never liked the 19 because it doesn't fit my hand very well. The 17 fits my hand just perfectly. I like it a lot. I'm not worth a shit with this gun. I really hate it for trying to hit things other than something like right in front of you. But
Glock 19 is a compact.
I like the
I just looked it up, but not subcompact.
But yeah,
gun talk.
something like that you can carry, but like a whole 1911 does seem excessive to me to be carrying around on yourself because it's so long and bulky, and when you sit down is the worst part. Like when you get into the car, it's poking you in the belly and the ribs and your hip.
Anything but
it's not comfortable.
A mouse gun I keep in my front pocket, I feel like interferes with my sitting and stuff.
Yeah, and you're getting 7 shots in the 1911, 45, or you can just take 5 shots of 357 or 38 plus P in a small revolver that's super comfortable. Like it doesn't seem like there's
that LCR is great. I really like the LCR. I need to get mine back from my fucking sister. She's got it. And Jeremy has my car. Jeremy has my Car 40. I have been missing my Car 40 forever. It's this little 40 caliber compact pistol. It's a Car, K-A-H-R, and it's like $700 or $800 for this little fucking pistol. And I haven't been able to find it for like years, like 3 years or something like that. But I talked to Josh the other day, and Josh is like, Jeremy's got a little 40 caliber pistol he's got. And I was like, what's it look like? And he's like, it's kind of square and silver. It's not blued or anything. It's nickel maybe. I was like, yeah, right? Yeah. I was like, that's my gun. So now I got to figure out a way to fuck with Jeremy because he's got my gun and he's had it. And I think he's borderline stolen it from me, basically. Like there was a time when I asked for all the guns of mine that he had, and he brought them, and this one didn't come.
I got a stolen story.
He knew he could keep one, and to be honest, he could have kept 2. It's a lot of them. I've got duplicates of so many guns.
So today, this woman writes me. to back up a step, I've had this idea of building a woodworking automotive shop on my property for some time now. And way back when my contractor was still renovating this house, we had some plans done up to, send to a place for estimates and whatever. Anyway, the trusses. These are like scissor trusses that hold the roof up. You put the plywood across at the sheathing, and you put you know the part, the trusses, the big, you see them up there. And we bought like 18 of them or something, and some other wood. It all came out to $2,800, and I paid half up front. And then when it came time to deliver, she was going to deliver the next day, it was too windy. And she's like, it's dangerous because you sort of grab it with like a little crane or forklift in the center, and they blow around. And she's like, we did it yesterday, and people nearly got hurt. And today's windier than yesterday, so delivery's off. And I'm like, all right. And then, I'd write her the next day and ask for delivery, and I'd write her the next day and ask her for delivery. And I actually figured out the dates today. This won't take too long to find the dates. I wrote her on February 21st, 25th, March 6th, March 8th, and March 9th, trying to schedule delivery on this thing, right? So this goes across, almost a month. And she's never freaking delivered them. And then after that, I started catching on to the fact that, like, my contractor's kind of on probation. I don't know that I want to sign up with him for the next thing. And, she might have written me in, like, late March or something, like, hey, do you want to do this, or April? But at this point, these things have been sitting out in the weather for some time, and you're not supposed to leave, like, construction lumber out in the weather uncovered. They're literally laying in mud. And it's snowing on them and stuff. So now the materials are ruined, right? You wouldn't build something with stuff that's been in there since March of last year. It's almost a year old now. And I'm an idiot because I forgave her for like too long. And what she does is she sort of connects people together. Someone was tearing down a barn. There were some good parts of it. I was going to buy them. So she's like, oh, you tearing that down? Hey, instead of throwing that away, why don't you work with me? I'll find buyers from it, and we'll both make money here. That was what she did. So I had all these like horse pasture gates to throw away, like 12 of them or something. And I'm like, hey, are these worth anything? And she said, yeah, I'll find buyers from them. I'll pick them up. She never came to pick them up. Scheduled it again. She never came to pick them up. I eventually throw them away. Like 4 months later, she says, Woody, I think I have a buyer for your gates. Do you still have them? No, I don't fucking have them. That was months ago. I don't want them like littering my yard. By the way, I'd like a refund on that other thing you didn't come through on. And she's like, well, that wasn't really my fault. I reached out to you and you didn't, want them delivered. And I'm like, that's so not true. And I list all the dates, right? Like 5 different times I tried to schedule delivery. I listed all her excuses. Well, I can ask them, but they're going to be mad because they've been working a lot lately. It's windy out. It's muddy out. The people are tired. They're really busy. We can only do it on a weekend. Like just excuse after excuse. She never delivered them. And today I'm like, there's no great resolution to this, but I'm like, if you want to meet in small claims court, that's going to damage your credit record when they order you to pay this. Because I'm pretty sure I'm in the right here. Like again and again and again, I'm trying to get delivery. And again and again and again, she's not delivering. And then months later, after they've been sitting in the mud for some time and their value is gone, now she's ready to deliver. Like, you can't do that shit. And, then this summer I tried to get delivery. She said no. She said you wouldn't want them anymore because now they're destroyed. And apparently that's the deal. You leave things in the mud for half a year and they get ruined. So
yeah, but why is there even if she knows that like your product is ruined, why is she being a stickler about this $1,400 that she owes you?
Right. So I'm like, if I have to go to small claims court, that impacts your credit record. If people don't know, when a court issues you to repay your stuff, that's viewed as a bad thing. And she's like, well, I was wrongly foreclosed in my home. She starts telling me how she's a single mother and she doesn't have the money. And I'm like, you're pretty good at collecting money.
Tell me you went Scrooge on her.
Yeah. I want interest.
I'm sorry. She wrote me like,
Listen, you bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, is this developing?
If you don't pay me back.
I haven't read this yet.
Read it
Is
on the
that
air.
the LG? Is
This
is
one?
it your phone? Is that the LG? Yeah. Oh, it's a Nexus.
No, the
Okay.
Nexus, Motorola.
Yeah, it seems like you gave this lady a mile, and she's trying to pull another one in. Like, you just gave her too
Don't
much
listen
leeway.
to this.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I'd sue her.
Oh come on.
You can
share.
buy 3 pairs of shoes of that money. Come on, guys.
Does her kid have polio? Did her car break down? Was there a heart attack?
You should definitely sue
She
her.
does have some of the. She's like, I'm a single mom, 3 kids, no child support. I own nothing. Do whatever you want to do. I'm very sorry.
You should have been like, that sucks, and now on top of that, you're out $1,400.
Yeah, it's a harsh world, right?
Like, these are the reasons that
doesn't
it's
deliver.
okay for me to steal from you.
That's the thing. Like I like look. I feel like she's in a hard spot. Do I really want to screw her on this thing? I'll tell you, she played her last thing wrong. It's like, I don't know if I should read all this on air, but basically she's
okay.
She used to have 4 sons, but one got killed in a
no, this
wood
is
chopping
she's
accident.
going
What was it
business
again?
deal on something. She's like, the materials were valued. She's acting. I guess she's trying to present her own legal side of this thing, like the materials for as is, where is, which is totally not true. Delivery was included in the thing, and it was a part of the receipt. The delivery didn't have a time on the receipt, but I'm. Is there an implied, like, before they fucking get destroyed,
Timely
sitting in the mud?
fashion kind of thing.
It didn't say like, you'll give it to me now, but it also didn't say like you let them sit in the snow and the mud for a couple
Open-ended.
of months. Yeah, like, if I bought lettuce from you with delivery and then you gave me like rotted fucking lettuce pulp 9 months later, you'd be like, there's an implied.
All right. Who votes take her to court?
All right, let's make it unanimous. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. You were
I do
in no
feel
way
bad for her.
defrauded. I guess she's saying that she thinks that delivery wasn't included, but it's not. I have the receipt. Delivery was included. I said that incorrectly.
Take a picture
Yeah,
of
but
it
she
and send it to her.
didn't guarantee that delivery was this year or even this decade. It's indeterminate amount of time has to pass.
Yeah, and then now she's blaming it on my contractor. She's, I don't know, all this shit.
You should have asked how old
I
her
think-
kids were. That's a delivery team right there.
Yeah, and it's funny. She at one point she was like, "Woody, is everything
They're
okay?"
Hispanic.
And it's like, don't fucking make this personal. I paid you $1,400 and you didn't deliver. Like,
Literally didn't deliver.
It's not about whether I'm okay. It's just like, oh, look, out of the blue, this person that robbed me wants to continue and do some more business. I think I'll bring up that other thing. And that's how it went. And then everything she said was just like, hey, is there some other way I can make it up to you? I'm like, nah, pretty much just a $1,400 refund. That's how you'd make it complete.
Was she attractive?
Money.
She probably used
Was
to
she-
be. I think she was like 50. But she looks like someone
Yeah,
who once
I-
was.
And
I'd
her
take her to
kids are
small
old
claims
enough
court.
to deliver. If she's 50.
You
This
know,
isn't a 2-year-old
feel
and a
like
3-year-old and a
it takes
7
a tractor trailer to deliver these things. They're 42 feet long.
Okay, well, all right.
How old are her kids if she's 50?
I don't know her. I don't even know.
I
Oh,
mean,
that's right.
I mean, she's
Yeah. 30
she's a
days.
woman,
She's
and
lying to you. She's
Yeah,
lying
I didn't
to
even think about that. Like, she's raising 3 kids. Are they grandkids?
No, 34.
Okay.
She was like a 16 and pregnant. And they're still an adult.
She's single, right? She's single and 50. She has
On the
3
town.
kids.
Yeah.
What
Like,
do you-
do the math. Like, at least a few of them, like one of them has to be an adult,
I,
right?
mean, I met one of her kids, really nice kid. And she looked like she was 12 or something, but it could have been a grandkid. I don't know what the scoop was.
I think she just took your money and she's just trying to play it off
Straight.
now. I
she goes
legit.
Scrooge McDuck on this. Holidays are right around the corner. Fucking
Yeah.
squeeze her.
Woody's Christmas presents coming in. He's getting unfucked. Yeah, I really hate this last message she's writing. Like, she's like, you put in a deposit for
Know
half
where
the
you
value.
live. I've seen where you.
So the deal was I paid half up front and the other half on delivery. And now all of a sudden she's like, delivery wasn't part of it. Dude, it was part of it. Like, we sat there and talked about why they could or couldn't deliver all this time. Now what was all that, a gift or something? Like, no. Anyway, she's like, you both lost $1,400 because apparently he was due the other $1,400, right? And nothing was stopping me from completing the sale. Bullshit. It was delivered. Like, I didn't buy it as is, where is. That's bullshit.
So she's the only winner.
She said that she didn't make any money on the deal, and there is some truth to that. If I remember right, her scoop was...
Yeah, it's because she's bad at her fucking job.
Her scoop was she wanted materials. Like, she was building something. So she's like... the barn was long, like 200 feet long or something. So she's like, well, I'll take, whatever, 50 feet of it for me, and then sell the other 50 feet of it, and then that'll be that. So she got her value in materials, not in cash. And... I guess that's that. I don't know. I was ready to drop it, and then she fucking writes me this thing. Like, sorry you had all these problems, but it was as is, where is, and she's acting like I owe her the other $1,400. Fuck her. I don't owe her shit. She still owes me. I owe her $1,400 if she somehow delivers.
Get her, Woody.
Yeah, this reminds me. What about your landlord that stole 10 grand?
I don't know what to do about that. Probably stack.
I feel like
Probably a statute of limitations on that or something.
That's not even
I don't know.
fair.
I don't know. What,
that
yeah,
is
I don't even know. I don't know what to
full-fledged
do.
court.
You give me the number that I call. The guy says, "Oh, really? He stole from you? Well, I'll get right on that. I'm McGruff the crime dog, and that's what I do is fight crime." Like
Yeah.
I don't know who I call.
Have you ever mentioned
Thanks
it
for
to-
calling the offices of Goldstein and Feinberg. Like,
You work with an
that's-
attorney from time to time, right? Professionally, but he's not that kind
Yeah.
of attorney, I guess. I mean, wouldn't he have someone to talk to?
I'll ask him.
It just
I'll
Is he
ask
seems
all
him
like
claims
later.
for
Talk to
less than 5,000 or less than 500?
I think it's
Less than 5,000, right?
5,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's 6,000 in my area. I don't know if that's everywhere.
Well, I think you should go for
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna-
I know it's
You're
6,000
gonna ruin
in my
Christmas. You're gonna ruin Christmas.
area. It's not my goal. I don't know. I'm tempted to just fucking put it in the past. I don't know if it's worth my aggravation. But the big thing is I feel stolen from. Like that's the unsettling part. You know, would I like 1,400? Yeah, everyone would, right? But I just feel like this fucker can't go around collecting.
You'd like your 1,400?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that you want 1,400 extra dollars. You just want your 1,400.
What I want really is just like, you know, you can't just fucking steal from me and then be like, you know, it was so like windy and my truck driver was so tired that we decided not to deliver you the materials you bought.
Do you have a cleaning lady at your house already?
Me? No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe she works off her debt. Maybe
yeah,
she
like
comes
that.
in for 14 weeks, once a week, and cleans the entire estate, top to bottom.
I so don't
And-
want her in my life.
Okay. Well, then what else is there?
That'd probably
Like, you
cost
like
me.
yard work.
But it's like, hey, known thief. How about we never clean your place?
Where's the play button go, Woody? Where's the golden play
That
button?
was
Yeah, right. Gone.
It's gone. What?
that was the premise of on Seinfeld. If you remember, part of the show Seinfeld was that Jerry got his own TV show and they did a pilot. Well, the premise of the fake TV show that he made was that he got in a traffic accident with a guy and they sentenced the other guy to be his butler.
Oh,
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah, that would be hilarious if
That would be great.
if she
Or
got
just
sentenced to be a maid.
manufacture chores. Make her like unrake the leaves. You're like, you know what? I'm feeling like I want a real
Spread 'em
fall
out.
aesthetic. So spread these out pretty evenly. A lot of good color distribution, and then you can come out every 2 hours. Like, no, you know what? I liked him better in the pile. I liked him better in the pile. Do that. After that, could you please unshovel the driveway? I want to feel the spirit of Christmas, and then like just anything at all. Just make things up.
Her business involves Craigslist. Like she's all like I see her on Craigslist all the time, like reselling something or other, right? She's kind of a go-getter in that like she'll just find people doing construction or destruction and finds, you know, like sells off materials and stuff. And part of me just wants to like flag every goddamn ad as fraudulent, you know, like
Yeah, little petty revenge. I like that.
And
Part
that'll
of me
probably hurt
was
a
to
lot more.
slash the tires. Part of me wants to find out where her kids go to school and pay some bigger kid.
No.
Where the kids go
Imagine
to
that.
school.
You make it real personal. You find some 12-year-old badass to go just beat the shit out of her
I
kid.
am not co-signing on that concept at all. Just to be completely clear, I'm sure
You can bribe children much easier than adults.
Yeah.
You're aware of this, but $20 goes a long way for a 12-year-old. They'll do almost anything.
I have nothing to do with this idea.
Jared
It's not going to happen in real life.
Jared. Yeah.
$5 footlong is all it takes.
But yeah, I really feel robbed by her. She didn't deliver her stuff, and she reached out to me this morning, and I was just like, part of me was like, how dare you? Like, how do you not know our relationship is pretty fucked? Like, where's my money? We're like, the material's done.
Reply back with that. Reply back with how dare you. Just
I
that.
am aghast that you would even say this.
I feel like we should write the reply. That'd be so much fun. Can't we write her some silly reply?
No.
One word at a time.
Start quoting statutes that have nothing to do with it. Like
You could do other random bullshit. Like, I don't know. Isn't there like an online service that calls at weird times?
Oh, but that seems so.
Oh, I'm
petty.
sorry. Now that's too petty?
You didn't want to
There's
bribe children to beat us up,
RevengeCrabs.com.
and now we're gonna prank phone call her. That's
send
what we
a hooker to her house.
You could.
Yeah.
Or revenge crabs.
Revenge
crabs.
crabs.
if you gave me her number, I could prank phone call her with some ridiculous, like, silly prank phone call scams and record them.
People would
We could
definitely
also
tell
call her.
her
I'm
it was
sure
us.
Cliff Hutchinson
How would
might
they
have
know?
something to say about this gross.
We're on a
negligence
live
her
show.
behalf in
Well, not
regards-
live, but
So here's what I'm suggesting. You give me her number in private. I call her during the week a couple times, maybe once Tuesday, once Thursday, different voice, whatever, different silliness. So she's not catching on to it. I record these calls and then I bring them back and play them on the show. But whenever it gets to the part where I'm like, hey, is this Tracy Bigham or whatever her fucking name is, I'll just bleep it. And if there's numbers disclosed or addresses, I'll bleep those too.
But then doesn't she know I'm behind all this at some point? Like, couldn't it get to her?
Get at least a week's worth of prank phone calls.
Who's that other guy on YouTube that I ripped off? Like this.
I'm not gonna be like at the end of my prank phone call. I'm gonna be like, "Ha I got you again, rape squad killer, bitch!"
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna like sign off with I'll call her and try to tell her about how I've got like I'm closing a hotel and I've got 50 Hoover vacuum cleaners that I want to move, and she'll be like, "Oh, the Hoovers, those are good ones." Like, yeah, they've got a penis attachment on them, a penis enlarger. You hook up right here. I've been trying it on myself. A little red and swollen, but I guess that's the whole point.
I mean, she'll stay on the line.
I don't know what to do with it. I just feel robbed. That's the scoop.
Well, in the strictest sense, you were.
I could call her
Yeah.
to a whole bunch of live animal traps I'm trying to sell, but in the background you can just hear like animals screeching and screaming.
No, little children's voices. Help!
I feel like I was accidentally robbed. I think that's a better. She accidentally robbed me. I think she intended to deliver, and heck, the fact that she called back like 4 months after I bought it, to have it delivered. And these things are ruined at this point.
Yeah.
Her intent wasn't bad. She just fucking incompetent.
She just
Here's
didn't
what-
deliver, and she
here's
needs to
what
do
I
it
would say.
like any business.
Here's what I would honestly say to her if I were you. I would say something like, "Look, you're clearly at fault here. You are the one at fault, and if we went to small claims court, I'd win. But I don't want to do that to you because I don't think you did. I don't think any of this happened because of any maliciousness on your part. You didn't intend for any of these things to happen. I do think you didn't do your job very well. I do think you were negligent, and that's how we got here. But I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. So what I'm going to need is for you to make this right in some other way." And then you go from there, whatever you want to do. Maybe she's got some other, if she's some sort of middleman with materials and stuff, maybe she can get you some new material and not take her 50 feet this time or whatever the fuck. Some sort of junk broker. If she's a junk broker, I can't imagine that she's doing that great, even if she does have the three.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny because it started off where like she said. So remember the gate thing that I kicked off the story with? She's
Yeah.
like, "Sorry, I never showed up for those gates. My insulation business has just been going crazy," or something like that. Like going. She didn't use the word crazy, but it was definitely a positive thing. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe you remember my $1,400 that you owe me.
You should have, before you mentioned her owing you money, she went, really? Making a lot of money on the insulation business? You doing okay? Does that earn well? Well, great. I'm glad you're doing well this month. $6,000 this week. Oh, great. Because I'm going to need $1,400 of it.
Yeah.
Suddenly, poor now.
Suddenly she doesn't have two nickels to rub together after she said her insulation business was going wild or whatever.
Well, then, yeah.
See, now I want to hold her feet to the fire. Now I want my $1,400 now that her insulation business is going wild. Like, I'd get my money back.
My insulation business took off like crazy. That's I got the quote right now.
Do it. Take the cord or a small thingy cord, whatever it's called.
And live stream it. We're a GoPro.
Yeah. use the app on your phone, Periscope or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Periscope it's called, right?
Yeah. But yeah, anyway.
So you're over. So let me ask you this: over I guess everywhere in the world, ISIS is a huge story, right? Is there any fear for you personally there in the Netherlands of some sort of terror attack or anything like that? Is that in the back of your head? Have there been any relevant threats that maybe your government has advised the citizens there of? Anything like that?
Well, obviously everybody's always like, oh, ISIS is everywhere, like all these Muslim extremists that are about to blow up whatever, right? But to be honest, I think it's mainly propaganda. They're just trying to make it seem like it's a huge threat. But like if you do the math, the chance of you getting killed in a terror attack is still significant. Like it's so small. Like being hit by a car is like when I cross the road, I'm like looking out for cars. I'm not gonna go like I'm crossing the road. Oh, there could be an ISIS terrorist around the corner that's about to shoot me and like everybody in this area, right? So I'm definitely not scared, and I just, to be honest, really do not care about the situation in my area. Obviously, I think it was terrible what happened in Paris and what's happening still like in Syria and things like that.
I said the same thing, and they all acted like I was crazy. And I was like, you know, if you look at the
and
numbers,
yeah,
I was like, if you look at the numbers,
math.
more likely to be struck by. Yes, I did.
Slightly different.
He was so smooth. Like what he said is night, and what you said is day. They are so far apart.
Bullshit. And I used the same like percentage of attack. I think I compared it to automobile accidents, which is practically the exact same thing he said. Yeah. And
what you said was more like this. Like, look, I get that a few people got gunned down today, or whatever they're saying,
or
whatever they call it now, a mass shooting. But
so not what I said.
I know. I'm adding a little to it. But hey, plenty of kids getting ran over day in, day out. They're getting smushed. Nobody cares about them smushed kids. I think that's exactly how you put it. Smushed kids. I remember you saying smushed kids.
I didn't use the word smushed. None of this is true.
This is a verbatim reading.
It's not.
I have Woody, transcripts right here. I wrote it all down. I smushed kids. I put the I wanted to use your stupid fucking word. What is it when it's in parentheses?
Parenthetical.
It's parenthetically listed right here, Woody. I'm looking at it. Smushed kids. No, you're like, look, these guys got a few kills, but it's
I might have said that.
Yours is always so like smash you over the head with a hammer. Like
it's just so ham-handed in like the sure, you know, you could go at it and be like, you know, it's not that big of a deal by the numbers, but you know, it's still something we need to acknowledge. But think about like we're not totally afraid of car accidents. That's way much larger scale, not even comparable. But Woody comes at it like and puts all the harshness in the first part where it's like 14 people died. Can you even name 14 people you give a fuck about? Like, do you think that those people's families care? It's like, come on. Like, first of all, we're American, not real people. Second, you know, like, just
none of this is true.
And then you lessen the blow as you get into the part about like the comparison. But that is what makes it funny when you comment on things like that. So don't change it. I think everybody knows what you were saying at the end of the day. Like, they understood
I kind of just summed it up for a.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
exactly. You know, it's just the way I see it. Like they're trying to have a terror impact, right? An impact that terrorizes you. And my response to it is, suck a dick. Your terror is not working on me.
And that's how I think too. Like the moment you are scared to go to the train station or something, that's when they win. That's when you.
That's
Dude,
what I'm
so
talking
let me
about,
do
though.
this because I didn't get a chance to say this, and either it was last PKA or PKN. Obama, right? The Kyle's big takeaway was the thing about the no-fly lists. My big takeaway from Obama was like, don't be scared. Just continue living your life, go to work, whatever. And I think, what? Who are you talking to? I'm not scared. Scared entered your mind? You know, the Fox News guy called him a pussy, right? That was his big thing. It wasn't. He wasn't a Fox News guy. He was a Fox News contributor. They had him on. And, you know, he's like, you know, Obama's being such a pussy. You know, just the fact that he's talking about being scared. And insanely, I had the same thought process. I was like, what is this? Don't be scared talk. I'm not scared. I've already moved on. It'd be a bigger news story to me if Golden State lost a game.
I go through my day hoping there will be some sort of ISIS attack near me that I can intervene into. Like I'm just riding around with a fucking arsenal in my car. Like especially
stabilized
lately.
machine gun.
Like I got my fucking suppressed sniper rifle. Like I'm working on. Like I'm driving around right now on a daily basis with like 8 guns in the car, and like because I'm testing them. I'm like driving them and test firing them. I'm working on them, modifying a few things, tweak here and there. Like, I'm always armed, and not just armed, but I've got ammunition, which I'll often have a lot of guns in the car, but that's not to say that every one of them is either loaded or even that there's ammo in the car for that particular gun. But right now, there's 1,000 rounds of .308 in there. There's magazines piled up. Like, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Your fantasy, Kyle, is that you're going to be driving to Atlanta, and then in one of those pastures on the way, you're just going to see in the distance a bunch of shrouded figures with black hoods on, and then one guy in an orange jumpsuit on his knees, and then you'll know it's go time.
Yes!
It's time to go. I'm
That's
not
what
letting
I
this
need.
video make it to live leak.
That's when I get my GoPro on. I flick it on. That would be my best video ever. That's what that would be.
Today, my friends, I'm going to kill a bunch of ISIS. Printing over there.
Right. Live stream that shit.
Yeah, as you can see, impending terror attack. But don't worry, with 7.62 by 51 millimeter, we've got some serious. That'd be great. It'd be so hilarious.
The guy starts getting his
That'd
head
be great.
sawed off as you're giving your monologue.
Don't worry, they have plenty more hostages.
Save at least 75% of them. Like,
that would be an amazing video.
Yeah, I'm always.
You gotta
like
figure
that's
out
my
a-
dream that I could be that shining example
If
for.
you could monetize
for,
live link, then you'd be set.
live.
My-
and
You know, I
even
carry
worse
that
is there'd
same
have to
dream,
be a
Kyle.
huge media thing about how you weren't actually Russian fighting ISIS. Like,
Yeah.
so he's
Oh, that's funny. That's a funny little side note. I didn't even consider that.
I had that same dream, but it always involved water. Like it did. And my superhero is not driving around with an arsenal. I'd be there with my little LCP. Like, I think there's 6 rounds in it because there's none in the chamber. Yeah, I'm pretty accurate within like 7.5, 8 feet. but if I see a car getting swept away in like fast moving water, that's my jam. I'll be in that.
On the last, so if you're out there
Can we
and you're
restart
not
the call real quick?
What's that?
Can we restart the call to fix the
Yes,
cameras?
let's do it.
Okay.
Yep.
So on the last episode of PKN, which Taylor and Woody and I recorded like day before yesterday, I guess, we started talking about Woody's swimming abilities and everything, and the Asian tsunami came up. And Woody is so serious about being able to like swim his way out of a tsunami. It is shocking.
when there is, it's quite literally a 0% chance. Like, you're not gonna make it.
We watched a video of this guy getting hit by the initial, like he's on the
It
beach
was a
and he's
suicide, pretty much.
well, yeah, but he couldn't have outran that anyway. I mean, I'm
That's
sure.
what I'm getting at. I think he accepted his fate. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, but just seeing the enormity of that wave and its speed and its size relative to that one man, there's no way you can swim out of that.
Plus, it's pulling like loads of like cars and wood. So even if you survive the first hit and you manage to like swim up, then there's still like rubbish like hitting you
like
and
it's like a
diseases. Yeah, yep. And yeah, you could pull down too because it keeps moving, right? So You might be able to survive for like 5 minutes, but then it just keeps going.
But yeah, if you're interested in becoming a patron, click the link down below. It's you get to watch the video version of PKN as soon as we record it every week, and I thought that was one of the. I really
would
did think
really like to watch some Tsunami footage, right?
Let's watch some Tsunami footage.
I think you overestimate the swimming abilities of the rest of the population. I'm not saying you're overestimating your own swimming abilities, because I've seen you swim and you're. I mean, I'm certainly no judge, but you swam very well. But I think the tsunami thing is like deadly, and like 99% of the time, if you're just like right in the middle of that wave getting hit by it, I just don't see it.
Because
But I'd love to see some people die in a tsunami. Let me
I
get
guess
my
the way it comes.
YouTube app.
I'm trying to. This isn't the video. There's one in particular. I want to say it's a Thailand tsunami. Do I have that right?
There was an earthquake in Thailand that resulted in a tsunami, right?
Yeah.
Could be Japan. Japan has had the big
Japan
one.
had a big one.
The one that hit Indonesia was big enough that it hit all those places.
Yeah, I think that's the same.
I'm not afraid of.
All right. This is a great one. You guys will love it.
Do we have a tsunami killing song? Or does yeah. Tsunamis.
See, I guess what it comes down to this. I'm not saying I can outswim a tsunami. It's obviously ridiculous. I don't
How
think
humble of you.
I don't think there's a human who can. What I am saying is I'm pretty sure I can get I could stay on top of the water in nearly any scenario, right? Whether that be whitewater rapids, hurricane surf, even tsunami. I think I can stay on top of the water and have some influence over my path.
You surviving it too.
Yeah, surviving or like the path, right? Like if I'm headed towards a house, it wouldn't take me very long to go 50 feet to the left. And look, I can't swim against the tide, but I can influence the direction that I'm headed. Do you guys want to watch this footage together?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
I promise you I did not cherry pick weak shit. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, play.
Oh, I've seen this before. This is great.
Okay. Holy smoke. So here comes the water. There's
is
still
great.
people running around. They're in a very bad spot. All right, and a very bad cameraman.
Well,
they're running uphill.
Right?
Wow, the army is brave. It looks like there's military people there directing pedestrian traffic.
You could outrun this, right?
Well, they're
not here
running
yet.
uphill.
It's coming.
It's not here yet.
If it's not obvious, they're running uphill, so they're gaining a lot of altitude. Wow. See, that's the problem. The cars. Look at how dense
Look at
that
that.
road is
Look
with
at that.
cars.
I just saw a house just roll down the
Did
street.
you? I missed it.
It was in 1,000 pieces. That's why. Like, look at that. Look how.
Look,
how
there's a house
fast
going
that is.
down the street.
Yep.
There's a house going down. It's a garage, maybe.
Yeah, man. See, if that house would smush you against a building or pin you under a car or all the buildings.
As bad as that water is, if I was in amongst that debris, I think I could keep my head above water.
I agree.
No.
I agree. And you know what? But what you would really want, because I feel like the marine life is probably getting pushed inland too, so there's probably sharks out there.
Where are
We
you
should
going with
attach
this?
me to your back, facing outwards, and I could fend off the sharks while you swam the tsunami.
This is look at the trash. Like at first it was flowing under the garage. Now it's backed up against the garage. This is bad. Like it might be hard to get to the top there.
And there's
Well, yeah,
nails.
There's
and
another building
it's
coming.
and it's all jagged. You'd be cut up, stabbed.
But if I'm in the
punctured.
background there, where it's not so dense,
There's so much stuff swirling around under the surface.
yeah, you could get pulled under.
Yeah, no way. No way anybody's surviving that.
In the
If you're-
background, it's not even bad anymore. How long does it last? Do you really just have to survive for like 3 minutes and then it kind of
No.
settles? You
It
think it
depends
rushes in for 15?
It depends where you are, right? So, like, if you're the closer you are to the shore, the longer you're being influenced by it. But it came in like tens of miles, right?
Yeah.
Did it?
So
That's further than I expected.
at that speed, going 10 miles, I feel like it's happening all for like a fucking hour or something.
I don't think that the one we just watched went in 10 miles. It looked like there was so much like altitude to gain. Am I using it right? The term right? You know?
Yeah.
That road was kind of flat, and then everyone ran uphill. And once they ran uphill, it seemed like they even knew they were safe.
10
Like,
kilometers.
In the Japan one?
Yes.
So
Maybe
quite a
there's
ways.
flatter areas somewhere else, like that wasn't filmed.
Less than an
That would be the
hour
lost footage.
Yeah, in these areas, it's just utter devastation. It's like there's no buildings left. Jesus. Oh, here's Japan earthquake and tsunami facts from 2011.
Oh, hooray!
Oh wow! I'm watching another video now. I just turned it on. It's the stuff it brings in with it that's the big challenge.
Oh, and this is a different tsunami, by the way, than the Indonesian one.
Right, that was the one that I was looking for footage for that, and I didn't find it. But
Oh,
that
there's-
one, whew.
I've got some footage here.
Oh, link it.
Okay. Here. I don't know if this is going to be any good or not.
All right, you guys ready?
It starts at
Oh,
about
man,
50
qual-
seconds, though.
5-0, you think?
Yeah, sure. Let's start there.
Let's go to 45 because there's like an ocean shot. I
Yeah,
think it's pretty
45.
good.
I'm there.
All right. Ready, set, play. Ooh.
I still think you can outrun it.
Do you really?
Yeah. If you see it coming.
For 10 kilometers, you can run?
That's the other
No, but you can
question.
run to safety. You can run to safety, I think.
Up
And
to you.
plus the adrenaline is pumping. You can keep up a nice jogging pace, I'd say. Just drop everything. Like I'd be able to run for 10 kilometers.
Except your vlogging camera. Keep that.
Ah, yeah, definitely.
This thing's got 22
Guys,
million
welcome back
views.
to another vlog. Yeah.
22 million
Tsunami
views.
vlog!
If it was
Tsunami
you-
prank gone wrong. Yeah. In the hood.
You would get 50 million views if this was on your channel.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Well, this one is 22 million.
Yeah.
Just-
Look at these people on this fucking trash.
See, you can survive. Look at them. They're all cool.
That's going so slow there. Like I feel like
Now, is this even tsunami footage we're looking at? That looked like
Yes.
regular waves to me.
This doesn't look.
they don't stop though.
Keep
The regular
watching.
waves
I bet
crash.
they cut it
but this
off.
wa- I bet the cameraman dies.
Maybe it wasn't a regular wave. I don't know. Like, this looks like an everyday wave to me.
But they don't crash. They just keep going.
It's. I bet
The,
that's
the
high
wave's
tide.
longer.
Maybe not. Those
Surf's
buildings
up!
would. Those buildings would not be there if that was a regular event.
It's probably high tide there too.
See, now Ocean
Oh, look
City.
at the baby getting sucked in. Yeah, that's there.
In Ocean City. Oh wow, she's in the mix of it. Tides went high every full moon, high enough that it'd be thigh deep, you know, on the island. Like, not everywhere, but it was practically Venice for like 10 square blocks. So I thought it might have been that, but no.
I would not bet on you to survive the tsunami. I'm
Look
sorry.
at them hanging. Oh, I see. They're trying to rescue someone. Wow.
When's the last time a bad tsunami hit the U.S.?
The U.S.
I don't
know.
think that happens to us. I think because of
Hawaii, maybe.
maybe they're in that like ring of fire part of the world over there. That's super volcanically active, and there's lots of underground or underwater earthquakes in that part of the world. I think it's just, and then Japan and is a fucking island nation anyway. But that one was it 2001 when the one happened that was Indonesia and hit all of those countries at the same time?
Well, I think 2004 it said.
Didn't it kill 250,000 people? Wasn't?
Killed a lot of people.
I think it was 250,000.
But I think it was mainly diseases that killed loads of people.
I'm sure. Yeah, there's no
Is
clean
that-
water in the.
Yeah.
So I have
the
some
tsunami
answers.
hit, and then
1946, a big tsunami hit Hawaii and 159 people were killed. 1964, a tsunami hit Alaska. It said it was a magnitude 9.2 earthquake that kicked it off. On the West Coast, they average every 500 years. It says there was one in 1700. So I guess we're getting pretty...
Oh, we're getting close.
Yeah, right. Gulf Coast, they've all been under a meter. It doesn't count. And it looks like the East Coast, 1755. Oh,
Well,
but
good.
2 to 7 meters. 7 meters is pretty legit, I guess. It's 21-foot tsunami. 22-foot tsunami.
It really depends on how far inland it goes, because like a 21-foot wave that goes in like 100 yards farther than normal would be pretty awful for your coast, but
Well,
it's
here's
not destroying the cities.
6-meter tsunami in Puerto Rico killed 40 people. That was 1918. So it looks like the East Coast and the Gulf Coast are pretty shielded. The West Coast every 500 years. Alaska, there's just not that many people. But Hawaii are a genuine danger.
I have no fear.
None.
Not in Missouri, no.
It's not making it to me.
No. I'm trying to think.
do we need a new topic?
Yeah,
Go for
I'd
it.
love to do another topic instead of...
Okay, so I don't know if you guys have already discussed this or are aware of it, but all these big prank guys recently are starting to get called out because they're fake. They're faking their pranks. I'm just gonna name drop a few. There were 3 main guys that were exposed. We got Vitali, Fusitube, and Roman Atwood, and they did social experiments or just like just pranks, which I thought were very entertaining. And recently, actors that were hired for the videos came out and like you saw their faces, and you also knew you saw their faces in the video, and they came out and they were like, "These guys hired me to do something like this."
Was one of those names that Australian guy who got interviewed from the news report?
That's another one. I saw that one too. Yep. He's also one of the guys that, you know, where the actor came out and was like, "Listen, I thought it was an acting job, and now all of a sudden everybody hates me."
Yeah.
But,
so they hire him to do an acting job. I think that there was something to do with money. How did it work? Do you remember the prank?
They it was a blind man asking for change, and while the blind man he's like, "Ah, could you change my $10 bill for 2 fivers or something?" But he accidentally gives a $50 bill, and they wanted to see how honest people were. And then the actors, which in the video are seen as regular people, they would take the 50 and then just be like, "Oh, here's our 2 fivers," or something like that. So they would steal the money from a blind guy, and everybody started hating on them. They were like, "Yeah, why did you do that? Like, I recognize you because of your tattoo in your neck. Why'd you do that?" And they went like, "Mate, it was acting. It was fake." And then one of the news guys confronted the guy, and he just got destroyed.
But it's a pretty good video. The guy at first he's just kind of listening, like you can tell he's got this deer in the headlights look, but he's not giving him the feedback like he's thinking to himself, like, can I still get out of this? How bad is this situation?
Yeah,
where are
he
we here?
tries playing it off a bit.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh no, don't worry."
And then he starts handing him like the resumes of the actors he hired, and of course he's like, "Oh, smokes! Like I recognize this resume."
Yeah.
And he was just so stone cold busted. It made it got like on the front page of Reddit more than once, and like when I looked at the video, it had like 600,000 views, and then there was like a re-upload that had hundreds of thousands of views, and then of course on Reddit, I don't know how many views it got, but lots of attention there. The Roman Atwood ones. So I only really I don't watch Roman Atwood very much, but I have seen him where he fakes the death of his kid to like scare his wife. which a lot of people are like, oh my God, that's so horrific. You know, you damaged your wife or something. In my head, I'm like, yeah, it's really a call he gets to make. You know, like, it's not for me to tell him how to run his relationship, but I want to know if that was fake.
Do you think that she was satiated by the $50,000 that they made from the video? Like,
right? Like,
pretty sure that would.
Let's be honest.
Drive
You're
tears.
married. You're married to a guy that makes pranks for a living, right?
right.
He vlogs everything. Then you go and ride let your son ride a quad, and all of a sudden he dies, and there's a big explosion. You're probably gonna be like, he's probably pranking me, right? If it was real, because I'd be like, well, you know, obviously it's fake. But then again, if it's staged, she might have just played along with it.
She might. What got me is like you said, you're married to a guy who makes prank videos, right?
Yeah.
And the one I saw was not the first our dead kid prank that he pulled on her, and she believed it within the first second, which was skeptical to me. If I was in that position, I'd be like, "You fucking with me?" You know, like
Is that a doll? Is that a doll on the quad?
For people who don't know the video, he shows his kid riding around on a quad or something. He distracts her, and they swap it with a doll on the same quad, dressed just like the kid, and he's able to like remote control jump something, and then when it lands on the other side, it explodes. And do I have it right? Does that basically?
Yeah, that's exactly.
And so when the ATV lands, obscured view, it explodes, and you assume the kid is dead on the other side. And the mom instantly believes it, even though there's been other.
Oh, it's totally fake.
Yeah.
Like it's not even a question whether or not she was in on it. She was absolutely in on it. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
or at least from what I watched.
I'm a
like,
sucker.
just
That's
start
why I get robbed
wailing
for $1,400. I believe liars.
But it turns out like the three biggest prankers on YouTube all are like one by one being exposed of like the pranks not being legit, and then the debate starts: is this acceptable? Is it like, do people finally realize it's just entertainment? Because like I like these prank videos purely because I'm like, this is a funny skit, this is a funny story, this is a sketch, you know. Like, it's not a real Russian guy shooting at watermelons, for example.
If it's presented as real, does that change things?
Yeah, sorry.
When I watch How I Met Your Mother, right? I'm never really under the impression that Ted loves Robin or whatever. It's fake.
Yeah.
But if I watch another source that's told to me is not fake, you know, like here it is, you get to know these guys, you watch them for years, you see them evolve, you see them age, you see them love and loss and whatever. And then all of a sudden, you know, like, God, I'm afraid this is insensitive, right? But if it were to suddenly come out that that wasn't your real dad, I don't think you can say, it was just entertainment. You like the video, right? Like, no, that was a real moment. Like, you know, if it's presented
he was an
real,
actor in the video, mate. Didn't you notice? Like, we didn't even look the same. You even said it, like, you're taller than him.
exposed.
And your hair was too different. You slippery Dane.
Yeah, did you see the fake tears, man? Come on, that was all fake.
Exactly.
Man. It's not even my sister. Who's that? Who's that girl?
The reason that these, like, I think everybody's known for a while, for the most part, that all of these big prank channels are fake, because in real life, if you've ever tried to orchestrate a prank, it fucking never goes this well.
I tried this.
Happens
I
like
don't.
this.
I don't like the prank channels that are. Oh, so what I will say is, what are the guys who do the Italian guys who do the clowns?
Oh yeah. DMZ.
Yeah, that's real. So they're legit. They're really doing
behind the
that.
scenes too. Behind the scenes where they go and reveal it, and the cops come over like every now and then. So those are reals. Like I really like those too. And it's really high production quality and things like that.
Yeah,
and like, legit.
I've spoken to those guys before. They sent me the costume that he wears in the videos.
I have
destroyed it. Yeah, that's awesome.
There's one that's a couple. It's like a good-looking guy. I know he was in the second season of the dance thing, and a pretty girl, blonde. Do you know who I'm talking?
Prank versus prank.
Yeah, prank versus prank. In my heart of hearts, it started out as genuine, and I don't know if it's genuine or not. And I apparently am the worst at telling this. But after a while, like you said, like these two have lived together for years. They make prank videos. Like, they have to be impossible to prank by now, and it must be fake.
Yeah, because the whole situation, it loses its novelty so quickly if you're doing it with another person. where it's like, they wake up one morning, oh my God, the dog's on fire. They're not going to be, what? Oh, they're going to be, the dog's not fucking on fire, but I'm going to pretend that it's on fire because rent's due in a week, and we got to fucking have a spaz out moment and then have a fake fight where you slam the door, and then 3 seconds later after I cut, you walk out. You think that's good enough? Should I slam the door again? Maybe another one? Edit it, Like, maybe now I'm going to slam the door, but you be in the room with me so you can get an image of me slamming the door behind me. Like, it's not.
After a while,
so
you'd be
clearly
an
fake.
expert at detecting the camera on the shelf.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like, unlike these are hidden cameras, like you can definitely spot a camera like that really quickly.
Yeah.
Or a few, like they all have like 3 different angles.
I know. Yeah.
Like, see the GoPro on the fucking ceiling. Like you live here. Like why do you think there's all of a sudden a box in your living room? Like how stupid can
There's
you
a
be?
red light
There's
on
a
it.
hole. Yeah, there's a hole in a box. Like that's probably like a legit shoebox over there, or it's a camera. Oh no, my baby's on fire, right?
Yeah, ask yourself, like,
Who's this guy holding the mic boom in my bathroom?
listener, you know your mantle. If I set a camera on your mantle with a red light on saying recording, do you think you'd catch it like that?
While some Guido was screaming at you that your
Yeah.
dog was on fire. Like,
No,
I'll
you
have a
walk
dog.
into a room. You walk into a room, you scan the room, like you just look around it, right? And if there's a camera, you'll probably spot the camera. Then you're like, okay, there's a camera in this room, so what? And then all of a sudden somebody runs in and tells you something ridiculous. Then you're not going to be like, oh no, this is real,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Right. Oh, there's a camera with the lights on, and here I am, fake cheating on you
pretty much.
with
yeah.
Jenna Marbles.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
she just happens to be here under the
Jim
covers.
Marbles, link below.
But yeah, no, I definitely like most of them are fake. Pretty sure, like there's solid evidence for it. But I do think it's I support it. These guys are creating content. These guys are expressing their creativity through skits in the form of pranks. But then some of them are like the social experiments, and I do think some of these social experiments go a bit too far, such as stealing money from a poor guy or from a blind guy. I mean, which is you're like faking results just to make it a bit more dramatic for views.
Yeah.
It used to
It's
happen.
like, did this guy go blind 3 hours ago? Like, how does this guy not know his finances are incredibly out of whack every time he leaves the house? Where his wife's like, here's $100, and he comes back with like a Pez dispenser and a Coke, and like 37 cents. He's like, oh, well, you did your best, honey. Like, no, you didn't. Like, blind people have a way to solve that. I saw Daredevil.
In the COD scene, it kind of evolved like that. Like, first there were prank videos, but they were terrible. Or troll videos. They were terrible, though, because it was just, like, screaming at people or whatever. And then they got better, but they got faker, Like, and, you get, like, cool reactions out of the kids and stuff, but they're produced on a daily basis. So...
Yeah, it's like these situations don't arise that often. Like,
yeah.
you can't spend all day on Xbox Live and get a ton of, hilarious responses and prank stuff. It doesn't happen that often. Some of it has to be fabricated.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but, you got people who want to watch a new one every day, so...
Which I think is fine. Like I make the gaming videos, right? It's whatever suits your drift, whatever you like.
Yeah.
As long as you're not pretending that it's real and misleading people, it shouldn't matter.
Pretty much, yeah.
But that's what they're doing.
That's what I'm saying. Is that as long as they're not misleading, and like, it shouldn't matter. But that's what they are doing, which is why I think it's pretty douchey. Like,
And, but
they don't
there's-
even have to come out and say this is fake. These are actors. Just don't be down there in the description writing like, I couldn't believe what the black random stranger did at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, just don't.
I don't know how to lay it out
I
there.
can't live on this planet anymore.
Yeah.
Faith in humanity is gone.
Yeah.
That sounds more
He stole
accurate.
from a blind guy. And you see all these stupid girls, like high school girls for me, sharing it on Facebook. I'm like, how can you be this stupid? It's obviously fake. And they go like, these guys stole money from this blind guy. Just taking this as an example, but there's so many other videos. But also, I don't know, did you guys cover the Sam Pepper stuff?
He came back and I know. Oh, dude, I've got a better one.
Even better.
Did you see the Minecraft one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Right?
let me lay this out there.
School
That's the
shooting.
one. So
Yeah.
you've probably all seen two varieties of Minecraft video. One is, trust me, this will get interesting. One is the just people who do Let's Play, right? You make it, you chop down a tree, you make your crafting box, whatever. Another is like the animated musical video, right? And those are two like sort of well-known things. Captain Sparkles used to make those. Well, there's a third genre you probably never watched, which is role play. And it's machinima, actually. You know, they not the company, but the type of video. They used to do it like Red versus Blue. Now they do it in Minecraft, and they act out these scenes. Well, there's one guy who's doing high school, and there's like I like her, she likes me, this guy's kind of fucked up in the head, etc. Well, there's a character in his Minecraft role play, and he's got like the build, you know, it's like a high school that he's walking around in, and he's talking to other like non-player characters, but they're having a conversation that you can read. And he's like, yeah, you know, Jake went really wild or whatever. And they're like in the cafeteria talking, and a school shooting breaks out.
You can hear like the gunshots.
There's gunshots and everything. And
they're like, oh, hide. Let's hide now. Quick.
Yeah. And then it ends with the cliffhanger. And did he do a follow-up to that yet?
I think so, yeah. I think he has like 5 parts after it, obviously.
Yeah. I didn't watch the follow-up. But
me neither. I was so wanted to see what was going to happen in the series.
I have to go check that out.
Is there also competitive Minecraft? Because I saw a GIF on Reddit the
other
day, and it seemed like they were some sort of competitive, like fighting each other Minecraft. Not. I know there's PvP and all, but like this seemed, it was titled under competitive Minecraft. I don't know.
Wow, I'm embarrassed for not knowing more about it. But like, there's definitely game modes that are like the equivalent of, you know, COD public matches and stuff.
Yeah.
And like I've talked about factions on my server before, which is the guys get into it they're pretty hardcore, and you know, they live and breathe just being the victor and dominating a map. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I was looking at. These two guys were fighting on this like gigantic tower, and like spamming the health item, whatever it is, and fucking chopping each other with swords. And then one of them fell off the building and fell in an enormous distance, but then landed in like a droplet of water or something and lived, and the other guy fell. I didn't really.
Silly.
Yeah, I didn't really.
Dude, it's there. So.
I could tell what they were doing was very skillful.
Yeah, that's the thing. So at my peak, I think I had achieved below average, like in terms of PvP. But at least, like, there were people worse than me. Now it feels like everybody is so good that I go into it knowing I've lost. You
own the server, though. Give yourself some crazy armor. You know,
that's unfair. Like, you know, like it.
He could throw lightning bolt and
Dude,
blow
this has happened. So I never do it with me, right? With me, I just suck it up and, you know, take my loss. And it's kind of known. Like, I don't die very much because I'm not vulnerable very often. But after they kill me, they get my head. They put it on their, like, you know, their base wall, and it's like a trophy and stuff like that. But sometimes they kill Colin, and they kill him too much. Colin's better at PvP and parkour than I am. But they'll like 5v1 him and just pound on him constantly, just like beating the shit out of Colin. and he's over there getting sad. Like, you know, it's
builds character.
It's not it's not just dying in a video game. It's people picking on your son. And like he's like, oh man, you know, like everybody's killing me. And, you know, like, Dad, like they're killing me. They're gonna keep killing me. And I'm like, I got this. And Colin, I'm like, all right, give it another shot. And he's like, there's 5 of them. I'm like, trust me, Colin. And I'll give if people know Minecraft at all, I'll give him health regen 12, which makes him pretty much fucking like he's Wolverine in terms of like how quickly his health recovers. I'll give him strength 20, right? The strength it makes your hits hit harder, and strength 2 is a lot. Strength 20 is fucking like an obvious cheat. And I'll warn the people, like, stop picking on Colin. It's not going to go your way anymore. And I might even give him speed. And then he just Rex house. I haven't done it in a couple of months, but it's like you keep fucking picking on him. All he wants to do is play with you, you know? Like he'll build with you. He's the kindest kid you'll ever meet. And yeah, there have been
Pretty
several.
soon they're going to be conscripting Colin and sending him on raids on their behalf. Just go over there. You can hang out on our team over here as much as you want. You just go over there, get all this whatever loot, all of the blocks, all the doubloons. Bring them back.
I turn into an absolute superhero. I was on a raid once, right? So in factions, the cannons have gotten so sophisticated that they're past my ability. Like it almost takes an engineering degree to understand how they work. So what I do is I partner up with more knowledgeable people. Like our faction and their faction become allies, and we raid somebody. And if they find us during the raid, we're kind of screwed. It's not that hard to disrupt the cannon. It's very complicated, and it's easier to break shit than to make shit. So they had this guy, I still remember his name, TX Sean, and he was like totally cool, calm, and collected. And like next to the cannon, they put him in a glass box, and they put a sign on it that said "break in case of emergency." And I'm like, what is this shit? Like, he's just a dude, you know, like what's up with TX Sean? And they're like, yeah, he's our PvPer. And it's like PvP is player versus player. It's the sword fighting and axe fighting and stuff. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And every so often I go back, and his skin is like an animal or something. He's like a dog, or I don't know, like a wolf. And break in case of emergency, whatever. And we get discovered. So that the faction comes from their base to us to defend themselves. And so we let Sean out of the box. Oh my God. The TX just started beasting on everybody. And we're in TeamSpeak. And we're like, dude, do you need help? And you just hear like, click, 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 click. It's like, nah, there's only like 3 of them. and I sit there and I watch, occasionally maybe hitting a guy in the back or something, hoping it's helpful. And he just beats them all. With my admin commands, I can see the way that he's like manipulates his inventory, and it is so good. Like I can't imagine how people get so good, and it's not auto soup or anything. I can tell the difference, and he just there are people out there who are better than I knew you could be at Minecraft. It's funny because I if it wasn't for the GUI, like the gameplay and strategy, you look at it and it'll turn a lot of people off before they give it a chance. But if you were to get into it, it's like, oh, this is deeper than I knew. It's pretty cool. I've been working really hard lately. I've started doing some of my own coding, and I don't know. Now it seems like the second I wake up, I've got something on my to-do list until I go to bed. What
are your Christmas plans?
For the server?
No, for you.
Oh.
Yeah, for you as a person, Woody.
I don't care about
what you do.
Yeah, let's literally know what they're going to be doing over Woody Craft.
Yeah, we're resetting factions. I'm going to be at home working Woodycraft for customer support. The family's staying home this year. Jackie's going up to visit her mother on Tuesday. And I think she'll be there for about 2 weeks, and then she'll be home in time for Christmas. And that's all I got going on.
So you going to grow that beard out?
Yes.
I'm going to talk to her about it. Be like, you're leaving Tuesday. I'm getting so awesome.
If you go 2 more weeks, like Kitty might as well send you some beard oil so you can get that thing in order.
I got some beard, or Melissa bought me some beard oil yesterday. And I put way too much on it first. It didn't make a dime-sized thing. It was more like a silver dollar, and just slathered it everywhere. And I just looked shiny for like maybe 5 hours. But it does feel a lot softer. She's laughing at me right now. Like, feels better. Not as
really
like a short-haired dog anymore, which is not what you want.
Don't know how so on the sides I wish it was longer. It just fills in better and it gets darker. And a lot of mine are red, which leaves they're next to invisible. But the chin, it feels almost like it's too long. I don't know.
Well, you could trim that up.
I could. Yeah. I don't have a lot of...
There's no limits.
I don't have a lot of beard experience. I'm like, am I supposed to shorten this or just let it go next level? I have shaved my neck, so I'm not total neck beard. I used to let that go.
Oh, yeah. You have to cut that down around here. Otherwise, you get that nasty just
You should,
column of hair.
are you gonna let yours like go bushy like Harley? Because I think it'd be incredible.
No, he's gonna shave it soon. He's only doing that because of No Shave November, and somehow it's bled into this month.
It's Don't Shave December, and then it's Manuary, and then it's February, and then March.
I was wondering where this was going.
No,
And then March.
yeah, then March. So I don't know. I'll let it go for a while. I don't like it when it gets like really poofy like Harley's. It's just hot, and if you sleep on your stomach or on your face, like when you wear long socks and it pushes your leg hair in an odd direction, it feels like that a little bit when you wake up in the morning and like you slept on your face off and like your hair's pushed, and it's just like
That's the main reason I shave my feet.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Same principle there. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
It would
makes
look
me run
cool just
faster.
to get like the cone look like Xerxes.
I feel like in real life, beards are so. Like, I'm not in love with them and stuff. But I really like them on my TV personalities and internet personalities. Like, if I had Harley's beard, I think I'd be like, dude, I hate this. It's hot. It's, there's a maintenance issue, etc. I really like, the Kwebbelkop look. But if I'm...
This is a week of no shaving, guys.
But
I did the no shave November, by the way, and he was just a dirty porn stash. I still got a few years to wait.
But when I'm watching my personalities on TV and they have a beard, especially if it's an unusually grown one, then I love it. I think that they're really interesting.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe.
I think the same is happening to me. I get nothing but positive feedback online and nothing but negative feedback in real life.
It's starting to get to the point that like when I'm messing with it, I can feel like two tufts that are developing here, where I can braid into those like Viking things eventually. Maybe that could be cute potentially, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna let it get like Harley. He always looks hot, and I know that he's a little itchy and moist under there, because that's just the nature of it.
Yeah, I don't envy that. I don't envy that at all. That looks very hot.
It looks amazing, though, and I think that it plays part of a role in his success.
Sure. It's just part of his persona. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. What if he had a mohawk instead, or like, what if he had like a goatee and a mohawk? He'd still be some outrageous,
I might lack imagination, but I think he's nailed the best option: the beard.
Yeah,
I like the afro approach. That was probably the best, like big curly hair on the head.
That's true. Yeah, that's a great.
That's my
look.
favorite.
Yeah.
Everybody like.
So how do you get your hair to do that? Is there anything you need to do to make it happen?
It's mainly just genetics. Like I just got it from my mom. So all I have to do is just take a shower and then I brush it. So I make sure that no things get like stuck in my hair. And then I just let it dry up. Yeah, just let it dry up and then it fits. But sometimes with the headset it like blows up a bit. And if I go back like this, it sticks out on the sides, right? So I can go like full on girly Jordie like this, right? But I kind of have perfected the way of me putting on the headset.
You look like a DJ.
You'd have to. Can you make a sideshow Bob happen? Like
is it like this?
I think so. Yeah.
And
well, kind of. It's pretty close.
Is the. Do you like that, Woody?
I do.
And then one at the top.
Is this for our role play tonight?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Kyle's so jealous.
So it's mainly me making my hair wet, and then it just dries up and does its thing.
My hair is longer than I normally keep it, and I feel like right now with the headset on from the front, it's cool. But if I take it off sideways, there's like a crazy flat thing happening here.
Did you go to that one barber again?
I haven't found a new. Well, I went to the Raleigh subreddit and found a new barber, but I haven't been there.
You haven't returned to the Gentleman of Color?
No, he's
that's a
never. We actually went there. I was looking for a barber, Colin and we drove everywhere, and I found myself at his doorstep again and said, "Nah."
Well, that's good because we would have never let that go.
No.
By the way, I see Chiz like put some notes in here. Apparently, last week we said that Wings fingered that child. Apparently, he didn't finger the child.
But he was going from memory. Because it even says "I think" in there. It
Oh.
said Wings never did to that kid what Wings' grandmother did to him. He gave the kid an enema, if I recall.
All right, well, we're going to go with that. And then if Chiz is wrong, he'll correct himself again next week.
Yes.
Yeah.
So apparently it was just an enema. He didn't finger bang any kids. So
Well, it was good to revisit that.
yeah. I just want to clear that up. No
We
one
went
Wings
from
looking
hair
bad.
to like fingering kids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
it's
worry.
just
Wings
Very
is
smooth
angry kid.
transition. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a stream of consciousness show, and sometimes that takes you that route.
Rocket engines are all roughly the same. How you compare better is hard because there's various stages of rockets. Russia is not better because we're hitching a ride with them. We retired our shuttle project, which went way longer and more expensive than originally planned. Finished working on new space vehicles in the next 5 to 10 years.
Are these Chiz nodes?
Yeah,
Chiz notes.
he's doing like a kind of a corrections, like a fact checking thing from previous episodes. I think this is a cool concept. I just want to check his link on this one.
Chip notes.
I don't know how to. Like he has a page with all these rocket engines. I don't know what I'm looking at. Do I look at the thrust vact or the thrust SL, the thrust to weight ratio?
It would. I suppose that. I don't think you could. I don't think it matters. I don't think that we're going to be able to adequately compare rocket engine specs unless we're a rocket scientist.
That's the issue. I am no rocket scientist.
Rocket scientist.
And yeah, so he provided a
Wait,
link here on
I was
rockets.
about to say, I'm a rocket scientist. Totally. Yeah.
All right.
Didn't you know? It's
The-
like one of my hobbies. I build black holes and I fly to Mars every now and then.
Bill Black
All
hole.
right, we've tested the limits of my gullibility, and you were right there, and then you went past it.
See?
But I guarantee there was a little part of you that was like, "Is he a rocket scientist?"
Yeah, I was like,
He's got an accent.
I
Who knows
thought
what
there was
they
a-
think over there.
I thought there was a hint of it. I'm like, yeah, he's such an idiot. But God, I'm like, maybe he has like it's what he went to school for or something. Like, I'm not saying he has 15 years at NASA. I wouldn't buy that, but I
He
could.
sometimes drops
But,
these.
you know, maybe he's played with
No.
some bottle rockets, whatever.
Oh, that crossed my mind. Like he could be a not a. He said rocket scientist, which I guess
a hobby
Firecracker
rocketeer.
enthusiast.
That's what I am.
I don't know. I was trying to make truth out of it in my head. That was like maybe people out there can relate.
Well, you did fall for the dad story, which was all fake though. And everybody knew, by the way. Everybody in the call knew, besides you, Woody.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was all a prank. It was a social experiment.
Jordie messaged me and Kyle right before and said, "Watch us get this rube. We'll
Yeah.
just play this snake oil."
See, yeah,
on
we
him."
put some money down. Like, let's see if Woody cries.
It's a real long con though, because he has to recruit the man and film the video and then upload it and cry a lot, and then he's got to show up here and get the Kleenex. Like he's really got to play it up to.
Yeah.
But
to
we
be
got
fair,
you.
though, he had not seen that guy in 7 years.
No, I hadn't.
Never saw him before, you know. So
No.
could have made it 15 years or 20.
Yeah.
Right.
Haven't seen him since I was born.
I hate to be an asshole, but I haven't eaten in almost 24 hours.
Getting a
Can't
little,
recall this.
little
I'm
hangry.
so yeah, I'm getting shaky over here. My
How far
hypoglycemia.
are we in? How far are we in? 4.5?
Just
Yeah,
over
something
that,
like
yeah.
Yeah, you want to call it a show, and I'm gonna go to Waffle House and get my. Let me tell you about my latest snack. Maybe we'll close on that. So I've been making Bubba burgers, which are frozen hamburgers, but I've been topping them with an entire hash brown. So like there's a layer that's an entire like hash brown patty. It's delicious, and so I thought it is really good. 'Cause
Wait.
it's like a little,
I'm sorry to interrupt. A hash brown? Is that a hash brownie? Like
no, it's like a no,
Good
it's like
that's
fried-
something totally different than I
I'm
think.
aware of that. This
I'm like, you're eating hash? Like, what's
No,
going on?
so this is like a fried potato product.
Oh,
that you
okay.
would dip in
okay.
ketchup, kind of a breakfasty
Makes
item. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's like an oval shaped, quarter-inch thick potato cake that's fried. So put that on the fucking hamburger, and that was delicious. I loved that. But then I was like,
Do you put
There's
anything
got-
else on your like hamburger hash brown, like maybe some marshmallow fluff or
Maybe some cheese.
there's a lot of cheese.
cheese
I-
might be good.
There's a couple
Jalapenos, that
layers of
sounds good on
cheese.
there.
I don't do jalapenos, but I've got jalapeno cheese, so there's little bits of it in there. But lately I've been putting gravy on there as well, like that biscuit gravy, like the white gravy with the black pepper in it. I've been putting a layer of gravy on there like 4 strips of bacon. I got to get some new buns because like I need bigger buns, but I've been making gigantic hamburgers lately. That's my mouth's watering now. That's what's about to happen.
You ain't got none
About to
unless
have
you
some dinner,
got
too.
buns, hon. I have a topic I want to talk
Fillets.
about a little bit.
All right.
First of all, Lozon fights on Friday. So if you're
Yeah.
watching this, yesterday Lozon fought. Glad we could promote him. And do you guys want to do the like fight companion thing? I would totally
What
be
does
down
that
for
What does that require of us, and when?
Almost nothing. So it could be Friday, Saturday, or both. And the idea is, remember when we did a live stream of PKA? It would be kind of like that, except we're watching a fight in sync. And
How do we watch it? Like, I don't have any means to watch it.
I don't know. For me, I haven't sorted that out properly. If Joe's on Fight Pass, I might finally subscribe to that. I'm definitely going to buy the pay-per-view on 194, but you guys might not be interested in buying the pay-per-view. And one of the challenges is like having the videos in sync.
Yeah, so we'll be commenting on things the other one hasn't seen yet, as I'm watching it on First Row Sports.
I'd
in
love to
May.
do.
What
See if we-
time tomorrow night?
I don't know for sure, but it's typically 10.
I'll be back by then. Okay.
Okay. And then what was I gonna say? So there's that. Oh, and Ronda Rousey. So if people don't know, Ronda Rousey was this world-beating MMA person, she's the most dominant ever seen, et cetera, et cetera. She beat her last 2 people in like 16, then 14 seconds. Crazy. And then she fought this woman named Holly Holm. Holly Holm, very skilled, champion boxer, et cetera. Started studying MMA. She was kryptonite to Ronda's style. She was just able to keep her away and punish her until in the second round, she had her out on her feet with a punch and then kicked her in the head, and Ronda's down. ESPN ran a story on her. And this is where it gets cool. She's so broken right now. Like a couple times in the story, she's just like, I'm fucking sad. They're talking about like, hey, you gonna come back and get her? And she's like, what else am I gonna do? But right now I can't even eat an apple, let alone take a punch.
Do you have any more substitute teachers for me to fight that have been in this for 18 months?
Well, there's this bitch teaching Pilates on Wednesdays. I'm gonna go whip her ass for starters. Like,
We've got Susan, in her spare time a librarian, coming in at 156 pounds.
So the brass, Dana White being the like front man for it, is saying the next thing we do is a Holly Holmes Ronda Rousey rematch, right? So you have Ronda Rousey, this ex-champion who was the greatest thing ever and a huge draw, right? They say she transcended MMA, and for me, like, I'm so into it. They all transcend MMA to me. Like, every one of them's a big star. But if you're outside my bubble, like, you've seen Ronda Rousey in the movies and on the cover of ESPN and like getting a lot of press that the other fighters don't. She's the biggest draw, bigger than Conor McGregor. He might leapfrog her this term, but so far, biggest draw ever. And or maybe Brock Lesnar. Anyway, Dana wants her to do a rematch. He wants her next fight to be against Holly Holm. Most people who know fighting say that's a bad idea. She should warm up against like someone else and put one in between. Holly Holm is oldish for a fighter. She might be 34, and it doesn't have that big a window. But they want her to wait until July for the next fight, which is pretty far away. And I think she fought in November, so from November to July is kind of a gap. They only wanted her to fight Ronda because it's like the match to make. But Miesha Tate, who was promised a title fight, still not getting one, waiting for years while her career dwindles away and gets nothing. Holly Holm also only has a few years. She wants to have a baby, right? That's the thing she'd like to have in her life. So if she's 34 now, like there's,
Time's ticking down, yeah.
TikTok, right?
that sounds like I feel like but I was gonna say like, but I don't even know if I'm Ronda Rousey and I want a baby, I think I'd get a surrogate to carry that child for me so I can keep making millions of dollars being not pregnant. But maybe Holly Holmes isn't in such a situation, or maybe she wouldn't want
Probably
to.
not yet. Yeah,
I would totally do that. Would you be on the same page? You think?
Maybe.
You have to make yourself a hypothetical woman, of course, for this. But
yeah, maybe have somebody else host it. I'm not sure what the risks are with that, but like you said, there's a huge money option there and whatever. I don't know. It's been on my mind lately.
And if you're already going through that whole in vitro process, then they can make sure they get the good sperm and the good eggs and everything, so you get like an ideal, union going on there.
She could have a super baby.
You could stick it in some hot Asian chick. Just so you get to go to that way you get to go like hang out with this hot Asian chick and like holding her hand and like helping her in Lamaze classes and feeling her up and stuff. Like second wife. Yeah.
It's got really disgusting really quick.
Yeah.
But anyway, Ronda, her best option is not an
milky
immediate
titties.
rematch. Ronda's going to get beat again. She got whooped so hard. No one thinks Ronda can beat Holly Holmes, and they're going to make her get her ass kicked again. Holly Holmes doesn't even want to fight Ronda next. She'd rather have another fight in between so she can make more money. And the UFC is kind of fucking over everybody involved. Miesha Tate wants a shot at the champ. She was promised a shot at the champ, and she didn't get one. They gave it to Holly Holm instead. So Miesha's getting fucked. Ronda is getting fucked, and Holly Holmes is getting fucked. And I thought it was pretty interesting how it's laying down.
Why not just have Miesha and Holly fight, and then the winner of that can fight Ronda, right?
That's what Miesha and Holly both want. But the UFC is like, well, if this goes the wrong way, then we don't have our golden rematch. It's not the same rematch without the title on the line.
Yeah, that's true.
So
it depends if the money's there. Like if I'm Holly, I'm like, well, look, I'm not taking 8 months to 8 months between fights or whatever it comes to. Like I'm not doing that. I would do 6 months, but she can't fight in that time. Well, you got to get somebody out here to fight me in the next 5 to 6 months.
Here's if I'm UFC, this is what I do. I have Holly Holmes fight Miesha. I guess it's a risk, but I've got faith in my champ that she's going to hold that belt. And then when she fights Ronda, it'll be a bigger deal. I have Ronda fight somebody, right? The substitute teacher of Taylor's choice. Ronda demolishes her, but they build her up as if she was a challenge. Now, the last person Ronda demolished was an accountant who took up MMA 4 years ago to lose weight. Right? No wonder she kicked her ass. So, go find another one of her. I'm sure there's some daycare teacher right now who's ready to take on Ronda for $1 million. And then Ronda has got her groove on again. Holly has just defended her belt, and the rematch is bigger than it would have been had they just done all right, run it again.
Yeah.
That would be a much better play.
Yeah, that's what I do too. We'll see how it all plays out. They always try to plan these fights months and months in advance, and because it's fighting and because of just the nature of the thing and the nature of TV and stuff, it rarely goes the way they think it's going to go. How many events have gone, oh yeah, it's going to be fucking, there's 3 fights on here and every one of them's perfect, and then it all falls apart and maybe one of the fights actually goes. There's injuries and delays and drug tests and weight cut. Like, so much can go wrong.
Yeah, so often they put together these stacked cards that I just love to see, and then they're watered down by the time you see them. And sometimes they're crappy cards. The wrong fight gets hurt, and now they don't even have an event people will watch.
That event we watched in the theater was excellent. It was very good.
The Saturday one, just
the
as
one
good.
Yeah,
the one coming up in a few days that people want us to do the fight companion. Of course, it's McGregor versus Aldo, the fight that was
I want to
scheduled
see
to
that
happen.
one.
Before that one will be Rockhold versus Weidman, which is another great matchup. There's Jacare Souza versus Yoel Romero. You might not know them, but it's an incredibly cool matchup. And probably the winner of that will fight the winner of the Rockhold Weidman championship thing.
Is there a women's fight at all? Are there any women fighting on this card?
There's a woman fight tonight. That's pretty cool. Rose Namajunas versus Paige Van Zandt. I think they fight tonight. I'm not sure. Because there's like 3 things in a row. And I forget if the first one's Thursday or what the scoop is. But they're headlining a thing, and that's going to be pretty awesome.
On the Stern Show, they're putting on a bit of a fight of their own. It's on the Extreme Entertainment. It's the Extreme Entertainment League or something like that. So are you familiar with the entity known as Tan Mom? Do you know what Tan Mom is?
No.
Yes, I know what Tan Mom is.
All right, so Tan Mom came to prominence a few years back. She's one of those incredibly tanned, like 40 plus year old women in Florida who's like, I don't know if she's in Florida anymore.
Like
anyway,
leather skin past her expiration date.
And how she gained fame was there was something about her putting her baby in the tanning bed or wanting to, and there was a whole thing about it. Anyway, she's one of the whack packers. She's one of these people that Stern makes fun of on the radio to make his millions. And so they've had her fight someone before. She fought someone called MILF Mom, whatever the fuck that is, which was just another chick. And that other chick beat her ass. And this was last year. Beat her up in the ring. They used 24-ounce gloves, so it's not that big of a deal. But now she's fighting a transsexual. Now she's fighting a woman who used to be a man. And like they're all looking at this person in the studio, and they're like, Howard's like, I don't know. He's like, you've got a lot of muscle on you. You're big. You're a hoss. And so like Tan Mom starts talking shit to this, like calling her a freak and calling her a man and like not respecting the fact that she's transsexual or transgendered or whatever at all. And it really got heated to the point where they're just. Now I want to see the fight. I want to see that
watch
man
that more than any UFC fight.
It's literally a woman who used to be a man fighting a freak of nature who's overtanned.
It's not Phelan Fox, right? The woman who used to be a man. Is she black?
I was listening on the radio, but sounded white. Sounded definitely white.
Okay.
She's like 50. That's the other thing. This person's like 50 years old. Yeah, it's a real freak show over there. You got to keep that in mind.
The person I'm talking about is a professional fighter.
Yeah. We've talked about that person before. We didn't care for that. I don't think anybody with any common sense does.
Totally unfair, and everybody agrees.
I don't know who doesn't. Like, if I'm the chick going in there to fight her, I'd just be like, fuck you.
Only people who are like progressive to a fault, of like too afraid to step on anybody's toes, even in face of reality, would say that's okay. Like
that's some South Park level, like turning a blind eye to reality. That's just absurd.
I gotta watch that episode.
Man, it was great. I enjoyed it. It was very good. I like what they did this whole season. I read a New York Post or New York Times article that they were talking about this season of South Park and what they've done with the whole PC principle thing and everything. It was a good read. I enjoyed this season. I thought it was one of their better seasons. It's amazing that 19 seasons in and that show's still pretty fucking entertaining. It's definitely I like it better than Family Guy. I like it better than The Simpsons. Yeah. Certainly, The Simpsons is pretty blah these days. I watched a few episodes recently. I didn't care for them.
Have you guys watched Rick and Morty?
Yeah, love it.
Yes.
I want to get my hands on season 2.
I'm watching it right now, like 5 episodes in, but I really like the humor. It's like really dark, and the jokes. They're just
5 episodes in season 1.
Yeah.
It gets better according to me.
I know. It gets better every episode,
and
I'm
way
just
up
laughing. Like, this is like legit a series where I'm just laughing out loud. It's just too funny. It's really good.
The mistake I made was I consumed them too quickly. They're pretty
short.
That's
what everybody tells me. So I tried to pace it out, like one a day. And yesterday I was like, I'll just watch like 3.
You pop them like they're Smarties. I don't know if they're Smarties where
you're like, and they're gone.
Yeah, and then you're like, all right, season 3. You realize it's 18 months away. Like, oh, so like, I
gotta pace it out 1 a week. To be able to make it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make it. No.
I started Game of Thrones, I think, at the end of the first season, and I was I didn't know that like other seasons didn't exist. I was so bummed. What were you saying?
Like, my next appearance has to be on the show because I definitely want to come back. If you guys would like me to come back, I want to join Game of Thrones talk.
Really?
Because I'm a massive fan of Game of Thrones, and I definitely would love to join in some hour-long.
Did the trailer show Jon Snow alive or just a dead body that they twisted the photo on?
Alive.
Nah, it was just a dead body.
No.
There are a number of people who say he's dead in that shot.
Yeah, but he's gonna be alive next season. Like, he's some magician just gonna go like, "Woo, you're alive," right? But then again, it's this crazy guy writing all the books and things like that. He could just be dead, and then everybody, and then everybody could just be like, "What the fuck just happened? Why would you cut off Jon Snow?" But I still think.
He's killed off crucial characters before, definitely. But with
a reason.
The Starks, like you thought. I think the main one to me is Robb Stark, not his father. Like, that one was the one where it seemed like they were building the traditional hero story there.
And then he died. I was like, he's gonna come back next week.
But what they've done with Jon Snow is very different. Like there's so much behind him being the guy, right? The Azor Ahai thing or whatever. Like, there's so much like interwoven bullshit when the Khaleesi's having flashbacks in that magic temple, and seeing the baby in the crib and like all the symbolism. Jon Snow is what is it? R plus L equals J or whatever. That's got to be the case. It just has to be. That's what I believe. I know this guy loves to pull the rug out from under us and kill our favorite characters, but I just don't think that's the case this time.
It does seem like there are a few bulletproof characters. I wouldn't say Jaime Lannister was one. No, he could possibly die, but Khaleesi, Tyrion, what's his name? Tyrion, right? Tyrion Lannister and Jon Snow seem like the three unkillable characters.
I'd agree.
And
and the girl,
Brienne?
No.
Sansa. You're thinking of? Yeah, I agree.
No.
Really?
That's Sansa.
What she look like?
Arya.
Arya Stark. Yes.
Who would? I'm the name king, baby.
Well, like I've seen some posts.
Yeah,
on
even
this
a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, right. Like
Emma Watson.
we just
Emma
chose
Stone.
not to like name characters because there's 50 of them.
Yeah.
Like, dude, a female character? There's like a dozen. Pick one. I want to know why.
Okay, still. Yeah.
Have you read the books?
I haven't. No. I'm not a big reader.
Well, I was going to bring up the whole Stoneheart thing and what the fuck we think's up with that, but we'll leave that for another day. I told my girlfriend about that the other day, about what's in the books. I'm like, this is what happens, and this is how they leave it off.
But they might just go the other way.
The thing that I'm talking about is something that happens in like the fourth book, I think. I can't recall exactly. I think it's the fourth book.
Of the fourth, I think.
Yeah, and it's major. And it's crazy. It's a bit of magic that's a little bit more magical than some of the other stuff we've seen. It's like, whoa, that's crazy magic, and it's kind of game changing. It really is game changing. It's this massive thing that happens, and you're blown away by it, and there's no mention of it, and they're not alluding that they're going to go in the direction of it or anything like that. It seems like it's just been dropped to the wayside.
You're talking about
Stoneheart.
Yeah, I was going to say the same word. Yeah. Stoneheart.
Yeah,
and Stoneheart has interactions with other characters that are really severe, and because she's not in this show, you're like, well, I can't reconcile what the story is with this person anymore.
Bran wasn't around for all of this last season of the show. I'm hoping that next season we get Stoneheart, Bran, and maybe one of those fucking... I don't like Sansa. I could deal with a season of no Sansa. Maybe Sansa and Reek are just adventuring through the wilds, fucking each other somehow, like fucking scissoring together or something. And like that's what they're doing all this season. I could deal with it. Yeah, I don't stop putting that Sansa on the screen. If you've got to kill her off, just do it, because that chick can't act, or you're not feeding her anything to work with. Because all I know is she likes lemon cakes, and she's annoying.
In the book, Sansa, and this is not a spoiler, I don't think, but in the book, Sansa evolves into like a clever person who's feminine and manages to like play the Game of Thrones by developing a little bit of wisdom and guile. In the show, every time there's like a hint of that. Like she has a clever conversation with who's the brown-haired Littlefinger? I was going for Littlefinger. Every time she has a conversation with Littlefinger that makes you think that she's suddenly getting clueful as opposed to clueless. And then she just like whatever, gives Ramsay the wrong opportunity, gets raped, is weak, etc., etc. Wow, I sound like I put down rape victims there. But like, if Sansa's character was like, all right, this is awful, but it's a means to the end, I'm going to make this happen, that'd be one thing. But I really got the, sad, broken victim that she was in every season prior to this one. And I'm like, no, I want this character to evolve into a player in the Game of Thrones. She's been a victim all show.
Less Sansa, more Jon, more even Bran. I like Bran because he's got Hodor there, and Hodor is always good for a laugh. They always
more Tyrion and Arya. More Tyrion and Arya at the expense of everyone, because those are the two best characters.
Arya's one of my favorites just because she's just so like spontaneously violent. You know, she'll just like stab some guy's eyes out and go to work on. That was hard fucking core when she took that guy apart. But yeah, I could deal with more just about anybody.
Dude.
But man, I don't care for Sansa.
I feel like Tyrion's a little overrated. He was amazing in season 2, right? Ned died. It's like, who the hell's going to carry or maybe it was season 3, but yeah, Ned died. Who the hell's going to carry season 2? And then Tyrion comes along, and his interactions with Joffrey, from not being a like position of power, not in a position of power, that whole thing, and how he navigated it, and he was so clever and sharp and well spoken. I loved it. Since then, he's been what, a weak little nothing, traveling like fucking Lord of the Rings style, trying to find Khaleesi. Weak shit.
Well, he killed his dad.
Yeah, I don't care how powerful he is, really. I like him. He's clever, and he has no power in his new situation, but it doesn't stop him from being a dick.
Like that scene
like him.
where they wanted to cut off his dick because it.
Good luck.
Yeah.
It was
what do
worth
they
a lot
call
of
them?
money, I think.
Yeah.
A slave trader.
I'm trying not to say dwarf dick because I think it's not politically
Well,
correct.
they
but-
called it a
dwarf
dwarf
dick.
dick in the web
No.
in the series.
All right. So anyway, the dwarf dick apparently is exceptionally valuable compared to regular dicks, and he's like, yeah, you'll never know it's from a dwarf. And like, well, it's pint size. He's like, you'd be surprised, and he talks his way out of getting his dick cut off and killed, I suppose. But the whole thing was done so weak. He didn't seem like a clever guy who got the upper hand and such. He peaked in season 2, according to me. We'll see.
I like him.
Yeah.
I like Arya.
I'm looking forward to the new season. It's not till April again or something like that. Probably
April.
like late April at that. It's Always Sunny's coming pretty soon, though. That's January, I believe. I saw the teaser for that. Looked like they were going for some sort of VHS 80s like ski look to
Like
the
Defend the Mountain kind of thing.
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
80s movie.
That
Then Epics for
trailer doesn't
Family.
have anything to do
It's
with
a
the
little over a week
shows,
away.
right?
yeah. That's definitely an episode, right? If like yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
how I
Like,
take it.
Oh, you guys got to watch the YouTube video of Bill Burr making a pie crust.
I saw.
Oh,
parts
I
of
haven't
that.
seen it. How
Yeah.
long
It's
is
good.
it?
Like
It's
11 minutes.
Oh, it's like 11 minutes or so. It's him actually showing you how to make a pie crust. Like,
Yeah,
it's
he
not a
makes
good
a pie.
show video, but you should actually watch
Oh,
it. It's
okay.
fun.
What was I gonna say? Something. Always Sunny in Philadelphia did a thing where like they replaced all the characters. I remember Chael Sonnen was in it, and I don't remember that having anything to do with the season.
Chael Sonnen.
He's a UFC fighter, retired
Yeah.
now. Yeah, everything was yellow and brighter, and I think they did a skit too, and it was just promotion. So I'm not convinced that this promotion is related to an episode, but it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know, but huge UFC stuff coming up. I'm very excited about it. It's like our Super Bowl, and unlike the real Super Bowl, you're never sure it's gonna happen. If Tom Brady sprains an ankle, they'll still hold the Super Bowl, like it's guaranteed. But if Conor McGregor sprains an ankle, like they just won't fight. It'll be done.
Yeah.
Last time it happened, Jose Aldo bruised a rib, and he's like, "Forget it, I'm not fighting." It sucks, and it appears that the MMA gods have finally given the fans a break, and they're allowing another super event to happen. And
Well, I'm looking forward to watching it. Maybe we'll do that live stream thing if we can get together. Saturday would be the one that I'd definitely be interested in. But as long as I'm back in time Friday night, I'll hop on too. As long as there's a way for us to watch it and tune with each other without spending some ungodly amount of money or something.
yeah, I'll have to look into it.
All right. Well, hey, I'm gonna go get some food.
Very good.
Enjoy
I'm
it.
gonna go get some sleep.
That was Painkiller Already, episode 260. Thank you to Jordie. And
Jordie.
Thank you,
Thank you for
MeUndies.
having me.
Be sure to check out Patreon. If you guys haven't seen that in a while, the Patreon Hangout was amazing this month. I think it might have been the favorite one I've ever done. I just felt like it went 2 hours instead of the one, which is
that's true.
unusual. And I just like everybody got along well, hanging out with each other and talking and chatting. And anyway, check out the Patreon thing. And yeah, the link's in the description. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye bye.